Good morning and welcome to Time Attack. We're here at Knockhill for round 7 of our 20th year anniversary celebrations, and this is all being brought to you courtesy of our fantastic sponsors, Lucas Oil. So today we're here at Knockhill and we've not been back here since 2014, would you believe it? But we've actually got some drivers who are returning here to the circuit, and so I just wanted to kind of like recap, because we're at Brands Hatch for the last round, a very eventful round. It took its fair share of victims, so I think we're going to see that reflected in who we see here today and the challenges they've had to overcome. But as I say, 2014, last time we were here, some drivers, we've got all of the local contingent here. They're going to be much more familiar with the circuit. We're going to have a lot of drivers who haven't got a lot of experience with the circuit today. So at the moment, it's dry, but I think we're also going to have some changeable weather conditions. And of course, what a circuit it is. We've got elevation changes, we've got off-camber sections, we've got those big curbs. We're going to look out for see if we see some of the cars on two wheels. We'll keep an eye out for that, and we'll see what happens with the weather. So now the cars are getting ready to line up to go out on track, and so we'll head over to the circuit and the action can begin. So the battle for the perfect lap starts now.
Good morning, Knockhill Circuit here in Dunfermline in Fife. Welcome to round 7 of the Time Attack Championship here in 2025, and it's going to be quite an exciting occasion. As Susie alluded to, it's been 11 years since we came here to this fantastic little roller coaster in the Scottish Hills, and it's certainly going to be quite an exciting occasion with our 3 warm-up sessions coming up this morning to kick off the action here. Well, Scott Woodward's to guide you through all the action for everything today, because one thing we should mention is a bit of a shout out if he is watching from home. Our regular commentator Alexi, who usually runs things for Time Attack, sadly can't be here this weekend because he's taken unwell, and so we wish him a speedy recovery and all the best. We miss him here, and of course he would be loving coming to Knockhill and to this circuit, the first time back in 11 years as well. So I will do his Time Attack runners justice. I'll be cards on the table, to be honest. I haven't ever covered Time Attack before personally, but I've been doing as much research as I can, so I might be going a little bit on the fly here, so do bear with me if you're a regular Time Attack viewer. I will try and do this as justice as much as possible. So if you're watching around the circuit, you're getting your first taste of the Time Attack cars here out this morning. We've got our fastest cars out for the first session, which is going to be for... I should probably know that once I get the information in front of me. But in terms of the action for today, the first session coming up here is for our fastest cars to run you through the timetable. We use the session also to run through the timetable, what's happening, because it's not just Time Attack here. We've also got the Racing Hondas Championship here for their rounds of 2025. So you've got the warm-up sessions, first of all, for Club Pro, Pro and Pro Extreme for 20 minutes. Each of these are 20-minute sessions for warm-up, and 20-minute sessions in total for Time Attack this weekend. Then it's the Club 2-wheel drive and Club 4-wheel drive session. That's out for 20 minutes at around about 9 o'clock. And then we have our Classic and Retro, Clubman and Pocket Rocket categories, both forced induction and naturally aspirated out here as well. So the warm-up sessions are pretty much just that. They're a chance for the drivers to get their eye in, to going to bed themselves into this fantastic little roller coaster of a Scottish circuit, 1.3 miles in length, and this circuit really is quite something. I was driven around here with some passenger laps. If you the media team were driven around by some passenger laps from a couple of very kind Racing Hondas drivers, which we'll get onto when the Racing Honda section comes up with their practice session after our warm-up sessions this morning. And I have to say, I've got a newfound appreciation for this circuit. It genuinely is. When I say it's a roller coaster, I absolutely mean that 100%, because this is such a circuit where you have to be on it and have to be on form and on focus for 100% of a lap. You really don't get a moment to let up, particularly this first section when you're charging your way through the right-hander through Duffer's Dip as you plunge down the hill, and then you come up towards the left-hander at Leslie's at the bottom, and then through the right-hander up to the chicane, where you really can see, and will see, I'm certain, plenty of cars hitting two wheels over those curbs. So you come out of Duffer's Dip and Leslie's into the right-hander at McIntyre's, short little straight towards the Butchers as you flick right, then through the Black Circle chicane, over the top and down through up the Brabhams straight up towards the Jim Clark right-hander. And then onto Hislots, which is the long left-hander that curves its way back towards the tightest corner on the circuit, Taylor's Hairpin. And that's certainly going to be where possibly all the time could be won or lost, because if you can get your braking right there and a good exit where it climbs just on the apex, you get a steep climb up there to make it happen. You can put your foot down and get some good power in, and we'll be able to see exactly how these cars perform. So we'll get the betting in terms of classes and how these cars will stack up. as I say, if I'm very much learning on the fly in terms of time attack, so do bear with me if I'm working through different class structures or how everything works with this championship. Being the regular for racing Hondas means that a lot of focus has been on racing Hondas rather than time attack purposely. But one thing I have got for this championship is a real appreciation for some of the cars that do turn out in this championship, and you've got the fastest examples here this morning with your Club Pro, Pro and Pro Extreme cars. There's only one Pro Extreme car in the field, and that's Simon Norris in his Mitsubishi Evo 9. So you can pretty much guarantee that car is going to be at the top of the timesheets all day, being the sole Pro Extreme car, the Norris Designs entered machine. In terms of the entry list for the Pro category, I'd expect one of the favourites is certainly going to be the incredible number 33, which is the Luke Sedzukovsky Teguba Racing entered 1997 Honda NSX, or Tsuki as it's known. It is here this weekend. I'm certain it's going to be hunting a couple of lap records or so. Watching on screen here, Andrew Gallagher in the AG Motorsport Mitsubishi Evo. 2006, 2005 that generation. So that's probably, I think, an Evo 7. He makes his way through Hislops and up towards the top of the circuit, now towards Taylor's. He's being chased by one of the Renault Clios in the field. I'll check and see who that is just behind him. I think it's possibly the number 144, which is Donny McLeod in his Renault Motive 2000 Renault Clio in Club Pro. And now we're looking at the number 79, which is Eric Holmes in his ENS Motorsport Mitsubishi Evo 6 RS. Now, the Evo 6s did come in different forms. There was the GSR, but also the RS, which was more of a stripped-out rally-ready kind of base car to use. And that car is looking pretty rapid in the mix as well, as Eric Holmes works his way through. You're now looking on screen, if you're watching, and down at Taylor's hairpin, you're watching Simon Norris's very extreme, I think taking literal extreme for Simon Norris's car. One car that was smoking there towards the rear and pulling in, it looked like it was the Vauxhall Astra, which was, I think, Martin Henry, the MHM race number 63, that had a problem there. Looks like it was coasting in with an issue. It's a smoky rear end. Hopefully not too much of an issue. As you said, the warm-up times don't really give us too much in terms of true time. Some cars will be out there just to kind of just get themselves bedded in a little bit. So Simon Norris currently fastest on a 51.006, and he's actually been beaten by 50.5 for Colin Dorwood. So Colin Dorwood in the number 151 Track Formula Evo, which is a very unique build of machine on track, 1997. And that car certainly making the most of its uniqueness to be able to get itself up there and put in a quick time. Whenever Simon just put in a couple of laps just to bed itself in. I just also saw as well the other Renault Clio that's in Club Pro, which is the 430 of Ilya Krylov, this extreme looking Renault Clio, which is from 2003. It's an RWF Clio S RS 2003 with a fantastic sort of Pikes Peak-esque looking rear end with that huge kind of rear wing end and the end plates on the end of them. That's pretty extreme. And that car was sparking its way down through Hislops up towards Taylor's. Looking on screen is 151. There is the current fastest man on the field, which is Colin Dorwood in his Track Formula Evo. Again, four-wheel drive certainly coming useful in this hilly circuit. And again, comes across the line and it's not improved his time. He's the only man that's gone into the 50s. Josh Barrett in number 145, which is the Caterham 620R, which I didn't think needed any more air or any more grip on it. But when you see this Caterham 620R, it's pretty extreme. And it's got a front splitter on it and basically a front wing and a rear wing, essentially like a Formula car in some cases. I didn't think it could do with any more grip, but you can see it on the screen here as it rocks its way through the black circle chicane. It might have raised the ride height ever so slightly to be able to cope with the bumps a little better. But that car on its last lap went to 6th quickest. I think we can also look at, we can figure out who is in quickest in each of the classes as well. So yeah, Colin Dorwood is fastest in Pro class from the number 27 of Bradley John. That's the Riverside Racing Mitsubishi Evo 9. Third in class Pro is going to be Josh Barrett, as you met. No, Andrew Gallagher, in fact, actually is him, but he's a single round entry, so he won't score points. Single round entry, if you're watching on the timing screens on Smart Timing, you will see that there is an SRE next to some drivers. That means single round entry, and that simply means that they can run and they can be qualified for trophies, but they won't score any points towards the championship. And the big points really get scored from the super attack at the end of the day, but you also score points as well in two attack sessions, attack 1 and attack 2. And we'll explain those as we get to those sessions later on. Warm-up sessions, I think everyone, as far as I'm seeing the regulations, everyone gets a point for taking part in the warm-up session. If you get a warm-up session, so you get a point for doing it. But they started bringing in this year a slightly different point structure for the session. So I think it encourages more drivers to go out to find more time, to find more incentive for them to go and score more points. But the big ones that you score are going to be at the super attack at the end, which we'll go to when we get there as well. Of course, I'll be joined in the box by Susie Wallace for both Attack 2 and for the super attack. Who's got a lot more knowledge on that side of things. Now, here is a car which I think many have been looking forward to see as well. You're watching it on screen. It's heading its way out of the right-hander of Matt McIntyre's and through Butcher's. And it is the Honda NSX, affectionately named Suki. And Luke Sedjakowski, the man behind Tegua, and the Tegua Racing Squad is out there. And this thing, it even puts, I think, JGTC or Super GT NSXs to shame. It's got a massive rear wing, a huge front splitter. This thing looks more at home at Pikes Peak rather than on the circuits of Knockhill, but it's certainly great we've got this car here. It's an incredible machine. It's been taking lap records throughout the season, so it's almost certainly going to take another one, I'm sure, at least in the pro class. And Luke hasn't laid down a lap time yet, possibly saving his tyres a little bit, but he makes his way out of the Taylor's hairpin, over the crest and over the line, and he'll go on to start his first proper timed lap. Let's see if we can ride with him here, because he turns in the front end, the splitter sparking its way down the braking zone, and again as he works his way through. This is a really bumpy and undulating circuit, but you get to see, it's particularly with these faster cars, just how quick these cars are, but also how much they move around and rock on their suspension as he flies over the black circle chicane, takes it nice and steady. And the level acceleration as he powers past the Renault Clio of one of our single round entries, that being Donnie McLeod in the 144. Powers his way down towards Taylor's hairpin. Again, lots of cars need sort of the flat bottoms or the little end plates just sparking away as they just rub against the ground. He's got one of the Evos in front. I think that's the RS of Eric Holmes in the 79. But here comes Luke Sedjakowski, his first proper flying lap of the session, and goes second quickest and also second in pro class, 50.621. He's only 34 thousandths of a second off the top time set by Colin Dorwood. So a good initial baseline for Luke Sedjakowski to lay down a marker, and I'm certain he might look to go even quicker. Now, is a sub 50-second lap time possible? I'm certain if anyone can do it, it's certainly going to be Luke Sedjakowski if he can. Oh, works his way through Jim Clark, the Jim Clark curve, bouncing his way over the curve, but again, full throttle all the way through Hislops and back down to the braking zone. Again, the car chattering in the braking zone as it turns its way through to that big step right on the apex as you climb up through Taylor's hairpin. Now you start to climb back up the hill again. Plenty of horsepower in the NSX. And let's see if we can go any quicker on this one. Sedjakowski does, and he does actually go sub 50 seconds. He goes 49.976, and that could be an omen for later on if Luke is quick enough to do so. Should mention also that Simon Norris's best time so far is at a 50.895. In fact, there is Simon making his way out of the chicane, now through Jim Clark, just moving his way past the Vauxhall Astra VXR, which has come back out on circuit. That was the Vauxhall that we saw smoking earlier on. That was Martin Henry's car. So MHM Racing car, whatever the issue was, they appear to have sorted it, appear to have fixed it. And now they make their way up the hill once again. So in terms of the class I was going to go through, because this is going to be a good opportunity in the warm-up session here to be able to kind of explain each of the classes as much as we can, to give you a bedding for when we get to Attack 1, Attack 2 and Attack 3. Super Attack rather than Attack 3, I'll get my terms right eventually. Here comes the Caterham out of the hairpin, 145. Currently sat in 7th fastest, Josh Barrett, 53.538, his best time. He has gone personal best in Sector 1, so let's see if he can improve it a little more. Across the line he goes to finish his lap, and he will stay 7th. He's about a 10th off his best time from the session so far. Also across the line has gone Ilya Krylov. You can see his car sort of sparking on the ground as he went through. 8th quickest for him, 54.785. And so in terms of current class leaders in this session, again, Simon Norris has actually gone to the top of the times, not just sub 50 seconds, he's gone sub 49, he's on 48.994, which will almost certainly be, for them at least, I'm sure, a strong lap record. So Norris then is making his way into pit lane to cool off, as Ilya Krylov turns his way back through the flat-out curve of Taylor's. So Hislops back to Taylor's hairpin again, Not quite like Sedjakovsky's NSX, it's not sparking on the ground. It does there as he turns in, just the carbon fibre working its way through. And now Krylyov then climbs up the hill once more, over the crest. And where will the Clio put itself on this time? Last time was a 54.884. Doesn't improve, stays 9th overall. And in class, he is currently 3rd quickest behind Michael Osborne in the number 93. So Osborne in that number 93 Mitsubishi Evo 6. And you see there, just someone's moving out of the way as well. That is also a rule in time attack if you haven't seen it before. If you're on a fast lap, you must have your headlights on. Otherwise, you will go to the clerk of the course and have to explain yourself. So if you are going quickly, headlights must be on. And of course, anyone not on a hot lap needs to move out of the way to make sure that it's uncompromised. Now up the hill comes the Caterham, with Josh Barrett across the line. And Josh, he has remained, he's done a personal best and actually remains in 5th position, or moved up to 5th. 52.851 for Josh. So Norris still fast overall on a 48.994. Second quickest Luke Sedjakovsky in the NSX on a 49.976. Colin Dorward, 3rd fastest on a 50.587. Andrew Gallagher is our highest single round entry, and he's in the number 137 Mitsubishi Evo from 2005. He's 4th fastest on a 51.342. And then Josh Barrett is currently, well, he was 5th quickest, but then Michael Osborne, who's the fastest Clubland Pro driver, has popped up into the top 5. He's just done a 52.497, and that's now put him into 5th quickest overall. And as we mentioned, also top of Club Pro on top of that. So that means that the Osborne Motorsport Evo is working well. So watching the Martin Henry Vauxhall Astra. And Martin hopefully looking to get a good result here after he finished up in Club Pro. I wasn't actually at Brands Hatch last time. Last time it was a win for Michael Osborne in the Super Attack, where all the big points are scored from Ilya Krylov and then Eric Holmes in his Evo 6 RS. That's down towards Taylor's hairpin comes Martin Henry. He's on a fly now at the moment. Currently 10th overall. Best time of 55.394. He'll climb his way out of Taylor's hairpin and back up the straight. He's got another of the... got the 93 Evo in front of him to contend with, but he's moving out of the way. Headlights ablaze, and Henry's time is an improvement, 54.921, but he stays 10th. So no change for him there. Andrew Gallagher in the 137 is looking strong as well. Currently 3rd in pro class behind Sedjakovsky and Dorward, as Henry again works his way through out of the chicane. And on another fast lap, let's see if he's actually improving on this lap. He's done a personal best in sector 1, and see if he can do the same in sector. His last lap was a personal best in sector 2. I'll rephrase. He did a personal best in sector 3 at the end of the lap he just completed. He's now done personal best in sectors 1 and 2. So Henry now comes out of the hairpin again once more, shoots towards the line. He's got 54.921 to beat. And let's see if he can improve on that as he comes across and sets a 54.685. He moves up to 9th ahead of Krylyov. And that puts him still in 6th in the pro class. But he's moved up a spot overall ahead of the Club and Pro 3rd place man of Krylyov in the Renault Clio. Flame spitting from the side of the exhaust as he works his way again back through the black circle chicane. How's his first sector looking? It's okay. Not a personal best, but he hasn't gone faster than he has done before so at this point in time. Uses all the road on the exit, all the curb, and back through Hislops. And he might be moving to the... No, he's still got a fast... I thought for a second he was starting to back off and move to the inside to get out of the way of a faster car, but he is now pushing on to try and go even quicker. His second sector hasn't really matched on that side. Sedjakovsky's done a fastest final sector, so he's been winding up for another quick lap. As to, I think, is Darren Spooner in car number 13. And Spooner is in the 1993 Peugeot 205. So he's currently at the moment in 11th fastest, and in Clubman Pro he currently sits in 4th. He's got to find a few more seconds. He's got to find nearly 3 seconds to try and get even close to Ilya Krylov. As the Caterham again makes its way down towards the hairpin. Josh Barrett trying to improve his time at the moment, 6th quickest. So works his way back through and onto the start of another lap. So we'll go through just some info on some of the car class we've got here. So these particular class we have here is you have Club Pro, the Club Pro, which is essentially for modified cars running on quite fast tyres for dry conditions and racing wets when it rains. Or you're allowed sequential gearboxes. You're also allowed additional aero mods, like you can see with this Caterham 620R, that are allowed over the other club classes on that side. You then have Pro 2-wheel drive and 4-wheel drive, and that's for highly modified competition cars running on racing slicks and wet, and they do split it up into 2-wheel drive and 4-wheel drive categories on top of that. And then you have the Pro Extreme, which is for the class where pretty much anything goes. It's as fast and as crazy and as horsepower filled as you want. And you get space frames, you can have modified chassis, you can also have, it's got sections for 2- and 4-wheel drive cars as well. Only one car to really worry about in that session, which is Simon Norris. He's obviously 4-wheel drive, being he's in a Mitsubishi Evo 9. But that will be arguably the fastest car on track, which it has been so far. And just coming to the end of the warm-up session now, 20 seconds left on the clock. And this will give us at least an initial indicator of what to expect for the rest of the day by the look of it. So we've got the timer ticking down to 0 very shortly. As Martin Henry backs off, he knows the session's pretty much done. He won't get another lap in if he has compromised himself on the first couple of corners. But the timer ticks down to 0, and the session is over. Checkered flag is out. So that is warm-up complete for our Club Pro and Pro Extreme drivers, and we'll give you a quick rundown of where they finished on that section. So Simon Norris was quickest in the Pro Extreme class, 48.994. The only driver to go sub 49, never mind sub 50 seconds. So good effort from him to go quickest, and as you'd expect, being the most extreme car in the field, it is the fastest car in there too. Top pro time in warm-up goes to Luke Sedjakovsky in Suzuki, the 1997 NSX, number 33 machine for Tegua Racing, 49.976 for that one. Colin Dorward was 3rd quickest, 2nd in pro class in the Evo. He gets himself a 49.988. And that's then followed by Andrew Gallagher, who's 3rd in pro class, our single round entry on car number 137. That being the Mitsubishi Evo from 2005, and he set a 51.342. 5th for Michael Osborne, number 93. And that is the fastest time in Club and Pro for Michael, so he gets the quickest time on that section. So the Mitsubishi Evo 6 quickest with a 52.497. Then we have Josh Barrett in 6th quickest as well on a 52.851. Josh Barrett in the Caterham. 7th quickest goes to Bradley John, number 27, which is another one of the Evos in the field. He did a 53.138. That puts him 5th in the pro class. 8th goes to Eric Holmes, number 79, and that will be another of the Evos, I think, into Eric Holmes 79. Yes, the Evo 6 RS for ENS Motorsport. That's then followed by Martin Henry in the Vauxhall Astra VXR, number 63, 54.425. Ilya Krylov and his Renault Clio was 10th quickest on a 54.785. 11th was number 13, Darren Spooner, who is in the Peugeot 205 from 1993, 57.570. And then two more of our single round entries, Donny McLeod and his Renault Clio, 12th fastest on number 144, 57.596. And then Russ Paisley didn't really get any proper laps. He got 5 laps in the session, only managed a 1 minute 7.354 in the number 14, which was the Mitsubishi Lancer Evo 6 from 1998. It's only a handful of laps for him at the bottom of the times. So now we go straight into our next warm-up session, which is for Club 2-wheel drive and Club 4-wheel drive. We're going to quickly step away for 2 minutes to take a quick ad break if you're watching on the stream. If you're listening around the circuit, we're going to put some music back on for you in this little ad break. Once we are ready to go, we will get our Club 2-wheel drive and 4-wheel drive warm-up session going on in a couple of minutes' time. If you're watching on the stream, we'll be back in a couple of moments on the side of these adverts. So stay tuned for more time and action coming up this morning as warm-up continues here at Knockhill. Welcome back to Knockhill, where we've now got our second warm-up session back underway here for Time Attack, and it's now for our Club 2-wheel drive and Club 4-wheel drive machines to get out there and explore the 1.3 miles of Knockhill. And as you can see, plenty more strong machinery out in force here as we get set for 20 minutes to bed themselves in. In terms of how the classes work for these two championships, it's quite straightforward. It's Time Attack's most popular category because you've got quite a few entries in both here. And it's for production cars tuned and modified up to a controlled level. Of course, they're split into two classes to kind of make it more competitive. Depending if you're two-wheel drive, and that can be both front or rear-wheel drive. And of course, four-wheel drive cars will be in the mix as well. In terms of the championship coming to the weekend for both of these champions ones, it's pretty much in some cases a foregone conclusion in Club 4-wheel drive. Alexander Volkov has been the dominant force throughout the year. He's on 219 points coming into the weekend, and he's a full 114 ahead of the next car, which is Dean Taylor in his Mitsubishi Evo 7. And then it is Andy Grady who is third in the Evo 9, and he's with 95 points. He's 10 points back, so that could potentially change if fortunes work out this weekend. There is a second Nissan GTR that's in the entry list this weekend. So Alexander Volkov has got another GTR to play with in Club 4-wheel drive here, and that comes in the form of Kęstutis Dobrovolskis. I've got that one, I think, just about before I stumbled. For the Dream L Team Racing, his 2011 example, so 2 years younger than the Alexander Volkov car number 186. As he turns as we watch the session to go through. You're watching on screen, if you're watching on the stream, the number 420 Midnight Motorsport Vauxhall Astra from 2006 of Luke Capehorn. Third in the points coming this weekend in Club 2-wheel drive. The leader is David Dyson in the Porsche Cayman GT4 RS. But as far as I can see, David is not here this weekend, so no David Dyson. But we do have Johnny Fletcher, who's in the number 64 Dorenza JDF Racing 2003 Vauxhall Astra. He's quite a stalwart of the championship. So much so that he's actually celebrating his 100th Time Attack event this weekend. He got a bit of a round of applause from the drivers in the drivers briefing this morning for that. And one of the longest standing drivers in Time Attack, certainly enjoying himself and as competitive as ever on 136 points. So this weekend's a good chance for him to close the gap on David Dyson in the standings. And in terms of fourth is the Citroen Saxo Andrew Keim on 109 points. Mike Butler fifth in the BMW M3 on 77. And it's Stuart Summers on 60 with the Mini Cooper. Neil Wren in his BMW 335i on 58. Nicholas Good 52 in the Honda FK8. Neil Robson in the BMW 135i 47 points. And then we have Philip Nadenov in the Ford Sierra Cosworth on 26 points. And Richard Smith on 18 points in the Honda Civic Type R. So just maybe some info on a couple of the drivers who are mixing in this one. We're seeing David Lawrence. That car's been doing a little bit of club racing throughout the year as well. I think he did some running in the Pro Sport Sprint Series on the BRCC roster earlier in the season. I think there are a couple of class wins as well on top of that. So it's quite a well-sorted car, the number 56 Seat or Cupra. Make the way down towards the hairpin. Also see there the rapid little Citroen Saxo, which is certainly one to watch out for, I think, throughout the weekend as we go through the sessions. And we're looking here at our other Nissan GTR that's here this weekend, the 177. I believe it's a single round entry. I'm pretty certain it will be. So Kęstutis Dobrovolski. See how his car stacked up. There's also the regular GTR that we see that Alexander Volkov hasn't set a proper lap time in the mix yet. Has done 4 or 5 in the driver's briefing this morning to just not go for fast laps immediately, because particularly when it's quite cold up here at this time of the year in Knockhill. But also on top of that, this is a new circuit for pretty much a lot of drivers here that haven't really competed or raced here before. So the key thing is to make sure that you can get a few laps in to, importantly, warm the tyres up, but also on top of that, just get your eye in, because depending on how many drivers tested here yesterday, the key thing to watch out for is just how quickly some of these drivers get up to speed with this circuit. So Andrew Keim coming over the timing line now in the number 179. No, sorry, this is Stu Summers, in fact. Stu Summers in the 179 Citroen Saxo entered this weekend. Came into the weekend 6th in points. Although it says he usually runs in the Mini Cooper, I think. I've got to work on that for a second. But Stu Summers together, and I think David Lawrence is on a fast lap, but so too is Volkov, and of course both of them have got headlights ablaze, so I guess in many ways David Lawrence isn't really obliged to move out of the way here. He's trying to go as quick as quick as he can, and they're both as quick as each other given the fact they're at a second as he can, and they're both as quick as each other given the fact they're at a second and a tenth and a half between them. GTR does have a little more punch in the straight line, as is now demonstrated with Volkov charging up the hill, and not only that, he puts in a 53.844, so that is by far the fastest time of the session. He is clearing away quickest in Club 4-wheel drive, and David Lawrence is fastest in Club 2-wheel drive in that Seat Leon. Luke Capeporn second fastest in Club 2-wheel drive, from Neil Robson in third, and it's Johnny Fletcher, Stu Summers, who's popped in and taken a better time. And then it's Andy Grady, Dean Taylor, and our other GTR in the field, the 177 of Kestusis Dobrovolsky. And Volkov heads his way down towards the hairpin once again, so he can try and improve. He has done a personal of the fastest speed in the second sector of the session, 126 miles an hour, I think, is that correct? Up the hill comes Volkov again. And does he improve on this lap? The answer is no, 54.529, so he's about 7/10 off his current lap at the moment. But you see the way the car rocks over its suspension as he goes up and down through Duffer's Dip, through Leslie's and into McIntyre's. Over the chicane again, back towards Jim Clark. Volkov, as you mentioned, has got quite an almost unassailable lead in the championship. 114 points coming to the weekend for Alexander. Just kept on winning throughout Super Attack. And that Nissan GTR, incredibly formidable, and proving its speed and its capability at this point. Volkov goes quicker again. It's a 52.847. He's taken another second off. And I'm hearing on my ears that we've got a car on fire somewhere. I think obviously not cut into it straight away just in case to make sure the driver's okay, but fingers crossed it's not something too dramatic. And it is, I can see it's naturally happening down the exit of Jim Clark, and it looks like it's the Vauxhall Astra. Yes, there it is on the screen if you're watching. You can see it obviously down on the circuit. It's the 91 that's come to a stop. Driver is out of the car, so that's the main thing. He is safe and sound. The engine, I can imagine, probably not so much the way it's steaming with the bonnet up. 91 in trouble. So 91 with a problem. And red flag on the session. That's the Midnight Motorsport Vauxhall Astra. That's the 420, in fact. Well, 91. A number threw me off for a second. The 420 of Luke Capeporn. That's the car which, looking at the championship hunt, is third in the points. And of course, with David Dyson not here, it's both opportunities for Johnny Fletcher and for Luke Capeporn to be able to try and score big points back if they can. So Luke Capeporn with problems already, and that's a problem that if it continues to manifest itself will just multiply over the whole day, and that's not the way you want to start your day, with engine problems, of course. But for Luke, it means he's going to have to trip back to the garage in the Midnight Motorsport School. They're going to have to work on that car quite quickly to get it ready for Attack 1. Otherwise, it might well compromise the rest of his day. They've already managed to put the fire out, which is good to see. There's a fire extinguisher down on the ground. Marshals, of course, are around the circuit as well. Shout out, of course, to all of our fantastic marshals and our volunteers and everyone that works incredibly hard in general in motorsport, particularly in this part of the world here in Knockhill. We know that everyone in Scotland here, this part of the world, is incredibly passionate about their motorsport. It's an incredible facility, Knockhill, and the way they've kept it going ever since it was first put together and then opened in 1974. And since then, it has been a real cornerstone of motorsport. In fact, it has been the cornerstone of motorsport in Scotland. And of course, it regularly hosts British touring cars, British superbikes, and everything else in between, which is good to see. So with the red flag out and with Luke Capeporn's car needing to be recovered, the recovery vehicle is already out there to go and pick it up. We're going to take this moment just to stick some music back on around the circuit, but also as well to allow them to clear it up and wait for our session to get back underway. It was red flagged with 8.5 minutes to go in the warm-up here, with Alexander Volkov fastest in the Nissan GTR on a 52.847. top of Club 4-wheel drive and top of Club 2-wheel drive is David Lawrence in the Seat. He is fastest in that class, second overall on a 55.819. If you're watching on stream, we're going to step away for just for a few minutes with some adverts whilst we clear this one up and get the session back underway. If you're around the circuit, here's some more music to keep you going here at Knockhill whilst we get the session back underway shortly for Club 2-wheel drive and 4-wheel drive warm-up here for Time Attack at Knockhill. Stay tuned.
Motegi Racing was conceived with one mission in mind: performance. Each wheel is over-engineered to ensure industry-leading strength, lightweight design, and seamless connection to your unique style. From our storied past in motorsports to our stylistic contributions to the aftermarket culture, one thing remains: Motegi Racing is built for enthusiasts.
So back at Knockhill, if you're watching on the live stream and also around the circuit as well, we're under a red flag for those who are just joining us on the stream because we've had a engine issue for Luke Capehorn in the Vauxhall Astra. So that car has pulled up just on the exit of Jim Clark corner. And that means it's been recovered. Now there's also a little bit of quick dry going down there just on the exit of the corner too. So might be a little bit of fluid down to try and clear up. So whilst that's going on, we can at least give you a bit of a insight into one or two of the drivers that are competing in this class in two-wheel drive and four-wheel drive on top of that, for that matter. So we're talking about Andrew Kime, who's in the Citroen Saxo in the Club two-wheel drive class. That car has a K24 Frank engine and with some BC Stage 2 camshafts. It's got a full TTV clutch in it, flywheel package. Has the gearbox and EP3 as well, so it makes sense to have a Honda EP3 gearbox for the K24 engine to go alongside it on top of that as well. Also runs custom ratios and a gripper diff with an ECU master block and Master Black with a full custom loom from Racing Circuits as well. And Andrew, that car is the only naturally aspirated car in two-wheel drive. It has full Satch engineering suspension on top of it as well. And he thinks that's one of the most unusual parts of it too. It has two-way dampers, gas shocks, rear dampers on top of it as well. And in terms of his experience, Andrew's been doing it for 10 years now, 5 full seasons. He's been a 2-time Pocket Rocket overall champion. Now moving into Club 2-wheel drive for this one. And prior to doing Time Attack, all he'd done was track days. So he's just getting himself used to it. His goal for this season was simply just to be faster than last year. And so he's trying to better himself there. Currently 4th in the points, as I mentioned, on 109. It came into the weekend 15 behind Luke Capehorn. If Luke has issues which he'll hope at least don't multiply over the day, then this might well be a chance for Andrew to gather some points together and actually put in some good results. And in terms of any extra info that he was providing to our media team, he said hopefully no further incursions into the wall this year would be nice. So he'll be hoping to try and keep that up as well as possible. The fact he's 4th on the points suggests he hasn't done too many, which is good to see. Another car we can talk about as well is the man who is... Actually, Luke Capehorn, in fact, we can talk about his car. This is a genuine BTCC body kit on his Vauxhall Astra VXR. So like the ones you saw when they were running in the BTC spec in the British touring cars back in the mid to late 2000s. He's got plenty on it there. He's got Perspex windows, proper fiberglass doors. He's done a full run through of everything on this car in terms of a full breakdown of the car. It runs a Garrett G30 Turbo. Has a VXR engine and box in it on top of it. Weighs about 1,200 kilograms. And it also has a proper full FIA cage in it too. And he says that Nitron don't make suspension for his car. They've actually made 3 sets for Triple Eight back in 2006. And he was lucky enough to source a set. And Nitron have worked with him over the last few years to update the suspension. So this is suspension which we've had on the car that was the Triple Eight, the team that actually ran those Vauxhalls back in the day in the British Touring Car Championship. Have actually managed to source a set of these Nitron suspension for his car, and actually worked with the supplier to update it and tweak it to suit the car, which is quite unique on that side. In terms of his involvement, he used to follow Bo Nelson in his VXR back in the day, around about 2010 to 2015. And then Martin Henry, who of course is racing in the higher categories in the Club Pro and Pro Extreme categories sessions. And since seeing what other Astras could do, he wanted to make him have a go, and he took his car to a lap. He took Bo Nelson's lap record at Anglesey last year and replaced his Astra with... He replaced Bo's Astra with his, and he says job done. Again, there's a few drivers here who don't have experience of doing anything other than just track days. And one thing that was fascinating to find is that outside of the Club Pro, Pro and Pro Extreme categories, an interesting fact for anyone that might want to getting into some kind of circuit driving competitively or racing, you don't actually, for most of the categories, apart from the pro ones where you do need a racing license, you have to go and complete an arts test. For most of the categories here, you don't actually need a racing license. You can do it on a regular road license, which is quite fascinating to see. So if you look at Time Attack, whether you're watching on the live stream or watching around the circuit here at Knockhill, if you are watching here at around about, what's the time now, 9:15 in the morning, first of all, you're all mad, but at the same time, thank you for being here, because it's incredible to have so many people here who are watching and enjoying Time Attack around the circuit, at least at this early part of the morning. Those who've been hard enough to make it around the circuit at this morning, thank you for being here. And there's a route in to try and get yourself into competitive motorsport, and some people do maybe use Time Attack as a way to then move forwards and think, I actually enjoy driving on circuits, I might want to give it a try, maybe racing. It's only then that you would need to complete an arts test and then to get yourself a racing license and then be able to go on circuits and race. Whereas with Time Attack, for most of their categories, you don't need a racing license, only with the ones where you need to run slicks or the fastest cars in the field, which is the Club Pro, Pro and Pro Extreme cars. In terms of some other cars we can talk through as well. Got Neil Wren, who is competing this weekend in his BMW 335i. I believe he is anyway, in Club 2 and 4-wheel drive. No, not on the entry list, so I shan't talk about him. Let's see, who can we talk about with the info that I do have? You mentioned Johnny Fletcher, the fact that he's doing his 100th Time Attack event of the season in his career, which is great to see. So he'll be hoping for a strong run for number 100. And I think if you can or can't see him, but I'm There you go. You can see me waving in the commentary box there. So that's my position for this weekend mostly. Here covering both the Time Attack sessions and Racing Hondas. The first Racing Honda session is coming up after our next Time Attack warm-up. So be sure to stay tuned for that. And the recovery on Luke Capehorn's Vauxhall is almost complete. They're just strapping it down to the back of the Knockhill recovery unit. And Luke watching on thinking, I wish my day had started a bit better than this. And certainly he'll be going back to the paddock and hoping that they can get that car sorted out so he can continue for the rest of the day as trouble-free as possible. That will be certainly the goal, to make sure that he can get back out and set the laps that he needs. He's the fastest. It's third overall and second in club four-wheel drive for Andy Grady. Andy Grady in the GR Performance 998 number Evo from 2007. Luke Capehorn is still fourth quickest in the Vauxhall. Of course, that car now going a lot slower than it would normally do on the back of a low loader, sadly. He had set a 56.988 to go fourth fastest. Neil Robson is then next in the times on number 218. That's the BIB Performance BMW 135i from 2007. And Neil has set a 57.390 to go fifth quickest. Johnny Fletcher in the Vauxhall Astra from 2003, which if you're watching the stream is parked right at the end of the pit lane, first to go out when the red flag is lifted. He's currently sixth fastest, and at the moment in two-wheel drive he is in fourth in the Vauxhall, 57.493. Stu Summers comes next in number 179, seventh fastest in the Racing Retros car Citroen Saxo that we saw out on track. Then it's Dean Taylor, eighth quickest, number 71, which is the next level detailing Mitsubishi Evo. Quite a few Evos in this championship, which is good to see. Good to see it for some kind of competitive motorsport, which is always nice to see. I wish we did see more Evos even in Pretzers, in sort of in circuit competition of some kind. Obviously, you typically see them on the rally stages, on rallycross and off-roading competitions, but when it comes to on-track stuff, not many Evos and Subarus really do too much track stuff, whether it's track attack or time attack or anything to do with some kind of circuit racing. Because we've got plenty of Evos that are finding a home here in time attack. Eighth fastest for Dean Taylor, 1 minute 1.409. The only driver that hasn't really set a proper time, I don't think, really, is our other Nissan GTR in the field, 177, which is the Kestusis Dobrovolsky GTR from 2011, which I'm certain must be a single round entry as well, because we haven't seen him out so far this season. And his only time he's set, the best time he's set, is a 1:19.584, so I'm not totally convinced that's his full fastest time that he's got underneath him. Of course, the championship has gone through 6 of its 8 rounds. This is round 7 of the season, and it all started way back in May, incredibly. It seems so far away, but the start of the season was way back in Cabell Park in May. Then we went to Donington and Brands Hatch in June. We then went to Steston at the end of July. We were at Bank Holiday Monday on Alton Park on the full international circuit. Then we came back to Brands Hatch last time out for the Go Japan event. We're here at Knockhill, of course, for the first time in 11 years. It's great to be back here for the first time since 2014. And the final round of the championship takes place on the 19th of October, all the way back down in Steston in Norfolk on the 200 circuit. If they haven't been already, we'll be at least provisionally crowning some champions for 2025 for Time Attack. So the green flag is up, and the qualifying session, wrong time. That's Racing Hondas later. Warm-up session continues for Club 2-wheel drive and 4-wheel drive. So, led out by Johnny Fletcher. There's the 996, the 998 Evo of Andy Grady, third fastest and second in 4-wheel drive. You can see now that's the first of the quick dry cement dust has been put down. You can see the trail if you're watching on screen, but also through Jim Clark Curve as well, exactly where that was laid down and where it stopped, where Luke Capehorn's Vauxhall pulled off. So Johnny Fletcher's winding up for his first proper lap again. Of course, they've been sat in the pit lane for quite a while, almost a good few minutes. So any tyre temperature they would have put into their Yokohama rubber on this particularly colder morning. Now we're getting towards autumn and the later part of the year. Any temperature that would have been in those tyres would have completely vanished. So the first couple of laps, as they stressed in the driver's briefing, in the first couple of laps, don't go banzai and don't go gung-ho and trying to get a quick lap in there. At least one, make sure you understand where the circuit goes and that you're comfortable with the grip and how it works. But also on top of that, you've just got to be careful with the tyre temperatures in particular. So as they push on, there goes 218, which is the BMW 135i of Neil Robson from BIB Performance. And some lap times coming in now. Just seen a proper lap time come in from Kęstutis Dobrovolski, the 177 Nissan GTR, now up to 8th fast. He's done a 59.425, so a couple of laps to get his eye in. Didn't really get a proper chance to put a lap in. I imagine he would have been looking to get a proper lap in when the red flag came out for Luke Cape Horn's Vauxhall Astra expiring on the exit of Jim Clark Curve. Alexander Volkov has gone continuously quicker up at the top of the times with a 52.847, so he's now still fastest now, but improving on lap time is Andy Grady. He's gone to second overall, still second in club four-wheel drive on top of that as well. And then we see the rest of the session coming through. So we've got roughly about 1 minute and 40 left to go in the session. The session's been shortened by 5 minutes, I think, by 4 minutes to about 16 minutes in total. So with time remaining about 1.5 minutes to go. Yeah, about 16.5 minutes. They've reduced the session time so we can keep them on timetable as much as possible. Session continues on with about 1 minute left to see if anyone else is improving. Yeah, Andy Gray's last time was a 54.692. That's a personal best. And also, really jumping up and finding some speed and confidence in the car and the circuit now. The combination is Kęstutis Dobrovolski in the Nissan. Here he is on screen if you're watching on the stream. And number 177 Nissan is now lapping a bit more competitive than we saw him at the start of the session. So good to see this car getting up to speed now. The spit of flames he just changed down off the throttle through the right hander of McIntyre's. Four-wheel drive grip working well as he goes over the black circle chicane. And now down towards the right hander at Jim Clark Curve. He'll come once more. Again, look at this huge spit of flame from exhaust on the downshift as he turns through Jim Clark Curve. That's one of the great things about these time attack cars that you do find, because they are within reason, within some limitations. Anything really goes in terms of modifications, power and weight, whatever you want to go for. And they're many categorized by whether it's front-wheel drive or two-wheel drive or forced induction or naturally aspirated, or in the case of when you'll see the pocket rocket cars as well, when they're kind of B-shaped cars on there too. Checker flag goes out on the warm-up sessions. That is warm-up complete for Club 2-wheel drive and Club 4-wheel drive. A reminder that everyone that competes in warm-up does take away a point. That's where you get into attack 1, attack 2, and then the super attack is then when you'll start to find the points being scored. And we'll explain point scoring through attack 1, attack 2, and super attack as when we get to it as well on that side. So the session draws to a close. The checker flag is out, so the last couple of lap times coming in. And As we see, no one else has really improved. Well, Dobrovolskis has put a better lap time in him in Nissan, onto a 56.2. So he went to 4th fastest, and he is also 3rd in the Club 4-wheel drive category, which is good to see. So as the checker flag comes out, I have 1 or 2 cars coming through just to finish off. As they into pit lane, we'll quickly run through the results of warm-up then for Club 2-wheel drive and Club 4-wheel drive. So fastest time in the session overall went to Alexander Volkov, the runaway Club 4-wheel drive leader in the points. 52.847 for him. He is clear on top of the times by 1.8 seconds in warm-up from Andy Grady in his Mitsubishi Evo. Second in 4-wheel drive on a 54.692. David Lawrence, 3rd quickest in the Seat Leon, run by Area Motorsport and YGHP. That car is number 58 and was 3rd fastest, 55.819. 4th fastest after starting tentatively before the red flag and then gaining his speed a little more was Kęstutis Dobrovolski in car 177. That was 56.200 for him in 4th fastest. 5th quickest was Neil Robson. W1355i from 2007 for BIB Performance. That car 5th quickest on a 56.899. 6th quickest, despite the engine problems, was Luke Capehorn in the Vauxhall Astra for Midnight Motorsport. That car did a 56.988 before it expired, exiting Jim Clark curve, and that helped to the session originally under red flag. Then it's Johnny Fletcher in his 100th time attack event. Car number 64 puts him 7th fastest, and that is also 4th in 2-wheel drive, 57.493. 8th fastest, number 179, which was Stu Summers in his 179 being the Citroen Saxo, and that was a 57.669. And then bottom of the times was in 9th place, number 71, which was Dean Taylor in the Mitsubishi Evo from 2002, and that car did a 1 minute 1.409. So that is the end of the Club 2-wheel drive and 4-wheel drive session. So what we'll do, we'll take another quick break, another quick music break here around the circuit here whilst we get our next of our warm-up sessions ready to go. They're just trickling towards the bottom of the pit lane. Very, very quickly, we'll step aside for 2 minutes. We'll also get set for our 3rd warm-up session of the morning, which is for Classic and Retro, Clubman and Pocket Rocket here at Knockhill. So stay tuned. More time attack action on the way in a couple of moments. So a very quick short break before we get our warm-up session for Classic and Retro, Clubman and Pocket Rocket underway. These are for the, I won't say the least powerful cars, but it's certainly another fascinating variety of machines that you'll find in this this group of cars that will be out here at Knockhill. This is the final warm-up session before we get into the serious business of scoring points in Attack 1, Attack 2 and Super Attack. Of course, the next session after this directly is our free practice session for the Racing Hondas Championship. So we'll be going through that once we get to that at the end of this 20 minutes. So, in terms of the categories here, we'll quickly run you through what to expect in these classes. So when it comes to Classic and Retro, this is for cars based on models that are 25 or more years older. It's designed to appeal to drivers looking for more of a non-contact form of motorsport. We can go through some of the entry list very shortly. But in terms of cars that you will find here in this section for Classic and Retro, there are 4 in the mix here. You've got Mark Donnelly, who is the championship leader in the Donnelly Racing 1983 Ford Escort. You've got another 205, which is Andy York's Yorkie Racing 205 car. As off the road has gone one of our single round entries, Michael Imrie. He's no stranger to Knockhill. Might be a stranger to going off at the bottom of Leslie's, but that Mini Cooper has stayed on the straight and narrow, and through it goes. Go through regular in Motorsports, and it's a local championship here in Knockhill. But for Michael, it wasn't quite the way he wanted to start. And he, as you mentioned, we said a couple of times in the briefing, even though these guys know this circuit quite well, one or two of the local Scottish drivers, you can't really push too hard, particularly as this is the first time in 11 years we've had time attack here. So for a lot of drivers, this that hard is sometimes not something you can really do all the time. We're looking at Dean Riley, who is in his magnificent bright blue Vauxhall VX220 from 2002. That car, if you look at where that currently sits at the moment in the Classic and Retro section, in his Vauxhall VX220. Second in the points, 27 behind current leader Mark Donnelly. And lots of traffic here, because being a short circuit at 1.3 miles is a very similar dilemma that you would have had last time out at Brands Hatch, being 1.2 miles. This is very slightly longer at 1.3. But there's a lot of traffic the drivers have to deal with here, particularly on a short circuit like this. And so finding track space at a premium is always quite tricky. Just seeing here, that's car 286, the Mini Cooper. It does not have headlights in place because it's not on a fast lap. These two do, though. Dean Riley, just behind him is the Ford Fiesta. Just trying to work out the number on that Ford Fiesta when it comes through. And that looks like it is... It's Divine on that one. And that will be, I think, number 6. Yes, Connor Divine in the 2015 Ford Fiesta. In the Pocket Rocket Forced Induction category. So we've covered the Classic and Retro category. You then go into Clubman. There's also a Clubman Plus category where we had 3 Toyota GR Yaris's out, giving the class a try. But Clubman is an entry-level category for mildly modified production and track day cars, and they split it into Clubman and Clubman Plus, depending on potential lap times on that side. You then have also Pocket Rocket, which is for smaller cars and hot hatches of 1600cc with forced induction, or you're allowed up to 2.2 litres if it's naturally aspirated, and tuner modifications are also allowed on the car as well. So you get quite a mix of cars. You usually get quite a few cars like Minis, like Fiestas, like different machines in here too. But this is the great starting point here. If you're just getting into time attack and want to find a good grounding level to put yourself in at, it is certainly worth giving this category a go. Connor Divine pushing on. He wants to put a good lap in here. In terms of the championship positions coming into this weekend for each of the categories, we see there the Volkswagen Golf number 69. I think it was anyway. Oh, there was a Volkswagen Golf in there. Yeah, number 60. There we go, which is Clive Hopwell's MMT Performance Golf R from 2023, so one of the newer cars in the field. That car playing in the Clubman class. In terms of the point standings in all 4 of these categories, we'll start with Pocket Rocket Naturally Aspirated, and Ryan Barker leads the way in the Europa Crash Centre Civic. Now that car had a massive accident back at Alton Park, so the team, which also looks after Lewis Barker, that competes in racing Hondas, which we'll see coming up very shortly after this warm-up session. The team had to really just work hard to get that car back together again, but they managed to get it fixed, got it to Brands Hatch, and even went on to win its class. So Ryan Barker, of course, now ahead of the points. He now leads by 16 points from Mark Roberts in the Clio 172. Stephen Wilkinson third in the points, 115. And then we have the Honda Civic of, I think we do, yes, the Honda Civic of Marcin Basiakowski. No, Marcin Baszkiewicz in the MAR SB Racing 2010 Honda Civic. And then 5th in points there you have Mark Blackburn, who's clear 197. As we see number 41 on screen, Dan Buckingham. He's one of our Clubman drivers to watch out for. 2nd in the points is Dan coming into the weekend, behind the championship leader Annie Thompson in her Midnight Motorsport Lotus Exige 410 from 2020. And Annie has been in some pretty impressive performances all the way through. Over the hill comes Dan Buckingham in the Honda Civic Type R, as the EP3 of Ryan Barker continues on. Got a little bit of a Mugen kit on that car. There's a little Mugen front grille. 714 Civic working pretty well around here. Of course, we'll be getting some support from the squad that's also running a handful of cars in the Racing Honda's Championship. And there's Michael Imrie, who's pushing on. After a little escapade down at the bottom of the hill at Leslie's, he's now managed to gather that car back up again anyway and continue on. So he heads his way up towards right hand. A few blue flags in place there. We just saw the Vauxhall VX220 work its way through with, if in the classic and retro, Dean Riley's DRS machine. There's the championship leader, Mark Donnelly, in the 1983 Ford Escort. I think it's come to be the oldest car in the field, Mark Donnelly's Escort. And current times at the moment, he is currently at the moment 8th in class. Fastest of them all is Dean Riley in the VX220. Mark Donnelly is on a personal best in Sector 2, so he comes across the line and stays in 8th. And Michael Imrie, now that he's managed to get himself motoring, has now got himself the 3rd fastest, and he's lapping quicker still on this lap to try and improve. There goes Connor Devine, who is 2nd in the times at the moment, 56.888. And Connor hoping to continue with that. He's also the best of the single round entries. There are a handful of them, and most of the single round entries, of course, being more local talents, are all up there in the top 10. You've got Connor Devine 2nd quickest, Michael Imrie 3rd quickest, Andy York is in 6th quickest, and David Reed is in 7th place. We talked about Connor Devine and Michael Imrie. Andy York is number 81. He's in the Yorkie Racing Peugeot 205 from 1988. That's in the pocket rock. That's the classic and retro class. And then you have David Reed in car number 40, which is the Flying Haggis Racing Subaru Impreza. We just saw that on screen a couple of times. Just there in the background, the black Impreza with the orange stripe running along the sill, which is just heading into pit lane now after coming out of Taylor's hairpin. And I think Michael Imrie's just improved his lap time again, 57.915. In terms of other categories, we look at Annie Thompson in her Lotus Exige. She's currently at the moment 12th fastest. And she is in the lead of... No, she's currently at the moment in 4th in class at the moment, because in terms of class leaders, you've got Classic and Retro leader Dean Riley, top of the times overall, 56.350. You then have Connor Devine, who's leading as a single round entry in Pocket Rocket Forced Induction on a 56.888. For the club category, Dan Buckingham in car number 41, the Honda Civic Type R. That car is currently quickest in class and 4th overall on a 57.980. You then have the fastest of the naturally aspirated cars in Pocket Rocket is Ryan Barker in the Euro Crash Centre Civic. That's 9th quickest overall, 1 minute .159. And that's just about it in terms of car shuffles around. Annie Thompson's just gone to a 59.920. That's put herself into 8th overall and 3rd into club. As we said, this is just a warm-up, so there's no points on offer here. It's just a bit of an initial bedding in session to see who is where. One car to watch, I think, also should be, is going to be Michael Greenhow in the Team La Motorsport Vauxhall Corsa. As Connor Devine explores the track limits a little too much, exiting the black circle chicane. And there's the trail of gravel dust that he's left in his wake. That's the Clive Hopwell Volkswagen getting out of Connor Devine's way as he continues to push on in the Fiesta. Here goes Mark Donnelly, who at the moment is at the moment in 13th at the moment. So not as high as he would like to be, but maybe just winding himself up for a proper lap 2. He's gone to 9th, in fact, actually. So 9th at the moment currently for Mark Donnelly at this point. A few more shuffles around. Not quite sure the timing tower fully matches what I've got on my timing screens in front of me here, because my timing screens are showing me Dean Riley fastest from Connor Devine, Michael Imrie, Dan Buckingham and Tommy Langley. If you're watching the live stream, you might have a slightly different timing order there for reasons I know not. So just under 8 minutes to go in the session, and still improvements continue to be made. Got someone really motoring is Mark Donnelly. He's now set personal best in sectors 1 and 2. He's making his way now think just heading towards the right-hander at Jim Clark curve. So he's looking pretty rapid here. Through he goes. Uses plenty of it, and now powers his way down towards Taylor's hairpin. And we'll see what he's got left in the tank here as he heads out towards the Taylor's hairpin. He's got Dean Riley's VX220, I think, also winding up for a quick lap too. No headlights on for Dean Riley. He should move out of the way, which he does. And Mark Donnelly will head towards the line. Let's see if he can improve what was a 58. He does indeed. Goes to second fastest, 56.747. So quickest for Mark Donnelly. Dean Riley, though, still the fastest by nearly 0.4 of a second. So still Vauxhall VX220 from Ford Escort. And then Conor Devine comes next in the order in the Ford Fiesta. Fourth still Michael Imrie. Dan Buckingham and Tommy Langley from P6. Then Andy York, 7th fastest. David Reed is 8th in club as well. And also he's second in the club class. Annie Thompson trying to get quicker. She's the last car that's gone sub 1 minute. She's gone 9th fastest on a 59.920. And then Ryan Barker, who leads Pocket Rocket naturally aspirated in the Honda Civic, rounds off the top 10 in car number 714. Up to 6th has got Andy York in the Classic and Retro number 81 Peugeot 205, as we now look at Michael Imrie. As you said, a regular in mod sports, no stranger to this circuit, one of a few drivers taking advantage of the return of Time Attack this weekend to get their get their eye in, to enjoy themselves, and just to enjoy the fact they can compete in this championship compete in it competitively. That makes sense. Compete in this championship well, shall we say. And also heading his way down towards the hairpin sees Michael Imrie. We're looking at the Subaru Impreza, which is of David Reed in the Flying Haggis Racing Squad. Another single round entry. Doing well in 8th position at the moment. Single round entry in the moment and second in club. Still Dan Buckingham leading the way with number 41 Honda Civic for BTT Motorsport with YGHP. And now the camera cuts back to Ryan Barker, who is currently still our leader in naturally aspirated. He's only about 0.4 ahead of Martin Baskovich in the number 23 Honda Civic from 2010. Here comes Barker up to the line to complete another lap in the session with 5 to go in this warm-up. Across the line he goes, and he'll continue on for another lap. Now, Annie Thompson is really motoring at the moment. She's at a personal best in Sector 2 and a fastest third sector of anybody, I think, in this session, which is quite incredible. Lotus Exige working well. Currently on a lap at the moment, she's backed off in Sector 1, so not as quick as you would like to have been in that sector. Now, she was quick in Sector 2, though, so she set the fastest Sector 2 time and speed of anyone in the session, including any of the cars above her in Classic and Retro. Looking at the on stream here, the number 213, which is the Mark Roberts JPR Racing Clear 172. Mark coming into the weekend in his current standings in Pocket Rocket naturally aspirated second. Of course, he's currently 16 points behind points leader Ryan Barker. And then we've got another of the Honda Civics in the field. That was 23 going through the shot as well. 23 is Martin Baskovich in his MARSB Honda Civic 2010. It's got the full Mugen kit on it as well, at least a rear wing on the back of it, so it's a little more touring car-esque. As now, here comes Mark Roberts out of the hairpin and now back towards the line. Let's see how his lap time's been so far. He's been on the personal best in sectors 1 and 2. Looking to improve on a 1 minute .878. He can go sub 1 minute if he's got the time underneath him. The answer's not quite. He does improve, but not by enough. It's a 1 minute .705, so only a fraction of time shaved off. And now coming to the end of this warm-up session for Classic and Retro, Clubman and the 2 Pocket Rocket categories. Dean Riley looks as though he's got enough underneath him to hold on to this one by, as we said, a margin of about 0.4 of a second. Just, Michael Imrie explores the track limits a little too more in this one. I know he's quite familiar with the circuit, but doesn't need to get too familiar with the edge of the circuit, kicking up dust everywhere. Maybe that's a bit of a tactic he's trying to put in there, to try and drag dust and dirt and gravel onto the circuit, so he means that he can try and compromise some of the other drivers. I'm joking, of course, but Michael Imrie currently 4th quickest and pushing on pretty hard. He is 2nd in the Pocket Rocket forced induction category. Of course, no points for him. So in fact, the actual first point scorer in Pocket Rocket forced induction, because the first two cars are guest drivers essentially, is going to be Tommy Langley. And Tommy, in the coming to this weekend, was third in points on 120. But in terms of his competition in Pocket Rocket forced induction, let's have a quick look. I don't think he has. I know Stephen House is here this weekend. He is in the 286, and we don't have the points leader Rafael Satsaris, so his Mini Cooper not making the trip to Scotland. But it is going to be between Stephen House and Tommy Langley for this one. There are 9 points between them coming into the weekend, so both are going to duke it out. Watching on stream, Mark Donnelly being chased by Connor Devine. Mark currently still second fastest. He has done a personal best in sector 3, so he's working well here to try and improve on that. Connor Devine comes up to a line as well, and no real change in that time either. Clive Hopwell has gone better on his last lap, did a 59.070 and has gone 10th quickest, so has dropped into the top 10. And as we see Connor Devine trying to push on for another lap, he just think he's backed off a little bit to try and, I think, realise it's at the end of the session, or at least go for one final sprint to Berlin to see if he can get another better time to get himself sorted for attack 1 that comes up a little later. And that will come after the practice session for the Racing Hondas Championship, which we'll get into great detail once this session comes to a close, which only has a minute to go. The only drivers that have really made any improvements on their last couple of laps has been the 213 of Mark Roberts in the Renault Clio on a 1 minute 0.485, and then Peter Rushforth on a 1 minute 5.621. He's at the bottom of the times anyway in forced induction. He is currently 5th in forced induction. And right at the bottom, Peter Rushforth in the number 74 Mini Cooper. Has NA next to the team, so I can't tell you exactly who. I'm guessing NA might just mean it doesn't apply for a team name or a sponsor, just simply running as a Prime 1 champion. Not overall, but there will be potentially class titles to be won. But of course, we have to say provisionally, because 1, it's not the end of the season yet, and 2, everything is always subject to official confirmation. So we have to kind of always strictly use the term provisionally and stress it to make sure that we don't get anything clarified too quickly. Checker flag is out on the warm-up session then for Classic and Retro, Clubman and Pocket Rocket. That's the first collective of time attack sessions done and dusted. I'm sure throughout the sessions we'll also have some interviews between the sessions from Susie Wallace, who's been down the paddock to have a chat to some of the drivers to play out on this one as well. So as the checker flag comes out on the session, there's no one else really making any improvements yet in terms of anything else going on track. So we can quickly run down the order of who finishes where as the last few cars come across the line. So at the end of warm-up then for Classic and Retro, Clubman and Pocket Rocket, forced induction and naturally aspirated. Dean Riley tops the session in the number 220 Classic and Retro Vauxhall VX220. Fastest time of the session, 56.350. Second quickest in Classic and Retro and overall, number 17 Mark Donnelly in his Ford Escort. He does a 56.747, just 4/10 off. Connor Devine is top of Pocket Rocket forced induction. He's third quickest as a single round entry in the Ford Fiesta, 56.888. Ahead of Michael Imrie, another local driver in the Mini Cooper, after his escapades off the track a couple of times, did a 57.599. And rounding up the top 5 is Andy York in the number 81 Yorkie Racing from Stephen Wilkinson. Michael Greenhuff, Mark Blackburn and Peter Rushforth rounds off the 18 cars that took place in Classic and Retro, Clubman and Pocket Rocket. So that's the first sessions for Time Attack complete. All the warm-ups done, and so now we can move on from Time Attack onto Racing Hondas, which is slightly more familiar to me because I've been doing it for the whole season. But we can talk you through the drivers for there and what to expect once we get the other side of this ad break and a short intro from our roving reporter Charlie Harmon. And once we get a track action underway, we can then take you through what to expect from rounds 13 and 14 of the Racing Hondas Championship very, very shortly, when practice for them begins in a couple of minutes' time on the other side of this ad break and this music break if you're watching around the circuit here at Knockhill for Time Attack and Racing Hondas this weekend in Scotland.
Motegi Racing was conceived with one mission in mind: performance. Each wheel is over-engineered to ensure industry-leading strength, lightweight design, and seamless connection to your unique style. From our storied past in motorsports to our stylistic contributions to the aftermarket culture, one thing remains: Motegi Racing is built for enthusiasts.
So welcome back to Knockhill, and welcome back to action of a different kind after our time attack warm-up sessions. Now we're into free practice for our Racing Hondas Championship ahead of rounds 13 and 14 of the championship here this weekend. Obviously covering for Lexi and time attack, so I'm learning as I go, but Racing Hondas, this is more my scene in terms of my knowledge base in that side. And for this championship, well, it's getting towards the sharp end, particularly in all three classes, and indeed the overall title battle as well, because we've got potentially class titles to be provisionally decided this weekend as well. But on top of that, we've got some great action in store, because it's the first time ever that the Racing Hondas have been at Knockhill Circuit. It is a fantastic 1.3 mile circuit, a roller coaster of a track, and having been driven around here by both Callum Houchin and Fraser McNeil, as well as the rest of our media team. We had Lexi and Charlie also getting some driver passenger laps as well on top of that too. Thoroughly enjoyed it. Massive thanks to Matt Rowling, to Callum Houchin and to Fraser McNeil for providing the passenger laps that they did. Gave us a real proper understanding of what this circuit is like, and at pace this is a mega little circuit to be in the mix of as well. So free practice. So purely just giving these drivers a bit more bedding in time to get used to this circuit. They were testing here yesterday on the track day to get themselves really get their eye in properly. In terms of what's happening in the championship, well, of course, for those new to Racing Hondas, there is an overall championship, but also where you score, where you place based on where you score points within your class. But also there are three class titles to be had on top of that as well. There's Class A, Class B, and Class C, with a maximum power to weight ratio cap. I think it's 235 brake horsepower per tonne, or 240 if it's forced induction, or other way around. 240 I think if it's naturally aspirated, 235 if it's forced induction. So in that current title race, the man who's just about on screen in the red number 34 Civic EG, which is Will Self, currently leads the way with 152 points from Phil Wright and 133. And then Liam Collins, who's one of two drivers, key ones, not here this weekend. No Liam Collins in third. Tommy Knight fourth with 104 and Kevin Talbot with 103. Now, two drivers we are missing this weekend, well, three in fact we'll get onto, which is a pretty crucial one that could even settle one of the class titles provisionally this weekend. There's no Liam Collins or Kevin Talbot. Now, they had a fantastic battle race long in race 2 if you watched last time out at Brands Hatch. Sadly not both here. One, I think Liam Collins has got some issues with the gearbox, and I think two, which is Kevin Talbot, something I haven't said for quite a long time, which is he's got COVID. So get well soon, Kevin, if that is him with the issue as well. Now, we're watching on screen here also Dan Thackeray, who is leader in Class B and also overall. Now, this could be the weekend where, at least in the class, he could provisionally become champion. The key thing is, we see Lewis Barker extending the track limits a little too much, exiting out of the right-hander at McIntyre's into Butchers. Now, one key factor is that we do have Dan Thackeray, but his main championship rival, defending champion Ryan Cunningham, is not here due to personal reasons, unable to race. So therefore, Dan Thackeray could potentially, provisionally wrap up the Class B title if he scores well enough. But of course, not to remind him, he's been here before. Remember 2 years ago in the Civic Cup at Brands Hatch, he was battling for the championship with Max Edmondson. And then what happened? His engine went bang. And unfortunately, that was the end of his championship charge. Now, fingers crossed it doesn't happen this weekend. I'm not going to put the commentator's curse on him. I'm promising I'm not trying to. And he won't thank me for reminding him about that one. But Dan, of course, has been unstoppable down this year. If you look at what his results throughout the season, he has taken 9 class victories out of the 11 races that he's finished. There were 2 times he's finished second place to the man that's in second in the points, Ryan Cunningham, behind him. Looking at Lewis Barker, who is 6th in the points, 5 behind Sammy Milam. And looking at Class C also, that could be one that could be potentially settled in a way, because if we look at the current points gap at the moment, it is 95 points for Matt Rowling compared to Callum Houch on 71. Now, one thing we should stress in this weekend, this is the last event in which drivers are allowed to use dropped scores from. At Snetterton, you cannot drop either of the results. So if you get a non-finish or score badly in the top 10 or dread the thought, have a DNF or even have a disqualification or anything like that where you don't score anything, that's it. It has to count towards your final championship total. So you cannot drop any of the results from the final 2 races of the year on the Snetterton 200 circuit. Everything else throughout the season is fair game based on what you've achieved. Now, a couple of new drivers here this weekend, one of which is just on screen, which is Michael Barron. He's the brother of Bob Barron. It's good to have the Kilty K-Swaps drivers back. We missed them at Brands Hatch. It was a cracking round at Brands Hatch. Of course, these guys are on local home turf. Bob Barron, of course, has got brand new suspension on that car as well. We'll talk about that in a second. But Michael Barron, brother of Bob, he's in a car that's very similar to that of, similar build or spec, if you like, to Dan Brown, who was racing his Civic Coupe earlier on in the season. But Michael Barron, who's been a local here, driven quite a few times in Civic Type R's and track days around here, and raced this Honda Civic, not this one, this is Tommy Knight's car, but the black Honda Civic he's driving in the local Knockhill Motorsports Championship back in July, and won 3 out of the 4 races, so looking pretty strong and hoping to try and do well as a single round entry. The other new entry that we have this weekend is a welcome return to racing after a year off of Dan McDonald. He's back with Ben Sharp Racing in his Civic EP3. And so we'll be looking to see if he can get some good results as a single round guest entry in Class B this weekend, looking to do well. A couple of Class A cars to watch out for. The 2 EK Civics there of Tommy Knight took his first victory last time out at Brands Hatch. A very emotional and long-awaited first victory. He'd been pushing for that. And on home turf as well at Brands Hatch made it all the more sweeter. As for Dave Buki, he's become a bit of a regular in the championship as well in the Kinetic Motorsport EK Civic. He thinks he's got the car roughly where he wants it now. And he's trying to push on in that machine. And also, as we said, it's a welcome return to Kilty K-Swaps. Both of their regular cars, Bob Barron and Fraser McNeil, are back in the race. Back into the gravel trap has gone Callum Houch in, and that's the car that I was taking a passenger lap in. So that car has found itself in the gravel. Thankfully, didn't do that one on my passenger lap, otherwise it would have been quite awkward. But Callum's car is, I think he should be able to get out, because the part of the car which drives the wheels, the front part, is out of the gravel and not the rear, so he should be fine. There's Will Self, if you're watching on the live stream. Points leader in Class A and currently 3rd in the overall championship. It's 199 points for Dan Thackeray in the overall championship if we run it that way. Ryan Cunningham currently on 175. Will Self is on 152 and Phil Wright is on 133. Should be in mind for points, you get 15 points for a win. You can then get 12 for second place. 10 for third, then 8, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. You get a point for the fastest lap, and you also get points for qualifying as well. Now, the points, those qualifying points don't count towards your drop scores, or be used with the drop scores. There are separate sort of bonus points that you get awarded. So in qualifying that's coming up later on, whoever gets pole in their class will gain 5 bonus points towards the championship. Second fastest gets 4, third fastest gets 3, fourth fastest gets 2, and fifth fastest gets a single point on top of that. As we see Dan McDonald in his Ben Sharp Racing Honda Civic EP3 working his way back through. Had some strong results the last time he raced here at Knockhill in the Civic Cup. He got 3 top 10s, including a 4th place finish. So knows this place pretty well, being a fellow Scot. Here's James Kiff, who had a moment of what might have been at Brands Hatch. He started from pole position on the partially reversed grid for race 2 after the draw. Made the run down towards turn 1, and then in an awkward moment between himself and Tommy Knight, the two tangled into Paddock Hill Bend, and he went spinning off into the gravel. They managed to source a new side skirt for him, which have managed to get fitted to that car. He's looking good. There was a bit of tidbit of information that I was also given by Carl McKellar, who's our championship coordinator, about James Kiff. What did he tell me? He told me that he was 2024 Southwest Karate champion. So I'm certain if he had been annoyed by Tommy Knight, I'm sure that Tommy would have gone running. And he found that piece of information out. Just watching here the cars, they rock their suspension. This is the great thing about this championship, is that this circuit is that it is such a roller coaster, and being particularly on board with Fraser McNeil, who has got some impressive skills and can really drive that Honda. This circuit is absolutely relentless in some of the faster cars in the field, because you have to really be on it at every single corner, every single moment, every single second. You have to go for it, and you're finding yourself in a constant barrage of corners one after the other. You don't really get a chance to sit back and relax on this circuit. You get maybe a small chance down the straight here, where at least in Fraser's car, the top end cars in Class A are reaching about 120 miles an hour by the time they get to the braking zone at Duffus Dip. They stand on the middle pedal down towards about 80, and then you hit just flick right, and you have to just plunge downhill through Duffus Dip at the bottom of the compression at Leslie's, then through the right-hander at McIntyre's. It really is an absolute barnstormer of a circuit. You saw there as well Dan McDonald doing the one thing that we're going to see plenty of this weekend, which is Hondas up on 2 wheels. You see even there just how close Fraser McNeil got. He was literally brushing the belt of the tyre stack going through the first part of the Black Circle's chicane. That's how fast these cars are going. They're hopping over through Jim Clark Curve, using all the curb on the exit, powering their way down towards Taylor's hairpin. Again, they stand on the brakes. You've got to be careful as you turn in through that hairpin, because there's a massive step right on the apex as you turn in. It's a late apex. As soon as you get on the power, the change in elevation almost helps to pull the car around the corner, which is quite fascinating. We wait to see. Now, I should look at lap times to see for what they're worth with practice, because, of course, it's more qualifying where things will matter. And interestingly enough, look who's top of the times. Bob Barham, one of the local favourites, on a 55.450 on pace alone. And not only that, he's half a second quicker than the championship leader in Class A, Will Self. This is pretty impressive from Bob. This is a suspension package that was meant to be coming at his last event he appeared at, which was Alton Park, but didn't appear in time. It appeared right before the day he was due to leave. So he couldn't make it. They didn't make the trip to Brands Hatch. It's been basically 2 events in the making that this new suspension's come in. He has had a new rear wing, and also some new bonnet vents on the front of that car on top of it as well. But this is really the weekend where many, I guess, are going to be expecting all 3 of the Kilted K-Swaps cars to be up there and doing well. Bob's car appears to be looking pretty strong, as it says, half a second clear. Phil Wright, 3rd fastest, currently on a 56.027. He's 2nd in Class A in the points. Then Tommy Knight's just a little further back by about a 10th. James Kiff has moved up to 5th position. Dave Buki up to 6th, and Michael Barron 7th, and Fraser McNeil. In Class B, we have Dan Thackeray leading the way currently on the warm-up standings, practice standings, on a 57.500. Dan McDonald comes next, our single round entry. Good to see him back in there and immediately finding his pace, 58.472. A bit of a shuffle around for 3rd place behind. We've got Sam Lintzner in 3rd fastest for Class B ahead of Lewis Barker. A welcome return also to Harry Greenhill. We haven't seen him for quite a while in the season, but he's had some issues with the car after he had some issues. I think it was back at Donington Park, so quite a while ago that we saw Harry, but could see that number 116 machine back out on the grid. And then Duncan Holloway ahead of Luke Crassus-Menu. And then we have our first of our Class C runners, Matt Rowling in the 147 EP3 Civic, 1 minute .536. But it's Owen Diver in car 14, 17th fastest, and Callum Houchin rounds out the current 18-car field. As we said, we would have had as many as 21 or 22, but sadly no Kevin Talbot or Liam Collins due to, I think it respectively, COVID and gearbox issues respectively, and also no Ryan Cunningham due to personal issues. So we would have had a 21-car entry, but sadly down to sent down to 18. But still a good quality entry on top of that, which has been fun to see. Now, going quicker still at the top of the times now, but only now by a fraction of 41,000 of a second, is, well, it's now Will Self. He's done a 55.140. So what was a pretty strong time, means that these two are going to be very evenly matched. Of course, it's only free practice, but if these guys are going to be that quick going into qualifying, that could make things incredibly interesting going into the first of the two races. And of course, we have race 2 coming up later in the afternoon to round off all of today's action. And that's going to be a partial reverse in 15 minutes here. Few drivers in the mix looking pretty close on top of the rest of the order. A lot of 0 point times in the mix. We'll also look at the timing screens. Off the road has gone Duncan Holloway to end the session, so not quite the way he wanted to round off his free practice in the Honor Motorsport Honda Civic EP3. His car is off the road, I think, looking around the circuit. I was about to say Jim Clark, but I don't think that is. I think it's more down towards the final corner. Yes, there it is. I should have been looking at it, staring right in front of me. I was looking at the timing screen. So he's down at the final corner. Quite an interesting angle he's gone off as well, because he looks like he's either just tried to avoid somebody or locked up and the car's just flicked off to the left and it's got beached in the gravel. Either way, the 77 Honor Motorsport Civic is going to take a couple of moments to try and recover, so that will mean we'll have a bit of a gap before we get our next set of sessions away for Time Attack, which will be their first of their Attack 1 sessions, where they'll start scoring points, but we'll come to that when we get to in a second. So, free practice wrapped up for the Racing Hondas Championship, and the running order is as follows. It is Will Self who takes the fastest time, championship leader in Class A, 55.410, only half a tenth, only 400th of a second, in fact, ahead of Bob Barron, who could be a real dark horse to get a podium, and even, dare I say, his first win of the championship. Second quickest for him on a 55.450. Phil Wright third fastest in Class A, a 6.027, some 6/10ths back. James Kiff, fourth fastest, the only Honda Integra here this weekend in car 97, 56.089. Then fifth fastest, Tommy Knight, number 24 in the blue EK Civic, 56.135. Dave Buki next in P6, number 51 in his EK Civic, 56.472. Michael Barron making his guest appearance in the championship, brother of Bob, seventh fastest, number 26. He is in a 56.494. Next is Fraser McNeil in the third of the Kilty K-Swaps car, number 7 in P8, 56.708. And then the fastest Class B car, Dan Thackeray, overall championship leader and in Class B, number 29 on 57.500. Second fastest, our guest driver Dan McDonald, 58.187, followed by Sam Lintzner, third in Class B, 58.688. And then it's Lewis Barker next in number 15 on a 58.752. Harry Greenhill coming back to the championship in car 116 on 59.117. Duncan Holloway, who ended his session in the gravel trap, finishes off 14th fastest on a 59.655. Luke Crassus-Benny comes next, 15th quickest in number 19 on 59.806. And then we have the first of our Class C cars, number 147, which is Matt Rowling, 16th fastest overall in 1 minute .536. And Owen Divers, 17th quickest, number 14 on a 1 minute .852. And propping up the bottom of the times, last but by no means least, is Callum Hatchton after he had that small excursion backing into the gravel at McIntyre's, and he was 18th fastest in car 37, the FN2 Civic, on a 1 minute 1.457. That sets up qualifying very, very interestingly. We'll see if Will Self and Bob Barron can battle the pole and anyone else has got the pace, but it seems as though right now it's going to be a shootout between those two to see who can take the top spot, and also those key 5 bonus points. If anyone certainly needs them to try and keep himself in the hunt for the overall title, it is definitely Will Self. But of course, on top of that, remember, if Thackeray gets pole, he gets bonus points for his Class 2, so that's pretty crucial to see if both of them can get to the top of the times. Right, whilst we get Duncan Holloway's car recovered from the final corner, we're going to take another quick ad break on the stream and a music break here around the circuit, so keep tuned as we get set to go back to Time Attack in a few moments' time for Attack 1 sessions coming up here very shortly here at Knockhill. Back in a couple of minutes.
Weight design. From our storied past in motorsports to our stylistic contributions to the aftermarket culture, one thing remains: Motegi Racing is built for enthusiasts.
Back with Time Attack here at Knockhill. Now that our warm-up sessions are complete, now we get into the business of a little bit of point scoring now, because we get into the first of our Attack 1 sessions coming up here. So for Attack 1, this is points that go towards the championship. The big points that you score in Super Attack will come later on. But essentially, in the Attack 1 sessions and in Attack 2, whoever gets fastest time in each of their classes, as follows, gets 6 points for their fastest time, they get 4 points for second, and they get 2 points for 3. And also it says here, 3 points anyway also go to all drivers to set a time, including those in the top 3. So some points to be had here, of course going towards the overall championship, and it means that any points to try and make up in these sessions is going to be all important to do so. Of course, we've got the reference from our warm-up times this morning to see who could be formidable to do so. Simon Norris, of course, was the only Pro Extreme car, the only car that's in the field and also scoring points. So he'll be the one to try and keep on racking up those times. It's going to be really more Pro and in Club and Pro to see if they can try and figure out who can be topping the times. Luke Sedjakowski was quickest earlier on a 49.976, but only by a 100th of a second from Colin Dorwood in the track Formula Mitsubishi Evo. So those two cars very evenly matched here this weekend, and it's going to be quite a battle royale to see who comes out on top of those to get those bonus points on top of it. Of course, the big points that you'll score come in the Super Attack later on, where you get 15 points for a win, very similar to the Racing Hondas earlier on. 15 points for a win, 12 points for second, 10 for third, and you get 8, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1 down to 10th position in class. But that comes later on at the end of the day with our Super Attacks, while the Attack 1 and Attack 2 sessions, which have only just come in this year, but there's a bit of an extra incentive for drivers to go out there and actually push and set competitive lap times and have something a bit more worthwhile for the session than just going out and doing just runs to get yourself the quickest possible time later on, where it all counts towards the Super Attack. So bringing points into both Attack 1 and Attack 2 does at least help incentivise drivers to go out there and push a little more, to try and use more of the session, to try and really make the most of the opportunities that they have. Just a note for those who are maybe tuning back in for the Time Attack, if you stepped away for 2 seconds whilst the Racing Hondas were on, it is a bit of a delay because we are just recovering one of the Honda Civics, Duncan Holloway's Honda Civic, from the final corner gravel trap. So bit of a delay for this, getting this one underway, which we should do very, very shortly. Just a reminder of the order that we had in the warm-up session earlier on. So as we said, fastest time of the session went to Simon Norris in the Mitsubishi Lancer Evo 9, the very extreme-looking Mitsubishi, where his best time was a 48.994. It was Luke Sedjakowski who was fastest in the Pro class on a 49.976, a 100th of a second quicker than Colin Dorwood in the Track Formula Evo, and then third fastest was the first of our guest entries, the single-round entry for Andrew Gallagher in the Mitsubishi Evo 2005 with a 51.342. In Club and Pro, the fastest time went to Michael Osborne in the number 193 Mitsubishi Evo 6. And that car did a 52.497, and that was ahead of Eric Holmes in the number 79 Evo that you're just seeing at the front of the field, the Mitsubishi Evo 6 RS, which is the rally sport car, the more kind of stripped out base car they would have used as a baseline for at least a Group N rally car. That car second quickest in Club and Pro, and third Club and Pro was Ilya Krylov in the Extreme RWF Clio RS, which is always a fun car to watch go around, particularly when it's dragging its sort of front splitter end plates on the ground, sparking up everywhere through the hairpin. So I think we're just waiting. Yeah, I think one of the course cars has gone out just to have a look and see how the recovery is doing of Duncan Holloway's car. They're also giving it, I think, a bit of a check over and a sweep to get rid of any gravel that's on the circuit. You just see it on the screen here. That is Duncan Holloway's Racing Honda Civic that is being recovered. Again, massive thank you to all of our marshals, our officials, our volunteers, everyone here at Knockhill Circuit for making us feel so welcome again here at Time Attack after 11 years. Great to have a championship back here once again, to bring Time Attack back to Scotland, and there's of course plenty of high-speed enthusiasts here this weekend to enjoy the spectacle. Of course, for those of you who are watching on the live stream, big thank you to all of you for tuning in. Be sure if you haven't done so already, whichever channel you're watching, to make sure you hit subscribe if you're watching on the Time Attack channel, or the Alpha Live channel, or of course all the streams powered by Lucas Oil. So a massive thank you to Lucas Oil for ensuring that we have live streaming this weekend and for making it all possible, for helping with their contribution towards it. And of course, on top of that, I think we've got a stream on the Tegua stream and a couple other places where they've got some live streams. So wherever you're watching, whichever stream you're watching on, thanks for watching and thanks for tuning in. Just for those who are, of course, watching would regularly watch Time Attack and think, that doesn't sound like the regular commentator. It doesn't sound like Alexi. It isn't. It's myself, Scott Woodwis, who regularly looks after the Racing Honda side of things on the Time Attack package. But this weekend, sadly, Alexi has fallen rather unwell, so he's recovering at home. So if he is still watching, Alexi, we all miss you. We hope you're speedy recovery, and fingers crossed that you recover quick enough that we can get you for the finale at Stettin, because I'm certain if there's one thing he doesn't want to miss, it's the final where we could see 1 or 2 champions crowned if they haven't been already, and he would love to be on the microphone for that. So fingers crossed that he's back for that one, and he'll be able to lead the charge on the microphone to guide you through all the action. But for me, for this weekend, it's my first time covering Time Attacks. If I make any slip-ups or mistakes, bear with me, because it is my first go at it. But I'm kind of learning a bit on the fly here as the championship goes. But it's quite fun to try something a little bit different on top of my Racing Honda's duties, and certainly enjoying it so far, and fascinated to see what comes up, at least with this first attack session, when everyone's going to be aiming for a few more bonus points to get themselves towards the championship and get themselves closer into a better position to hopefully try and get themselves P1 by the end of the season. Now, it looks as though we're getting to the point where Duncan Holloway's car's been fully recovered into the paddock now, so there shouldn't be anything left to go. So I think we're just waiting for the signal now at the end of the pit lane and from race control that we're good to go. Just the background, I can see number 14, Russ Patton, Evo 6 coming into view. That is the Evo that's running in the Pro category. Of course, he's a single round entry, so it looks like he's one of the more local drivers in the field. You can see it's quite cold, depending to earlier times of the season. Current track temperature is showing apparently it's just 10.2 degrees. It's an incredibly cold track out there at the moment by the looks of things. So it means that anyone that's out there, particularly on cars that were running or can run slick tyres, like in cars in this category, that's going to be key to try and get them up to temperature as best as possible. And again, a couple of times I've mentioned this, but I will mention again, in case anyone can hear me on track, is that they did stress in the driver briefing this morning is that don't go gung-ho to set your fastest time in the first couple of laps, because for some drivers this is their first ever experience of doing anything at Knockhill, having never driven here or even run anything competitively before. So for some of these drivers it's their first time seeing this circuit, so trying to set their fastest lap time straight away isn't going to help them in terms of inexperience, but also as well, quite crucially, getting your tyres up to temperature is going to be absolutely massive, and to get them in the sweet spot of tyre temperature and pressure and whatever you've got underneath you, you really have to make the most of it and try and run well. So just a reminder again as well for Attack 1, they do score bonus points in this session. So as I said, it is 6 points for setting the fastest time in your class, 4 points for second quickest, and 2 for third quickest. I think the 3 to all drivers is for Attack 2 rather than Attack 1. I slightly misread that. As we see Suki, the Tegui's own Honda NSX. Great to have this car here this weekend. Been setting lap records in this championship all the way through this season. I'm certain another one is only there for the taking in class for Luke Sedjakowski, and he oversees it all at Tegua. So a reminder of where we were with points for each of the machinery. Luke Sedjakowski, in some of the info that was the driver info spreadsheet we've got here that I've been running through, some info that's come through about Luke Sedjakowski. He says that this car apparently is 12.18 times more uncomfortable than, I'm guessing, A or his 1998 Merc S-Class, which I would believe, given the fact it's pretty stiffly sprung, I'm certain, and a car that's got plenty of downforce and probably rattles any curb or rattles its suspension every time it's going over a bump. He does say it's been put together on a Multimatic chassis rig, and so it certainly is looked after to the highest standard by the Tegua team. The Honda NSX has been one of a fan favourite this year, not least because it's a car that, as I said earlier on, is that powerful. It could even certainly put 1 or 2 even Super GT cars to shame if it got the opportunity. So looking at the standings for Time Attack coming into the weekend for our top classes in the Pro class. The easy one we can go to first is Pro Extreme, because the Simon Norris Evo 9 has 71 points, so he's pretty much been untouched when it comes to point scoring that side. In the Pro category is Luke Sedjakowski, 175 points, 21 ahead of Bradley John in the Mitsubishi Evo 10. But Bradley John is... in fact, there is the 27 car going through. That is Bradley John. I think that's an Evo 9 rather than Evo 10. I think I got my info mixed up there for a second. So, see Bradley John second in the points. Josh Barrett is third in his Caterham 620R. You see Luke Sejkowski's car sparking away like crazy. It's a fantastic spectacle, that car. Not only how it looks, but the way it moves and the shower of sparks in the back of it as well. Now, I believe we've got a possible... We're going to get a flag out there at least. We're being told there's a car that's off at the chicane. It's car 14 apparently, which is Russ Patton in the Evo 6. And that's prompting yellow flag yet. We'll have to, it remains to be seen. We'll have to wait and see how that one plays out. Looking on screen there, we just saw Suki, the NSX, with Luke Sejkowski at the wheel. Now we've got the 27 car just chasing him, which is the Bradley John Mitsubishi Evo 9. Those two first and second in the championship. You can also see them moving out of the way is Simon Norris's Evo 9 itself. And because we have the car off at the chicane, we do have a red flag around the circuit, so the session has been stopped. And only with 4 minutes and 21 seconds run, so that means we've got still 15.5 minutes left to go in order to make that one work. So at least the marshals are in good spirits. You can see smiles on their faces as the red flag comes out. Not because of the red flag, obviously, but the fact they're just enjoying themselves with time attack. And so the cars head back to pit lane. And so the recovery, I'm sure the car that's off at the chicane will be taking place quite shortly. As we said, the car involved in it is Russ Patton in the number 14 Evo 6. And of course, the immediate concern, of course, is that he's okay. So obviously, once we get confirmation of the incident we had, again, I haven't seen the incident on circuit. I was only told the information by the producer in my ear. So if we, but just holding fire whilst we take a look at him. So we're told the front bumper is off the car. That's all we know at the moment. But once we get any more details, we will have a look. Once our camera crews will have a look and are able to give us any more details. For the time, at least, for the initial times that have come in, for the lap times that have been set, it is Simon Norris who tops the times overall at the moment on a 49.626. So he's quickest, of course, the only Pro Extreme car on the field. So he's now fastest by currently 3/4 of a second overall. Luke Sejkowski is fastest, second fastest overall, and also leading the way in the Pro class, 50.379. So he's currently in the way, and on course, if he can stay there, to give himself 6 bonus points, or 6 points for attack 1. Third is number 93, which is Michael Osborne in the Club and Pro class Evo 6. So all three of our class leaders are first, second, and third in the timing at the moment. It's Norris in Pro Extreme, Luke Sejkowski in Pro, and then Club and Pro topped by Michael Osborne in the number 93 Evo 6. Bradley John in the Pro class Mitsubishi Evo 9 is currently next in, or he was, because it's Colin Dorwood. It's the Bradley John is fourth, yes, in the 52.904. Looking at Eric Holmes for a second. Then it's Colin Dorwood in the number 151, the track Formula Evo. That car was very close to Sejkowski's time in warm-up this morning, only 100th of a second off. So if the time is there, it might certainly work out for him. Bear in mind the actual ultimate fastest time that we've had so far today from warm-up was Simon Norris's car on a 48.994. Not quite there yet. He's got about another 3/4 of a second to find to get near that. Sejkowski in second quickest and Dorwood third, Gallagher fourth. So that was the warm-up order. Andrew Gallagher's down in 10th position. So we'll go back to the time. It's been Bradley John fourth quickest at the moment, 52.904. Then Colin Dorwood fifth fastest on a 53.125. Eric Holmes in car number 79 in a 54.040. And then Josh Barrett in the number 145, the Caterham, 7th fastest on a 57.785. Ilya Krylov, 8th quickest on the number 430, which is the Renault Clio, at 57.995. Darren Spooner is 9th quickest, number 13, 59.515. Andrew Gallagher in car number 137 on 1 minute 3.750. And then Martin Henry in car number 63 on a 115.662. And the two cars that haven't set times yet are Russ Payton's car that's had the incident, we believe, down at the chicane, which we're waiting for more information on. And also as well, Donny McLeod as well hasn't set a time yet, but he was out on circuit setting sectors 2 and 3, so he was winding up for a lap at that point before that happened. And his Renault Clio currently has no time on the board at this point in time. So with the session waiting to get back underway, once we wait for further news on the situation down at the chicane. So what we'll do is, whilst we get the incident down the chicane sorted out as fast as possible, and whilst we look for a bit of a use the gap at the time, we're going to once again step aside on streams, take a quick ad break, and once again on the circuit, take a quick music break, what's going on, to get you warmed up for when this session gets back underway, with 15.5 minutes still to go from Attack 1 of Club Pro, Pro and Pro Extreme here at Knockhill for Time Attack. So stay with us, we'll be back in a couple of minutes.
Motegi Racing was conceived with one mission in mind: performance. Each wheel is over-engineered to ensure industry-leading strength, lightweight design, and seamless connection to your unique style. From our storied past in motorsports to our stylistic contributions to the aftermarket culture, one thing remains: Motegi Racing is built for enthusiasts.
So, as the red flag continues here at Knockhill after an incident, we believe, at the chicane involving the number 14 Mitsubishi Evo of Russ Patton, which we're still waiting for further information on. We'll give it to as much as we can. We're still waiting for resumption of our first of our Attack 1 sessions for Club Pro, Pro and Pro Extreme. Just a reminder, if you just joined us on the stream or just sitting down around the circuit, it is currently Simon Norris who is quickest on a 49.626 in his Mitsubishi Evo, which is fastest on the circuit in overall and in Pro Extreme. In the Pro class, it's Luke Sedjakowski's 1997 Honda NSX, Suki as it's known, quickest in class with 50.379 as the time, and then Michael Osborne is in third fastest and the fastest of our club and pro drivers on 52.651 in P3. And so just waiting for more information on the incident down at the chicane. course, it's no position for us to speculate what's happened. All we know is the facts we have in front of us, which is that he has had an incident. We're just waiting for news on what's currently going on down at the moment. So the red flag came out with 15 minutes and 38 seconds to go. And I should be able to have a look through some of the recaps of some of the previous events.
I was just finding out what's been going on down there. So it sounds like he lost it out of the chicane, ended up going backwards into the access gate that's down there. I would show you, but it's in a pretty bad way, so I'll show it once it gets recovered. An ambulance.
So it's a little bit more news on what's going on down at the scene, and I think the recovery is continuing on Russ Patton's car. And I think once we have for you to show you what's happened to his car, we'll be able to do so. But just waiting for the recovery teams, the medical crews, to complete their job at the moment. And again, massive thank you to all of them for all the hard work that they do, so that in events where they may be needed, that they are always ready and raring to go where possible. And looking back to some of the drivers in the field, Bradley John, for example, in car 27, if you look back on right the way further back in the season, when he was right at the start of the season back at Qual Park, and he was having issues with his fan coming on, had to race without it. So he had some issues with that car before, had a small fire in the last session at Qual Park, right there back at the start of the season, causing a red flag. But the key thing is with these cars that they are built as safe as they can be to the required motorsport UK standards, particularly in our faster cars that you have in the field. And of course, with a circuit like Knockhill, with the cars as fast as this, ultimately precision and just finding the sweet spot when it comes to a quick lap is all crucial, particularly in a circuit like this, which is bumpy, which is undulating, which is a genuine roller coaster over 1.3 miles. And it is a circuit where if the car doesn't feel right, or it hits a bump, or it hits a curb or a part of the circuit in just the wrong place, it can unsettle the car as much as anything. Whereas if you're able to find the sweet spot, particularly with suspension setups, and particularly here, some of the cars will have had to go for a slightly more softer suspension setup to cope with the bumps, to cope with the undulations, with the constant compressions and the elevation changes of the circuit, which makes it so unique. Absorbing those bumps is all crucial, because it's all well and good having a stiffly sprung car that can handle a smooth track or a flat track or a fast track, like Silverstone, for example, or Donington Park, as well as another of them, which is a little bit undulating in itself, but still not as extreme as this, I don't think. It's an easier time to set the car up in terms of being more stiffly sprung, whereas with these cars you have to be a lot more, a little more forgiving with the suspension setup, a little softer to try and help them absorb the bumps a bit better, and therefore it means the car's more predictable, and a more predictable car means you can drive it harder, you can drive it quicker, and you know exactly what it's going to do next, and that gives you the confidence to drive it hard enough to set the fastest lap time possible. And that's ultimately the goal, of course, in time attack, is anything else, is just to be the one that sets the fastest lap time in your class, which is the key thing. So still waiting for the red flag to be resolved. As I mentioned, the time has stopped at 15 minutes and 38 seconds. Give you another quick run through of where we are with time-wise. So Pro Extreme has Simon Norris at the top, the only Pro Extreme car on the field, on a 49.626. He just set the fastest time, not just for himself, but also in the session, for that matter. Luke Sedjukovsky, second quickest and top of Pro class, the 50.379. And Michael Osborne in third fastest with a 52.651. Fourth was Bradley John on number 27 on a 52.904. Fifth was Colin Dorwood in his Mitsubishi Evo in car 151 on a 53.125. Eric Holmes next, sixth fastest at the moment in car 79 on a 54.040. It's seventh quickest for Josh Barrett, number 145 on the 57.785. Ilya Krylov is 8th in his Renault Clio. It's a pretty extreme-looking Renault Clio in this field. It's probably one of my favourite-looking cars in the field, in Time Attack, because it is such an extraordinary-looking car. And that Clio has been modified with an inch of its life so that it looks completely different to what it looked like when it was, I'm certain, bog standard. It's 8th fastest for him, 57.995. Darren Spooner's next, 9th fastest, number 13, on a 59.515. Rounding out the top 10 is number 137, Andrew Gallagher, on a 103.750. 11th fastest was 63, Martin Henry, with a 115.662. And then the only two cars didn't set any that times yet are, in fact, Russ Patton, after his hit because of the incident he's had down at the chicane, and Donnie McLeod in number 144, who has not set a time yet, but he was on course, I think, to set a lap time, a proper lap time, had he completed the lap that he was on at that point in time. So again, just waiting for the red flag to be lifted. It looks as though that they have, I think, cleared. Well, I think they've cleared most of what's happened down there, so it looks as though they've put it behind the barrier, which is the main thing. So that's now out of the way. So fingers crossed, we should be able to get the session back underway very shortly. And our Club Pro and Pro Extreme contenders can go and try and score their first points of the weekend. Reminder for anyone that's missed the beginning of this point, it is, for this season, they introduced bonus points, or not bonus, but points for placing an attack 1, 2, and before super attack. So for this session, whoever's fastest in their class will pick up 6 points. There'll be 4 points for second place, third for 2, and then it's from 4th downwards, just 2 to all drivers that have set a time, including to top 3 as well on top of that. So every car in the session gets at least 2 points from this session. But it's the top 3 that will get, so that's specifically 6, 4, and 2 for their troubles on that side. So, of course, there's only one round left of the championship after this weekend to come, and that will be at Stetterton on the 19th of October, which is part of the Modified Live show. That's the last kind of big show of the year, last event of the year for Time Attack for 2025. And what's been a pretty rollercoaster year in a lot of good ways, because it started, of course, back at Qual Park in May with the Modified Live there. And then we've had great events at Donington Park, 2 at Brands Hatch, we had an Alton Park, we had a Snetterton event as well. Of course, we're here at Knockhill as well. And then we've got, of course, the finale back at Snetterton on that shorter 200 circuit. So a mixture of different circuits, some fast, some sweeping, some tight and technical. It does give all the Time Attack drivers quite a unique set of challenges to try and face all the way through from the beginning of the season to the end. And these cars certainly do make for an impressive spectacle wherever they go, wherever they might land in the paddock. In terms of some of the other cars in the field we can talk about Darren Spooner's rather extraordinary Club Pro Peugeot 205. It essentially has a 106 GTI engine. The front end on it is been widened by 4.5 inches. The front, the back of the car is also 4 inches wider as well. I think it's half an inch wide at the front to give it more wider track, to give it more grip and turn to the corners, being a front-wheel drive car. So it's extraordinary cars, and some of the levels these cars will go to is pretty extraordinary. For example, on top of that, you've got Ilya Krylov's RWF Clio. I talked about how extreme it was. It's basically a K-swapped Clio. It has 400 brake horsepower. It did have a 700 brake horsepower engine apparently, but according to his notes here, that blew up, which is not ideal. And he's also had a Haltech flagship R5 ECU, a UC10 dash, and also a Samsung suspension on top of that as well. But you get to see here, just as up close, if you're watching on the stream, of Simon Norris's Pro Extreme Evo 9, just the levels of detail, the levels that some of these cars will go in terms of aero work to get them working again properly and to get them into a position where they are as fast as possible. And there's huge canards, kind of almost deflected style canards on the front arches certainly help to push a lot more the turbulent air that's coming off the front of the car, pushing it back towards the rear onto the massive rear wing to help the stick to keep this car to the ground. The four-wheel drive also helps on top of that too. It's certainly working out well on that side. So green flag is back on the session, and we've reduced it slightly. I think it's now gone underway with roughly around about, I think, maybe 11 minutes and 45 seconds to go, I think, by the look of it. So the session back underway. So a chance now for our drivers to again use this lap or two to just really start to get the tyre pressures back up, get the tyre temperatures back up, get the brakes back up to optimal range to get them ready to go for that fast lap once again. As you see, these will be the fastest cars that you will see all weekend. These cars running several hundred horsepower all the way through. And being such a short circuit, even there are only, what, 30, well, technically 12 cars in the group for this Attack 1 session, it's going to be quite interesting to see how people deal with track space and traffic, because you will have cars quite quick, but different levels of quickness, if that makes sense. Some obviously going to be faster than others, being in different classes, but it's how you cope with one of these cars like this that then gets you a quicker lap time later on, particularly with some of the faster cars, because you think you've got a quick car with the Club Pro class, for example, and then you see Luke Sedziakowski's NSX or Simon Norris's Evo come up behind you, think, it's quick, but it's not that quick. And certainly these are cars that I'm certain are going to be relishing a circuit like this here at Knockhill, and they have been ever since they began testing yesterday. So as I said, we had our first kind of, I guess, in a way, couple of banker laps come in for those first couple of laps before the red flag came out for Russ Patton's accident at the chicane. So again, reference lap time wise for the fastest times in each class from warm-up this morning. Simon Norris did a 48.994. He's not there yet. He did a 49.626 in the first part of this Attack 1 session. Fastest time in warm-up in Pro class was Luke Sedziakowski, who is top, but he's top by about 0.4 of a second or so. And then it was the fastest car in Club and Pro was Michael Osborne, who is currently third. Well, he was third at the moment. He's now dropped down to fourth because Colin Dorwood in the Track Formula Evo has now gone to second quickest. And he's ahead now of Luke Sedziakowski. And Luke's lap actually was a 50.0 compared to a 49.9 for Colin Dorwood. And there goes Luke on the stream. The front splitter chattering away, showering sparks as it comes down towards the braking zone at Duffers Dip. And again through the bottom of the hill at Leslie's. So that splitter is just dragging on the ground, but it just shows how low these cars run in order to get the maximum amount of downforce. If it's got a flat floor and a huge front splitter, it's almost got like, it's almost itself like a bit of a wing rather like just a front splitter itself. It's very Formula inspired end plates on that car. It's certainly one of those NSXs where if you've got longer memories and enjoyed Japanese motorsport, it certainly puts something like a JGTC or a Super GT NSX to shame, given the size of the aero on this car, particularly that huge rear wing. Some of these cars really do look like they belong more at Pikes Peak than around a circuit like Knockhill, but it's great that we've got them. Sedziakowski comes to the line and does in fact go fastest. He goes 49.225. So he's now put himself clear by 0.4 of a second from Simon Norris. So Simon's going to have to wind this one up a little bit as well. He's just making his way, if I can look around the circuit, he is now, I think, just making his way out of, he's on his way down to the hairpin. I was figuring out of Clark Curve and onto it. One car that's got a problem you can see smoking heavily is one of the Evos. I'm trying to get my binoculars out so I can see who it is. It's 137 that's got the problem. So 137, which is Andrew Gallagher. Andrew Gallagher, 9th fastest, but with issues for the 137 Evo. So I wonder if he's going back to the paddock. I'm looking down in the pit lane. Yes, he's going back to the paddock. And off the road has gone one of our Renault Clears. The Renault Motive car, Donnie McLeod, has stopped. Now, where he stopped, I want to say where he's come off the road. I think maybe on the inside of, possibly on the inside of McIntyre's, I want to say, because it looks like on the inside of the right-hander. Camera's just zooming out, and he is off the road at, that's on the exit of the chicane. Exit of the chicane, he's actually parked up against the barriers. There are yellow flags out with 6 3/4 minutes to go. So I'm sure they're waiting just for Donnie to get out of the car. And all should be well once he's there. But yes, he's smartly parked up against the barriers. If that's the key thing you want to do in a situation like that, to kind of put the car in the safest position as possible. And it's right on the inside. He's got going again. So just the camera cuts to Donnie's car getting away. Now, that looks to me possibly like rather than parking the car up, it went off there by itself. Again, only going by what the time the video feed I've got here is showing me. And it showed Donnie's car up against the wall, but initially it looked to felt as though he'd actually parked it there rather than gone off. If he has gone off, he's quickly recovered. And if he did glance off the tyres, he's bounced off it and been able to carry on without too much of a drama. Sedzukovsky then leads the way with a 49.226. Still the fastest Pro Class car, ahead of Simon Norris, who is pushing on here. You can see him exiting Jim Clark curve and now through the left-hander at Hislops, and then down towards the right-hander at Taylor's Hairpin. So across the line he'll go, and lap time in. Yep, top of the times as I expected, 48.851 for Simon Norris. He's now clear at the top by 3 3/4 seconds at this tenths. That would be some lap. It was 3 3/4 seconds. 3 3/4 tenths. He's close. He's the quickest by from Luke Sedzukovsky. Norris is on a slightly more of a cool down lap, I think. Yeah, he's set that fast time. That's going to wind backwards for a moment. But I say that, I think he's still pushing on this next lap. Rest of the classes, Club and Pro, still led by Michael Osborne, 51.868 at this point, and he is currently, how much quicker is he than Ilya Krylov? 2 seconds, in fact. He's about 2 seconds quicker than Ilya Krylov. And Ilya just making his way out of the hairpin. We're just seeing there the Caterham of Josh Barrett, the 620R, one of the more extreme Caterhams that they ever produced. How do you make a Caterham 620R more extreme? Adding a front wing and a rear wing to it. That's how. And I didn't think that Caterhams needed more grip, but apparently they do, especially in Josh's hands. More times coming in. Yeah, Simon had a bit of a back off lap that time. He's just let the car cool off for a lap and then gone again. There is 4 1/4 minutes left in the session. Couple of cars in pit lane, one of which is the 27. And that is of Bradley John. The other car that's in the pit, I think, is the track Formula Evo Colin Dorwood, I believe, as we continue to watch Simon Norris on another push lap. Makes his way into Jim Clark curve over that crest, which again, that crest can kind of just drag you out wide on corner exit if you don't play it just right. Through Hislops. And now down towards the braking zone of the Taylor's Hairpin. Again, over that step at the apex. And then shooting back up the hill again to see if he can improve his time further. He did set up a fastest second sector of the session so far. Cross line he goes, does go quicker, only by a few hundredths. Now lowers the time to a 48.726. So good effort from Simon to keep on pushing. Ilya Krylov just was gliding his way through the right-hander at McIntyre's, then into Butcher's, the black circle chicane right at the top of the hill, where he'll see the car just rocking over its suspension left and then right. Under brakes and turning in through Jim Clark curve. Car looking firm and in control as Krylov works his way through Hislops and back towards the hairpin. Now he at the moment is on a personal best in Sector 1. He's 7th overall at the moment and 2nd in Club Pro, but he's still 2 seconds away from the top time. So if he can try and get himself a little bit closer, particularly on this attempt, it'll certainly help him. Across the line goes Ilya, and he does not improve his time. There's a 54.184. Krylov still remaining 7th place, so no change in that time. Two and a half minutes to go in the session as Simon Norris pulls into the pit lane. Just seeing there the Vauxhall Astra of Martin Henry just chasing after one of our Evos. It's 93 he was also on track there with. That was Michael Osborne, leader in the Pro class, and does in fact improve his time that last time by 51.720 to go even clearer now from Ilya Krylov by the margin of, let's work it out, that is now basically about 2.1, 2.2 seconds. So he's extended his advantage by another 10th or so at this point. There goes Martin Henry in the Vauxhall Astra VX220. VX220? VXR, Astra VXR. You wish there was a Astra VX220. I certainly do. I think that'd be quite fascinating. A VX220 Astra. I wonder if that would ever exist. So, Michael Osborne came into the weekend on 175 points compared to Eric Holmes on 137 and Ilya Krylov on 119. So this will certainly be playing, obviously, into Michael's favour. Across the line comes the 27 of Bradley John. He turns his way through Duffer's Dip. He's got How much more time to make up? 51.427. So he would ideally love to go sub 50 seconds here if he can, because it's a lot of time to find if he can do that. But if it's possible, he'll certainly give it as much of a go as he can. Past our commentary box position here, the Gary Stagg commentary booth, and gives you quite a wonderful, almost 360 view of the circuit in its position, particularly this higher vantage point where you can kind of see and almost lord over what you can see on track here, complementing what I see on the screen. Across the line comes Bradley John, that does a personal best in sector 2, but doesn't improve his time. He did a 52.191 compared to his best time of 51.4, so no improvement there for him. On a personal best at the moment now, oh, that was Bradley John's sector 2 I just looked at for a second there. And going on for another push lap now is Bradley John. And he knows he's got more time in that car to give. It's whether or not the car wants to give it up on this lap, that's the question. Time is just about to hit 0. We've got about 5 seconds left on the clock to go before we hit the checkered flag. I think the first car that will take that checkered flag is going to be the Caterham of Josh Barrett. Up to the line he comes, and indeed it is checkered flag time on the first Attack 1 session of the day for Club Pro, Pro and Pro Extreme, and of course there'll be bonus points being handed out. So of course bonus points will go to Simon Norris for Pro Extreme. It'll currently go to, at the moment, because then there's nobody else trying to improve his time, Luke Sedgwickowski in Pro, and in Club Pro it will be Michael Osborne, 5th fastest in car number 93 in the Evo 2, to be able to pick himself up and put him into a strong position. So let's run down where they finished from your Club Pro, Pro and Pro Extreme runners from Attack 1. And Simon Norris, who takes the outright session fastest time, 48.728, to also be the only Pro Extreme class car, so naturally he tops the class on top of that. In Pro class, it is Luke Sedgwickowski, who leads the way in the Honda NSX. He set a 49.225, that gives him the bonus points, maximum bonus points on the session. It will be then Colin Dorwood in third fastest and second in Pro class on 49.914. Bradley John in car 27, you just saw the last couple of laps. 4th quickest in Pro, and 4th quickest overall, 3rd in Pro in a 51.330. Michael Osborne rounds out the top 5 and his top club and Pro driver, 51.720 in his Evo. 6th in the Caterham was number 445 Josh Barrett. In the Pro class, he's 4th in Pro class on 52.327. Ilya Krylov then comes next in car 430 in the RWF Clio. He's on a 53.899. It's Eric Holmes, 8th fastest, number 79 on a 54.040. Martin Henry in the Vauxhall Astra VXR was 9th fastest in car 63, 54.496. Rounding up the top 10 was the single round entry of Andrew Gallagher in car number 137. In 10th, it's Darren Spooner, 11th in car number 13, which was the Peugeot 205. It's then 12th quickest for Donny McLeod in the Renault Clio. And of course, the one car we lost on that session was Russ Patton, who caused the red flag after an accident or an incident of some kind that happened on the exit of the chicane at the top of the circuit. So that is Attack 1 done. Of course, that also means we have points being handed out for finishing positions in the top 3. I think everyone gets at least 2 points, but it'll be 6 points that will go to the likes of Simon Norris, of Luke Sedgwickowski, and of Michael Osborne being class winners. Of course, there'll be 2nd place points in that session for a few drivers as well, and the same for 3rd. Of course, every driver in the session is guaranteed to get 2 points for taking just part in the session at full stop anyway. So, with one session wrapped up, I think we're going to move on to our next one very soon. I can see them lined up in assembly and ready and raring to go. So our next session coming up, which will be for Club 2-wheel drive and Club 4-wheel drive here for Time Attack at Knockhill. Again, we're going to take a very, very quick advert break once they get ready to go out on track. And for those around the circuit, another quick music break here. So stay tuned for more music and for more action here. Change of plan. I was going to go to Sting, and I've been told actually we're going to go to our break, going straight into a Sting for the next one. So we're now going to get set at least for our next action here on track for Attack 1. This is for Club 2-wheel drive and Club 4-wheel drive on Time Attack's return after 11 years to Knockhill Circuit here in Scotland. So stay tuned. Club 2-wheel drive and Club 4-wheel drive is up next. So, straight in with the action. Even though the cars are waiting assembly, I think we're just getting signal that they are going to send Club 2-wheel drive and 4-wheel drive out shortly. Track looks to be clear. So they'll be heading out in a few moments' time. Quickly remind ourselves of how they went in warm-up this morning in Club 2-wheel drive and 4-wheel drive. As a reminder, in the two categories, it was Alexander Volkov, the runaway Club 4-wheel drive championship leader. Fastest in the session, naturally, 52.874. And that was ahead of the 998 Andy Gray Mitsubishi Evo, second fastest, 54.692. And then third fastest was the Kęstutis I'm going to struggle with this one. Kęstutis Dobrovolskis. There you go. And the Nissan GTR 2011. Third fastest for him, car 177. And the only other 4-wheel drive car we had in the field was Dean Taylor's Mitsubishi Evo, car number 71. I did a 1 minute 1.409. Not really a true representative time, I don't think, based on the pace that he certainly had. It's green flag on the session. Another 20 minutes of time attack action got underway with Club 2-wheel drive and 4-wheel drive beginning. With the 2-wheel drive class, it was David Lawrence, who's our single round entry. Just to say out Leon coming out of pit lane now, if you're watching around the circuit on what's focused on the stream. Fastest time for him was a 55.819 compared to the second fastest car, Neil Robson, in the 218 BMW 135i, 56.899. And then in third fastest, it was Luke Capehorn, who was out there until he was the reason for a red flag that we had in the session this morning, due to his engine catching a light, or engine having some kind of malady, which meant that he had to pull up on the exit Jim Clark curve. You can just see, if you look very carefully, just on the left-hand side of the track, there is still the trail, loose trail of what's left of the quick dry cement, which got put down after the Vauxhall Astra, let's say, depleted itself of some fluid, whether it's oil, coolant, water, fuel, whatever it was. It had to be quickly laid down to prevent that from getting worse. So he still ended the session 4th fastest. The question is going to be, though, is whether or not that white and yellow Vauxhall Astra actually makes it out onto the track for this one. I'm having a look round whilst these cars are on track. I'll be honest, I can't see Luke Capehorn's car. Maybe they're trying to fix it for possibly Attack 2 later on, which comes up, I think, if I'm correct, after lunch. Check my timetable just to be sure. Yes, so we've got this session coming up now. Then we've got the Classic and Retro Clubman and Pocket Rocket Attack 1 session, and then we have qualifying for Racing Hondas. As you see there, that was quite a rigorous line by Neil Robson, the BMW 135, using all the curb on the exit to maximise his lap time. And down the hill into the hairpin comes to our contenders. Chasing up the hill now, we've got Kęstutis Dobrovolskis and the 998 Andy Grady Evo. That was a bit of a drag race up the hill between the pair of them. And those first couple of lap times starting to come in. Now we get some initial proper flying laps in. Andy Grady hasn't really hung around too much. He has put an initial bench time of 55.635. His best time in the session earlier on this morning in warm-up was a 54.692. We're watching on stream the top man in form in this championship, particularly in Club 4-wheel drive, Alexander Volkov, in that Nissan GTR. It's been so formidable throughout the year. Of course, he's coming to this weekend with a lead of over 100 points, which certainly shows that Alexander is, at the moment, the man that everyone has to try and beat in general, not just in general in this group, but in Club 4-wheel drive also. Across the line goes Volkov, and indeed does go much quicker, but actually gets duped by Andy Grady on the next lap, because, interesting enough, Andy must not have been at 100% pace, because he's now just popped in and done a 52.639. That's a fraction quicker, to be exact, half a tenth quicker, 51 thousandths of a second quicker than Volkov's time he's just set. And into third place has gone Kęstutis Dobrovolski in the second of those two Nissan GTRs. Of course, they're different specifications, different builds, but into third place he has gone. And as I said, only 8 cars out in the session at the moment. Fourth currently is Neil Robson in that BMW 135, the bright blue machine. Fifth is Johnny Fletcher in his Vauxhall Astra. We see a little bit of, I'm guessing that was a lock-up for the 998 of Andy Grady. A little wayward on the exit of the on the entrance and exit of Taylor's Head. I think he's just decided to back off a little bit, and oh dear. Actually, that might not be him just backing off. That might be a reason he's backing off, because there is smoke trailing from the back of the 998 Mitsubishi Evo, and all is not well with Brady's car, it seems. I think that fast lap he put in, as quick as it was, might have taken a bit too much out of the Evo, and winding up the boost, it seems as though it has given it a bit of a mischief, shall we say. So Alexander Volkov, to try and further rub it in, has now done a 51.507 to go quickest by over a second, both overall and in Club 4-wheel drive. Club 2-wheel drive cars, it is currently Neil Robson's BMW 135i that leads the way, from Johnny Fletcher's Vauxhall Astra and Steve Summers in the Citroen Saxo. One thing I will say, though, is that the Andy Gray Evo is still going around at a reduced pace with smoke pouring out of the back. I think he's probably realised, it's only now he's fully realised that he has an issue, and he's now deciding to just back it off, unless he... That's interesting. Now the smoke at the steam, or whatever it was, appears to have cleared. As he comes, no, he's coming to the pit lane, so it wasn't evident. Look, I think off throttle. Now he's gone back on throttle. You can see the trail of white smoke coming behind it. So that car into the pit lane, as is also coming as well. Dobrovolskis just ahead of him. New personal best on this last lap for both Johnny Fletcher in 5th and Stu Summers in 6th. So 56.664 for Fletcher, 57.250 for Summers. And then 7th quickest for Dean Taylor in number 71, which is the Mitsubishi Evo that was at the bottom of the times this morning, as we see David Lawrence making his way through the black circle chicane. Down towards Jim Clark Curve he goes. And that car well sorted by Area Motorsport. Of course, a pretty well-established race team is Area Motorsport. They can make some pretty good high-performance cars. They usually typically breathe a lot on typically Honda Civics, but on top of that, they can do some stuff for kind of VAG group cars like Golfs, and in particular, they do work a lot with Golfs and even the Seat here. I've done them as well with TCR touring cars as well, when they've run particularly Cupras for quite a lot of the time. David Lawrence goes to 3rd quickest then, 55.439. Of course, he's a single round entry, so won't score any points. So 12 and 3/4 minutes to go in the session, approaching half distance. Remind when we work with the championship standings coming into the weekend. Of course, this is a session where, of course, they will score the points for 1st, 2nd, and 3rd. Everyone who competes in this session will get at least 2 points. So how much more they get, depending on if they can get themselves 1st, 2nd, and 3rd, is the main question. See, David Lawrence has gone faster again. He's now gone to 3rd quickest now on a 55.263, and also improving is Neil Robinson in that BMW, 55.937 for him. So pretty evenly matched, and those two are, Lawrence and Robson, are going to be going at it for Club 2-wheel drive honours, so they've actually about 3/10 of a second between them already. No, 6/10 in fact, that's now changed. 55.2 compared to Robson on 55. Yeah, it's about 6/10 of a second between them. And Dean Taylor's decided, right, I've had enough of that, I'm going to split the two of you. Puts the 4-wheel drive Evo, there it is, in bright blue. He puts that car now into 4th quickest overall in the session. Neil Robson P5, and it's Kęstutis Dobrovolski in P6, Johnny Fletcher down in 7th, and Stu Summers rounding out the top 8. Session continues. And again, fastest first set of anybody's set so far by Alexander Volkov on this current lap at the moment, so he looks like he's motoring on well. It's a personal best second sector for Dean Taylor as well. We're watching him on this lap, and he does improve his time, but actually gets to 4th on a 55.472. So no movement into the top 3 yet, but Dean is getting closer. He's only a couple of tenths away from that. Johnny Fletcher is quickest in sector 1, so he's also on a push lap as well in P7. Just looking to go to the front of the shot in a bit of a little blur as we see, once again, the camera's watching on the stream, focused on Dean Taylor in the number 71 car. And Johnny's now set personal best in sectors 1 and 2, so it might be worth having a look at Johnny Fletcher, I think, if you're watching on the stream. Tiny lock up from the Vauxhall as it came into the head, breaking his own for Taylor's hairpin. But now up to the top of the hill will come Johnny Fletcher. Across the line he goes. Does he improve his time? Does he improve his place? The answer is yes, he improves the time. No improvement on the place. 56.505 for Johnny in the 2003 Vauxhall Astra. Through Hislop's hairpin as one GTR passes another. Dobrovolsky moving past Alexander Volkov. There is, of course, a performance gulf in between these cars of some full on 5 seconds, in fact, in many cases, so even 6. So Dobrovolsky, actually, with his current lap, has pushed a little further. Has now put himself into 3rd fastest now in the GTR. That puts GTRs 1st and 3rd. 55.252 for Kestousis. See if we can have a look at some more of the info that we've got on our drivers here. Former drives on the Volkov. Look at the information that he's got on his car as we're watching Kestousis. But in terms of Volkov, currently top of the time still. That Nissan GTR running with him, he actually can run what's called a hot weather map. So it does get particularly warm, which would have been useful in the summer months, particularly with the warmer temperatures out there for the drivers. It would have been fascinating to see how that car would have coped in those conditions, and has coped pretty well by the looks of it in terms of how it's sat in the championship. It's got a new turbo on it for this year, new rear aero too, a new gear set. It has a fuel cell in it as well, and he claims that compared to last year's performance, the car is 2 seconds quicker on paper at least, or at least from testing it compared to where he is at the moment. We'll talk to Andy Grady in the number 998 machine. That car is running a DSG gearbox. And also, it's running around about 800 horsepower, if I remember correctly. So quite a machine is Andy Grady's car, although that car's still in the pit lane at the moment with an issue, with a problem. I saw that car smoking earlier on, because it's on a press lap. Watching the rest of the session go through. So, still no real change to the order. Volkov still fastest out there on 51.507. Grady for 2nd quickest, but in the pit lane with the bonnet up. So an engine issue for that car. 52.639. 5.2 for Kestousis. Dobrovolsky 3rd fastest. David Lawrence in 4th. Dean Taylor rounding out the top 5, and it's Robson, Fletcher, and Summers who are in that top 8. There is the 71 of Dean Taylor again on another press lap to see if he can find a bit more pace. He has got a couple of tenths to find. We'll see if he's got the pace of it in him. Dobrovolsky's moving quite well. Look at his sector speed. He set the personal best sector speed in sector 2, 120 miles an hour at the end of sector 2, which is good to see. Is just in the background I can see again on stream Neil Robson's almost sideways everywhere BMW. Not massive tank snappers, but it's just getting a good twitch on exiting and the Jim Clark curve. Johnny Fletcher trying to push on. He's on a personal best sector 1, as is also Dobrovolsky, so both of them looking pretty strong on this lap. We're watching on stream Neil Robson's BMW as it comes to the line. And does not improve. He's off by about 6 tenths of a second at this point. So 6 tenths off for Robson. Behind him there was Dean Taylor, and he doesn't improve on his time either. Personal best though it is for Fletcher and for Dobrovolsky, so either of them are going to go quicker at this point in time. Across the line comes Fletcher and does a 55.960. So if we look at how close it is, that's incredibly close. In fact, actually, you can see there's for a 55.0 down to a 55.9. That is about 9 tenths of a second covering 3rd down to 7th place. So pretty competitive at this point in time between these cars. And there's David Lawrence. We talked about Dean Taylor, in fact, actually earlier on. The fact that he's in car 71. That car currently runs with a 2.2 litre engine with a 6988 turbo kit. He actually runs full E35 ethanol fuel by the sounds of it too, which is quite fascinating, and also quite a little more eco-friendly on top of that. Has about 650 plus brake horsepower. It's on a Fife X7. It's a full customization, custom transmission with a Drenth straight cut dog box and a lot of carbon on the car as well, which makes it quite lightweight, quite strong. And that car, he's been competing for about sort of 4 years in time attack. He have to be, he wants to get as fast as he can, fast around the track as he possibly can. And he says it's also going to be he did say apparently this was going to be his final year within time attack. We said as his car has let him down the last few races in this season, he said he couldn't possibly end on a low, so he's going to keep on going, I think, until he finds a reason to end the season on a high. And Dean currently at the moment on a personal best in Sector 2, comes across to the line to see if he can improve his time, and does. He moves up a spot to 4th, so he goes up to P4 in the standings. It is now 4-wheel drive, club 4-wheel drive cars, 1st, 2nd, 3rd and 4th. In fact, it's an even split, in fact, now. All the 4-wheel drive cars are in the top 4, and it's 5th down to 8th, who are now in the second half of the table, headed by David Lawrence. So effectively, you can see there's a divide between, on the timing screen, between the two classes. So Volkov then still top on a 51.5. Andy Gray second, whose car now appears to be up to full strength again. There's no smoke coming out the back, and as I said that, I thought there was a tiny patch. It looks like it was a bit of a lens flare from our camera as it came past the pits. But Grady's car appears to be back up to full strength again. So whatever the issue was, it was a problem that could be fixed quite quickly within the session, which is quite impressive by the team to do so. So Grady's car, look at where he is in terms of information. Grady hoping that this car works out well for him quite nicely. Yeah, DSG gearbox, around about 800 brake horsepower. It's one of the more powerful cars in the field. And in the pit lane now is coming Neil Robson, the BMW. I think also backing up a little bit is the GTR of Kastusas Dobrovolsky after a push lap. He's also now just cooling down through Duffers Dip and through the right left of Leslie's, and then we go to McIntyre's through the Butcher's Curve and up to the Jim Clark Black Circle chicane, getting right eventually, and then we're going to the Jim Clark Curve, back to his slots, back around to Taylor's Hairpin and across the line to start another lap time. Running out of time though, need 2.5 minutes to go in this session. And still Volkov from Grady, from Dobrovolsky, from Taylor. That's the top 4 overall and in the 4-wheel drives. Then the split we have from the 2-wheel drive cars with David Lawrence ahead of Neil Robson, Donny Fletcher and then Steve Summers. And in actual fact, Andy Gray's car, whilst we look at the timing screen, has actually pulled off the road, sadly. So whatever the issue was, it was a temporary fix because the car, Andy Gray is stepping out of the car. The 998 car is off to the side and out of the session, ending it 2 minutes prematurely, sadly. There's David Lawrence turning his way into Duffers Dip and a little wide, but just manages to gather it up enough in order to continue on with the lap. He's essentially ruined the lap. He's going to have to come back around and complete and start a new one to try and make sure it happens. You can also see out in the window as well that whilst we're waiting for that, the contenders in Classic and Retro, Pocket Rocket and Clubman are also lining up in assembly ready to go shortly, which that session will get underway in around about a minute and a half's time at the end of this one. Also backing up on a current lap at the moment appears to be Dean Taylor. He's I think he's possibly completed this session because he won't have enough time to come back around, and well, he might have enough time to come back around and start another lap if he's quick enough. But given that the lap times for the ultimately fastest cars are 51.5, 52.6 at the front of the field, 55.1, we have to be going around at some pace, but not hopefully too slow that he actually misses out and getting another lap, if that's what he's aiming for. So the session has kind of really calmed down in this this part of it. Again, reminder of the classes in this category, Club 2-wheel drive and Club 4-wheel drive. It's essentially essentially it's the most popular. It's time attack's most popular category for production cars that are tuned and modified up to a controlled level, and they just split it into two categories: one for front-wheel drive, one for rear-wheel drive, or for two-wheel drive rather than front-wheel drive and rear-wheel drive. So there's a mix in there, and it means that again you're all kind of essentially the same. It's the same collective class, but there's subclasses within in order to give them something else to compete with cars that are more akin to theirs rather than a generalisation of being in a club class. Last couple of laps being completed. David Lawrence is on a personal best in sector 2 and stays 5th. There's a 55.465. Doesn't change. Dean Taylor also came across the line as well and has not improved his time either. One that is motoring though is Kostousis Dobrovolsky, 3rd fastest, personal best in sectors 1 and 2. He comes to the line and stays 3rd, but does a 54.681, so he gets a little closer to the top 3. And that will be a solid final lap to put himself in P3. And that also, I think, also does give him, well, it gives him it gives him 3rd in the four-wheel drive class, but of course being a guest, a single round entry, means he doesn't get any points, but he would still get, if he finished there in the super attack, he would still get a trophy for his efforts as well. So checker flag is out on the Attack 1 session for Club 2-wheel drive and Club 4-wheel drive here at Time Attack at Knockhill. And some interesting stories that went through, particularly a couple of late changes there for positions as that session played out. Last few cars taking the flag. David Lawrence takes the checkered flag, so too does Dean Taylor. No improvements from them. And Dobrovolsky, I think he's going to pull it left into the pits. No, he's not. He's going to coast across the line and complete one final lap in the session before he then tours back around to prepare himself back in the paddock for Attack 2, which comes up after lunch break, which is going to be fun to watch. So yeah, the timetable coming up for the rest of this last couple of sessions before lunch. We've got the next session coming up, which is the Attack 1 for Classic and Retro, Pocket Rocket, both forced induction and naturally aspirated, and also for Clubman. And then we have our qualifying session for Racing Hondas coming up as well, with our bonus points on offer for the sessions there too. So, results from Club 2-wheel drive and Club 4-wheel drive Attack 1 here at Knockhill for Time Attack. It's Alexander Volkov's Nissan GTR that takes the fastest time of the session. Car number 186, the GTR, with a 51.507, fastest of the lot. Andy Gray, he had some problems towards the end of the session, well in the middle and towards the end, after that car pulled off eventually off the circuit. That did a second fastest time in 998. The Evo did a 52.639. Third quickest and a solid effort to put in quickest time on his last run was Kostousis Dobrovolsky, our single round entry in his Nissan GTR. Third fastest on a 54.681. And then it's the last of the four-wheel drive cars in club class, number 71, with Dean Taylor in 4th position. And it was a 55.110 to finish off that class. Then we go to two-wheel driving club. David Lawrence in number 58 in the Cooper on a 55.263. 6th quickest number 218, which is Neil Robson in his BMW 135i with a 55.831. It's then Johnny Fletcher, who is celebrating his 100th Time Attack event of his career here in 7th quickest with a 64 with a 55.960. And then Stu Summers in the Saxo was rounding off the top 8 with a car number 179, a 57.250 to make sure that he was as close as he could be to the rest of the top 3 in Club 2-wheel drive class. So Alexander Volkov, quickest in Club 2-wheel drive and 4-wheel drive, and quickly getting set for what our next session is going to be like. I think we've got a recovery vehicle. I'm going to pick up Andy Gray's car, I think, so we might have a short moment whilst we can collect his Evo from the side of the circuit. So whilst we're doing that and getting set for our last Attack 1 session, which comes up for Classic and Retro, Pocket Rocket, and for Clubman, we're going to quickly step aside both at the circuit with some music and with our live stream with an advert. So stay with us for more action here from Time Attack as Attack 1 for those categories before our Racing Hondas qualifying gets underway to round off lunch here at Knockhill for our first return for 11 years in Scotland. We're enjoying it so far. Don't go anywhere.
Motegi Racing was conceived with one mission in mind: performance. Each wheel is over-engineered to ensure industry-leading strength, lightweight design, and seamless connection to your unique style. From our storied past in motorsports to our stylistic contributions to the aftermarket culture, one thing remains: Motegi Racing is built for enthusiasts.
So our third and final Attack 1 session is now underway here at Knockhill for Time Attack, and on track now is going to be our Classic and Retro, Clubman and Pocket Rocket categories. This is probably our busiest category so far, with a group so far with 18 cars on track. And reminding us earlier on of the fastest times we had in the session was actually 3 of the 5 Classic and Retro cars were up there towards the top of the times. It was Dean Riley's Vauxhall VX220 quickest on a 56.350 earlier on. From Mark Donnelly, championship leader in Classic and Retro in his Ford Escort on 56.747. And then 5th quickest in that one was the single round entry of the Peugeot 205 of Andy York, who did a 57.829. Now, one of the 4 cars we didn't mention so far is the number 131 of Michael Greenhalgh, the Vauxhall Corsa from 1999. And to catch up with him and find out more about him, the car and his season, Susie was down with him earlier on, so let's have a play of that and find out how he's finding this weekend and his season so far in Classic and Retro.
I'm just grabbing a quick couple of minutes with Michael Greenhalgh from Classic and Retro. So good morning, Mike. How you doing?
Morning. Good after a bit of a cold here, but it's something a bit different. Being up.
It's dry so far.
Dry so far. That's the main thing at the moment. Yeah. Give us time to learn the track, and there's something with it can rain later, but it's not going to rain.
So no, fingers crossed. So tell us a little bit about the car. So obviously a Corsa B, but then also one of our only diesels.
Yes, it's running a Volkswagen PD as Alexi's covered in the past. It's probably a similar sort of age as the chassis, 1998 engine. But yeah, it's 320 brake horsepower, 400 foot-pound of torque. So it's quite, going through the front wheels, it's quite a bit of a handful to say the least in corners and stuff like that, which obviously covers onto other problems that I've been having through the season. But it's working through problems and then just work on to the next thing. But yeah, I say on the track, it's a proper handful anyway.
So you get lots of torque steer in it?
Torque steer, also it just literally will light the wheels up as you go in third foot. If you're not progressive with the throttle, it will just spin up as if it's just on ice sort of thing, that sort of thingy. So it's just crazy, really.
There's a lot of torque going through the front wheels, and especially for a car that definitely never came with this amount of power.
No, never, well, it's basically a shopping trolley, isn't it? So that's what it's built for, because it's a 98 car, but the actual chassis, if you go to like 92, and then actually really backdates to like the Vauxhall Nova, it's not as much, hasn't changed. So it's 40-year-old chassis that's basically holding on for dear life. But like even before this, it had the diesel, it had a V6 and it was a drag car. So it was doing 12.5 seconds going up doing drag racing. So it's had some punishments in its life, and I think some of it is starting to show a bit now. So that's going to be part of a winter refresh. So that's going to work with that.
You've had quite an eventful season as well, haven't you?
It's been basically I'm go through a set of wheel bearings every round. It's working out probably more expensive than actually fueling the thing for every round. So there's Brand's last round, it was 8 litres of diesel for the round, and then it cost me about 120 quid to get it there and back to every round. So it's a bit backwards, really, but it's.
That's an economical race car.
Yeah, it's an economical race car. It's like I've had it on the road. It was doing 90 miles to the gallon, so it's good on the road, but you just can't drive it. It's just too fast for all that sort of stuff, really.
So new wheel bearings for this round, then.
New bearings for this round, and then obviously new wheel bearings for the next round, most likely. And then obviously that's working on to what I'm hopefully developing for over the winter to hopefully alleviate that problem altogether, and then we'll go on to something to be bigger and stronger. And then that'll give me more seat time, which is the biggest thing I'm really missing at the moment. It's just the seat time in the car and trying to obviously controlling the torque and the power and getting corner speeds better and this that and the other. Because straight line speeds it isn't an issue anymore. It's like Brands, I was doing 117 mile an hour across the finish line, so it's got the legs in it. It's just getting it to go around the corners a bit better, but that's another issue of 40-year-old chassis, so it's one of them.
First time at Knockhill?
First time Knockhill, never driven it, but first time, other than Alton this year, it's been the first time at every circuit, to be honest, so it's been quite interesting. It's a warm-up, is my learning the track, literally, and then after that is just send it and then just keep going until I pop or the car pops. It's one of them. So yeah, it's one of them, really.
Well, fingers crossed nothing pops today. Good luck out there.
Thank you. Okay, cheers.
It's good to hear from one of our classic and retro contenders, Mark Greener, and that's something I didn't know. That car was actually diesel, so even if there is any black smoke puffing out there, if you didn't know that, that's the reason why. And it's certainly quite economical on that side, but diesels do give you quite a lot of good torque, which means particularly on a hilly circuit like this, it should be quite strong if he starts to wind it up a little bit more. He's just going down the pit straight now, so you should see him in the background if you cut to the background shot going to Duffer's Dip in a couple of moments' time. Whilst that's been going on, the session's continued on. The first few laps have been coming in, first 5 or 6 laps, and it is Dean Riley in the Vauxhall VX220 who is quickest in the session, 56.254. For Connor Devine, our single round entry, the highest guest entry in the field in the Ford Fiesta, 56.376 for him. Mark Donnelly, third, the championship leader in Classic and Retro, the Ford Escort, third quickest on a 57.062. Back to Andy York in 4th position in car number 81 in the Peugeot 205. And then it's Dan Buckingham in number 41 in the Honda Civic Type R, currently top of the clubbing category. And he leads the way from the second place car in that field, which is David Reed in the number 40. Subaru Impreza, that's the black Subaru Impreza with the orange band along the side. Watching, there goes the 81 car around York, or Yorkie as it sees, as you can see on the rear window and across the windscreen. And into the first corner comes Conor Devine. He winds his way through Duffers Dip. Dean Riley sets a new fastest lap time of the session, 56.011. So he's trying to get close to breaking into the 55s at this point if he can. As his last lap was a 56.350. So he's going quicker than warm-up this morning. Remember, of course, on attack 1, there are points up for offer for the first 3. I think you get at least 2 points for competing in the session, but you get 6 points for winning your class, 4 points for second, and 2 points for third. So there's points up for grabs here, but the big points come at the end of the day in the super attack, which we're building up to. Across the line will come Annie Thompson, who is our championship leader in the clubman class in her Lotus Exige. She makes her way through Duffers Dip and continues to set the pace at the moment in that class. It comes into the weekend only 2 points ahead of Dan Buckingham, so there's a chance here that Dan could overhaul her and pick up a good few points as a result of that, because she is currently, well, she's second in points scoring positions, because she's currently third in the club class, because second is David Reed in a number 40 Super Impreza, but he's a single round entry also, which means, again, invisible for points. It means if we do get trophies, he'll get a trophy, for example, if he finishes in first, second or third in class in the super attack, which is where the trophies and the big points are handed out. But it'll be the actual points scored that will go, the equivalent of second place points will actually go to Annie instead, because she's second of the point scoring cars, if that makes sense. So up the hill comes Mark Donnelly, and he has done a 56.659 to go third quickest and second in classic and retro behind Dean Riley. In terms of the 2 pocket rocket classes, it's Conor Devine, who again, single round entry, doesn't score points, but he's fast of the forced induction group. Tommy Langley is quickest of the point scoring cars. That's the 313 Ford Fiesta. As we're watching Dan Buckingham. And Dan just gliding his way now through Butchers and again through the chicane. Nearly wide on the exit there from the Black Circle chicane towards Jim Clark curve. But certainly pushing on. He currently at the moment, he said 6th overall and quickest of those club class cars. Just wants to try and find a little more pace at the wheel of the YGHP Honda Civic. Coming up to 8.5 minutes left in the session. And looking at also naturally aspirated for Pocket Rocket, Ryan Barker leads the way with Mark Roberts in second and Martin Baskovitz in third place. So, with 8 minutes to go in the session, let's see if anything else is improving. No many more improvements just yet. Everyone's got a bit of a lot of the first half of the timing screen, from about the top of the time down to about 12th, have all decided just to back off and not do too many push laps because they're all trying to find a bit more time. Michael Emery's been on a quick one, in fact, in 7th place. He's a 10th off his best time at the time he's just set, 58.0. His best time of the session is 57.898. So he's trying to get a little bit closer. Michael Emery, who is a local here, particularly racing in motorsports, but now giving Time Attack a go this weekend. He's also done a little bit of, he did a guest appearance here once as well in the now non-existent, but now the old Cook Sport Renault Cup from a couple of years ago in a Renault Clear back then. I think he actually took a couple of victories in there too as well, at least a couple of podiums. So he knows his fair way around. He did have a bit of an excursion, a bit of a wide moment in warm-up this morning, so finding his feet. Improved time for Dan Buckingham, so he remains by far the quickest, I said by far, by quickest car and clubman class. He's still now about 7/10ths clear of Annie Thompson, second quickest of the point scoring cars. In terms of his immediate competition, yeah, still 7/10ths clear of David Reed. And Reed himself is only about 7/100ths clear of Annie Thompson in third. So the rest of the session continues on. In terms of anyone going quicker, Mark Donnelly and Andy York are doing personal best in sector 1. Annie Thompson now on a full personal best in that period. She comes after the final hairpin. She's currently 9th fastest and 3rd in the clubman class. Can she improve on her time in the Lotus Exige? Across the line she goes, and does improve. Yes, she goes up into 7th place overall and into 2nd overall, in fact, and she now gets to, that is a gap of, what's the gap between this now? Just under 3/10ths between herself and Dan Buckingham. So if she can find another 3/10ths, she will put herself top of the clubman class and gain her an extra couple of points from this Attack 1 session if she can manage it. So still Dean Riley on Classic and Retro. It's still the forced induction pocket rocket topper is Connor Devine. Club and class still Dan Buckingham, and naturally aspirated is in pocket rocket is still Brian Barker in the Honda Civic from the 213 Renault Clio 172 of Mark Roberts. And then it's Martin Baskovitz in the number 23 Honda Civic that's currently in third quickest in that category, and then Stephen Wilkinson in 334 in the Renault Clio RS. And rounding up the top 5 in that category is Mark Blackburn in car 130, that's the Clio 197. But it's looking pretty close on that side. So with 5.5 minutes to go in the session now, which is looking on stream at the car 334, that is Stephen Wilkinson in the Clio RS, making his way now through Butchers and up towards the gym at the chicane here, which I'm probably my favourite part of the circuit, particularly my passenger laps yesterday with Fraser McNeil. The fact that you get so close to the tyres on a push lap here, and it's not uncommon, in fact it's incredibly common that you get cars going up on 2 wheels all the way through this circuit. It really is a fascinating circuit, this one. And just the background there was the Volkswagen Golf R of Clive Hopwell, who was pushing on 8th overall. Across the line comes Annie Thompson. And see if she can improve her time. No improvement. She got a little bit closer. But and Dan Buckingham, meanwhile, has just set the fastest first sector in class of, I think, of the entire session, in fact, 18.147 for Dan Buckingham in the Honda Civic. You probably look at the number 41 machine because that car is motoring along. So a purple sector 1 can improve in sector 2. Here he comes. I can see him on stream now. He's coming out of Jim Clark curve up towards Taylor's hairpin on this lap. He's got a little bit of traffic in front. He's got the Peugeot 205 of Andy York just in front of him, and also got Mark Donnelly. So 2 quite quick cars to follow. Out of the hairpin he comes. His second sector was okay, but we'll see what he can do. Across the line, does he improve his time at all on a 57.4? And the answer is no. He was actually... Did he back off on that lap? Because it looks like he... The lap time it shows he did was a 1:15.472, which is fascinating. Now, personal best in sector 1 for him, but a 55.7 now for Dean Riley, who's top of the times at the moment. If you watch Andy York in the 205, glide his way through the chicane. Little wide, sideways, gets it all out of shape, but just about holds on to it. That was a lucky save for the Motion Motorsport 205. But usually in a front-wheel drive car, if it slides, the strategy is boot the throttle and the front will come around eventually at some point, and it just about did. So he got lucky with that one to try and hold on to that. Michael Greenhuff in the diesel Vauxhall Corsa. Plenty of horsepower in that car. It's a trail of black smoke behind it, or a puff of black smoke, but that's just diesel smoke on the background, so that's all natural. Less than 3 minutes to go in this session. Here goes Michael Imrie, and behind him the 74, which is Peter Rushforth in his Mini Cooper. And behind them is chasing after them Annie Thompson, who is not a personal best at the moment. Dean Riley's last lap, I think, was the fastest lap of the session, which was a 55.748 last time, so continues to be top of the time. And in terms of lap compared to Mark Donnelly, he is 7/10 clear at this point. So looking pretty strong at this time. Yeah, about 6.5 tenths he's clear at this moment. Looking back at the rest of our classes as we look through, Clive Hopwell's improved his time to go to 10th. 58.251 in the number 60 Volkswagen Golf R. That's I think the youngest car in the field, given that car was built in 2023. And of course, points here are going to be quite important for all 4 of these classes. We'll quickly remind you where they were coming into before this session. Of course, there was a point for each of the drivers who completed warm-up. As across the line comes David Reed. And with a personal best sector 1, was just trying to wind himself up for a better lap. But the Subaru now looking on conform as it sort of just bounces its way a little bit through Duffer's Dip, through Leslie's. Little wide approach, quite missed the apex by quite a margin, in fact, going for the right-hander at McIntyre's. And through Butchers again. How does he ride the curbs at the chicane? Nice and tidy. Can't tell if he's backed off on this lap or not, but he's certainly pushing as hard as he can. There goes Ryan Barker out of Jim Clark curve. Still top of naturally aspirated, and he is cut top by 3/4 of a second from Mark Roberts. Martin Baskovits third on a 1 minute .317, and then almost 1.7 seconds ahead is Stephen Wilkinson in the 334. Mark Blackburn fifth in car 130. Michael Imrie not giving up either. Lots of power through the chicane. He's currently at the moment in 8th overall and in class in forced induction, 3rd in forced induction at this point. So he won't score any points, but the car immediately behind him in the class, which is Stephen House, will. Imrie using all of his local knowledge here as one of several Scottish drivers who are taking the opportunity to be part of Time Attack this weekend. Show their skills over a single lap, and Imrie turns himself out of Taylor's hairpin. He is currently on this lap at the moment, not on a personal best. Annie Thompson's at a personal best sector 2. She's the next car that will come across the line immediately after Michael Imrie. And it was a 58.5. Here comes Annie Thompson. Can she improve on her lap time this time by in 7th? Yes, she can. She does the fastest final sector of anybody, 16.381, and goes to P6. And she's now, how close is she? A 10th and a half away from Dan Buckingham. If she's got anything left in the tank, she might well go for it here and get herself a possible fastest time. She's going to have to get motoring here, although the headlights are off, which means she signals if the headlights are off, she's not on a fast lap. So she might well have just resigned herself to that second fastest time. But she's getting closer. That'll almost certainly get her the 4 points that she wants, the bonus points she wants from that session. Mark Donnelly's on a personal best in sector 1. So he'll try and push on to get himself a good lap here, and he does so with his final lap of the session. There's a 55.935 and puts himself second in the times, and he is now going to be almost 2/10 away from Dean Riley in the end, who is on track but not pushing terribly high. His last lap was a 1:16.0, so he's actually backed off quite a lot. Anyone else improving? There's a personal best for Stephen Wilkinson, number 334 here in the Renault Clio out of Taylor's hairpin in sector 2. Whether that's enough to get himself a little higher up. He currently sits at the moment 4th in naturally aspirated. He's got 1.7 seconds off, and that was his personal best lap of the session. His best time of Attack 1 was a 1 minute 1.452 set on that last lap, and he stays 4th but gets a little closer to the time of Martin Baskovits. He was 1.1 seconds off in the end. So interesting stuff on that side. So, checkered flag is out on our final Attack 1 session. And of course, remember, all the top 3s in each of those would have picked up bonus points for their troubles as well on top of it. So let's run through the results of who finished where before we get set for qualifying for Racing Hondas. So Dean Riley ends the Attack 1 session combined for Classic and Retro, Clubman and Pocket Rocket on top with a 55.748. He's also fastest in the Classic and Retro category from his main rival in the championship, Mark Donnelly, on a 55.935 in the Ford Escort. Third, the single round entry for Andy York at the Peugeot 205. He's in 56.351, and that rounds out a Classic and Retro 1-2-3 at the top of the times. Conor Devine tops the Pocket Rocket Force induction category in the single round entry, guesting in number 6 in the Ford Fiesta on a 56.376. Dan Buckingham also heads club class, and he takes the points for that on 57.204 in the Honda Civic. Second is Annie Thompson in the Lotus Exige with a 57.355. Tommy Langley is third fastest in the Pocket Rocket Force induction, but highest of the point scoring cars. He should get the 6 points for being fastest point scorer there with a 57.442. Michael Imrie guesting in the Mini in the single round entry in Pocket Rocket Force induction on a 57.442, and behind him David Reed, also single round entry in Clubman, 58.103, ends the session 9th. Clive Hopper rounding up the overall top 10 in the number 60 Volkswagen Golf. That was 58.251. But it's Stephen House 11th fastest on 58.327. Ryan Barker tops the Pocket Rocket naturally aspirated class on a 59.114. He's cleared by about 8.5 tenths in fact from Mark Roberts in second place. Then Martin Baskovits in third, Stephen Wilkinson in 4th. Then Michael Greenhuff in the Diesel Corsa is the last of the Classic and Retro cars in 4th in class. Then Mark Blackburn and Peter Rushforth in the mix as well. So that is Attack 1 complete. Next time up, we'll have Attack 2 after lunch for our 3 groups of Time Attack. And of course, I'll have Susie Wallace in the comments box with me here to bestow us with all of her knowledge on all things Time Attack, and certainly nourish me a little bit, of course, being up here in the commentary box, having done warm-up and Attack 1 here, up here in the box. So with the time attack sessions done for the morning and getting it towards the afternoon, we're now going to move back to our circuit action for Racing Hondas. With the Racing Hondas Championship, we held practice earlier on, now the all-important qualifying session with bonus points up for grabs. So stay tuned here at Knockhill on the stream and around the circuit. Time attack takes a break for lunch, but now it's time for Racing Hondas qualifying, coming up next here in Scotland.
Good morning and thank you for tuning in to round 7 of the Racing Hondas Championship. Now, we've travelled all the way up to Scotland so that our drivers can take on the roller coaster of a circuit that is Knockhill. Now, this track is insane. It is tight, it is challenging, and it does not leave a lot of room for overtaking, meaning our drivers will not have a moment's rest if they want to go home with valuable points today. Now, we still do have Will South leading the Class A's, and we have Dan Thackeray leading Class B, and we can't forget Matt Rowling leading Class C. So, make sure you stick around today for a fantastic day of racing.
Thank you very much, Charlie. Gosh, she gets better with those intros every single time, doesn't she? Excellent. Right, Racing Honda's up now for qualifying. 15 minutes of action for our VTEC powered machines. And we're all set to go to see who will set the grid and who will set pole position and get those all-important bonus points in qualifying in the top 5 ahead of our 2 races later on this afternoon. So, green flag is on the session. And first out is going to be, I think, looks like it is Will Self, the championship leader, puts himself at the front of the grid. So, as you mentioned, classes A, B and C, all settled by power to weight ratio. And the maximum score is going to be the maximum power to weight ratio, and the one is in Class A, where you find cars up to 235 brake horsepower per tonne if they are I think naturally aspirated. I think it's 240 brake horsepower. The 240 brake horsepower if they're naturally aspirated, 235 with their forced induction. Should get that right. I've done it for 7 rounds. But now as we go towards the qualifying session here. Of course, the important thing now is, of course, as we get to the tight end of the championship, it's all about getting those all-important points. You have 240 brake horsepower per tonne for Class A, a max of 195 brake horsepower per tonne for Class B, and 176 brake horsepower per tonne for Class C as well. So it's all about the crunch point of a championship now. 2 rounds left to go, 4 races left to run. Of course, the last round at Snetterton, you cannot drop scores. This is the last round they'll be able to use drop scores from. Makes it all important for our class leaders, including the man who leads Class A, Will Self. He's so far taken this season quite an impressive run. He said at the start of the season, I want to win this championship, and given the fact he has won so far 6 races and taken a further 4 podiums, he's certainly going the right way about it. To show what he's been doing and how he's going to get on, how he thinks he's going to get on how he's going to get on this weekend at Knockhill. He talked to Charlie earlier on the paddock. Let's see what he thought and how he's feeling about his first challenge of Knockhill this weekend.
Right, I am here with Will South, one of our Class A drivers. So, we did do a bit of a track day, practice day yesterday. How are you finding Knockhill?
Struggling, to be honest. I've been a bit ill for the last week. Just getting my excuses in early, but yeah, struggled a bit. Obviously, the Scottish lads know this place like the back of their hand, so I think he was being a bit quiet about what his actual pace was, and he wouldn't let any of us follow him. But I think he's probably half a second quicker, or at least was yesterday. A lot of us were on old tyres because of the sort of tyre situation.
It's been a bit shortage, hasn't there?
Yeah. I mean, it's all sorted itself out now. But yeah, yesterday a lot of us were trying to use up old tyres, so it's hard to say really what the pace of certain people was. I think we'll be in the top 5 or so, but I don't know whether we'll be fighting at the front today or not.
Yeah, no, because obviously you've got quite a healthy lead at the moment as well, hoping to hold on to that?
Yeah, I mean, ideally. Noises from people sort of saying I could button it up this weekend, but I don't think that'll happen. I've just got to not take any big risks and sort of finish and manage the points gap to some extent to Phil at this point. So yeah, we'll see what happens. I mean, the weather today is going to be interesting.
Yeah, definitely. We're looking at it. It's a bit cloudy behind us at the moment. Hopefully the rain holds off, but it's not looking too promising.
No, it looks like what's going to happen is it's going to rain for race 1. So the first experience of this track in the wet that 95% of the grid's going to have will be when the lights go out for race 1. So that will be interesting.
Yeah, especially because, like I said, turns 1, 2 and 3 are interesting to say the least.
Yeah, they're a bit of an unknown in the dry at the best of times. You sort of just send it in and hope for the best, but in the wet I'm not sure what that'll be like. So I think try and latch on to the Scottish boys who were here last weekend when it was wet and follow them.
Perfect. Well, good luck today. Fingers crossed it all works out.
Thank you.
Thank
Cheers.
you.
Either Will's House had a sudden turn of pace, or he's a very good liar, because if he said he's struggling, he's not showing it, because his best time in the session so far, 55.979. Where does that put him? Top of the times. So the championship leader clearly trying to put his rubbers off a little bit, and he tucks in right behind the man I think he was second. He was only just ahead of in practice, Bob Barron, who is reveling in this new suspension he has. He's pretty quick around here, and so far in his current quickest times hasn't really set a proper lap time yet. We haven't seen one properly yet from Bob Barron at this point in time. But the early times have come in. Will Self is fastest currently on a 55.979. Up to second has just gone Phil Wright, the 2023 Racing Honda's champion. And as I say that, Will Self is going quicker still. He was on the fastest first set for anybody else. That's just been beaten by James Kiff, who was actually at one point yesterday quite quick. Some people were saying he was the quickest man around here. Of course, he's got this new aero package that's coming in the last couple of rounds, which apparently adds about 500 kilograms worth of downforce, particularly that huge rear wing on the back he's got on that car. Definitely working overtime to make it work. Will Self now sets a new fastest second sector of the session now to go even faster. Intrigued to see what the Kilted K-Swaps boys are doing, because Michael Barron's currently 7th fastest. Fraser McNeil, who had a passenger driver yesterday and is crazy fast around here, was 5th quickest. Bob Barron does go 2nd fastest though, and he's 4/10 off though, fastest final sector. But Self just keeps on going quicker and quicker and quicker. So this is clearly in terms of like talking himself down purposely to try and put people off, I think, because bit deceptive from Will, because he's certainly using all the tactics in the book. Now Dave Buki, meanwhile, the EKs have woken up, because Dave Buki 2nd quickest, 55.763. I'm going to ask the question, where on earth has that come from Dave Buki? I reckon the mini golf he did last night, and he must have done a pretty good turn of phrase and found some tips. But Dave Buki 2nd quickest then, and motoring along. Tommy Knights has set the fastest first sector. The EKs have come alive around here, it seems, in this qualifying session. Bob Barron goes back to 3rd, so the times are changing all the while. Shouldn't forget the other two classes. It is currently in Class B. Top time for Sam Lintzner. So Sam Lintzner currently fastest. Remember, you get 5 bonus points for qualifying on pole in your class. 4 for 2nd place, 3 for 3rd, 2 for 4th, and 1 for 5th position. And you carry those into your it carries into your points. You don't use those as part of your drop scores. There are separate points that you add on. It's your points from the races that you use as drop scores. There are purple sector times popping up everywhere, because Will Self has set the fastest, well, Tommy Knight set the fastest first sector, Bob Barron set the fastest second sector, and sector 3 hasn't gone purple just yet, but it's going pretty close. The gap between the top two now is exactly 0.2 of a second, 0.200 between Will Self and Bob Barron at the top of the times, and a further 0.2 back to Dave Buki. So it's an all EG Civic front row, an all EK Civic second row, but it's EP3 Civic and DC2 Integra on the 3rd row with Philip Wright and James Kiff. For the rest of the classes, it's now Sam Lintzner. Well, he was. I've looked back at the screen. Who's top of the times now? Unstoppable Dan Thackeray. Of course he is. 57.999 to go fastest in the session in Class B. Sam Lintzner is in 2nd quickest, and Lewis Barker in 3rd. We should mention there's no Ryan Cunningham here, the defending champion. He had some personal issues that sadly have kept him away from this weekend. He's had to make a decision to step away from it. So it means now it's possibly a free pass potentially for Dan Thackeray to go forwards and provisionally secure the Class B title if the maths add up, according to Carl McKellar, our championship coordinator. So coming up to halfway in the session, and Tommy Knight's popped up to P2 now, so he's actually broken the front row lockout of the EG Civics, the Tommy Knight EK car. He says he's loving this circuit around here, and that's been the rave review from everyone else. They are loving this circuit. The fact it's a roller coaster, the fact it's, as Charlie aptly described it as at the beginning of the intro in qualifying. It's a roller coaster, it's so fast, but also the drivers are saying you don't get a moment's let up here. Every single corner comes up one after the other. It's such a fast, such a hard attacking, flowing circuit. You really have to be on your toes and be on focus for the 100% of a lap. As soon as you complete one lap, you're on to the next one, and the next, and the next. You don't get a minute's let up, and you end up doing 20, 30, even 40 laps at once because you're just in such a rhythm. Now, top of the times in a rhythm right now is Bob Barron, using that local knowledge and his new suspension to full effect. He goes fastest, 55.273. So top of the times now for Bob Barron, the local hit favourite, going to the top. Dare I predict he could be in the hunt for his first victory this weekend? As we've got a car off the road. That's Fraser McNeil off the road. That's the other Kilty K-Swaps car. So as one goes to the top of the times, the other one has got, well, front end damage, it seems. Fraser's out of the car, it seems. He seems to be okay. It looks like it's at the bottom, I think, of... Yeah, there's yellow flags going into Duffers Dip and Leslie. So it's into the gravel trap at the bottom of the hill at Leslie's. You see Tommy Knight rocking over the curbs at the chicane. Of course, yellow flags, that means the cars will have to back off and not push on. Otherwise, if you do set a quicker lap time or even a quicker sector time where there's a yellow flag, you'll be in trouble for that one. Get a slap on the wrist from Stacey, our race director. Of course, he's not here. It's our race director. It's a different race director team because Stacey's not here this weekend. So, interesting stuff for Fraser then. Not the way he wants to end the session, and he currently sits at the moment in P7, so car 7 in position 7, and he won't be going any further. That's as high as he'll start on the grid, unless the likes of Michael Barron and co can improve. So it's an all-Kilty K-Swaps 4th row. Which order it might be, if Barron can go quicker, that remains to be seen. A couple of cars in pit lane. We've got Bob Barron is in pit, so too is James Kiff. He's in the pit lane as well. Also in is Tommy Knight, so is Lewis Barker. So a few mid-session adjustments for them to make in the session. And just after Fraser got off, he just set his personal best time of the session, 58.675. So clearly trying to find more time. And just looks like he lost a little bit going through Duffers Dip and then got it sideways. And off the road he went. And I think going through the gravel might have just damaged the front splitter a little bit and the front bumper. So everyone's kind of just backing off a little bit here for this final little push with 5.5 minutes to go. Let's just give you a situation of where we are. Bob Barron then on provisional pole then by only half a tenth of a second. So Will Self has only got to find half a tenth to deny Bob Barron a home pole position here. And as rightfully said, there is Fraser McNeil's car. And actually it's not. Whereabouts is that? That's actually on the approach. Right, that's not down at Leslie's. That's down the approach towards Butcher's. Looks like he's lost it somewhere on the exit of McIntyre's before the second right-hander at Butcher's in that sequence. So he's off the road, quite far off the road. It's quite a pretty high-speed part of the course there as you go through, particularly in a Class A car. Will Self on another push lap. And at the moment, he's done a 18.161 on the first sector. Rides his way through. Look at the way he rocks over the curbs in the chicane. That is a fantastic part of the course, particularly after passing laps with Fraser yesterday. You really get an appreciation for just how hard you attack this course. I think the ability to ride the curbs in this circuit is key to get a fast lap out of here at Knockhill. Really, really key to do so. Michael Barron's just moved himself ahead of Fraser McNeil, so it is still an all-Kilty K-Swaps 4th row, but it's Michael Barron who's now in P7 and Fraser McNeil, all being well, should start in P8. Personal best coming for Dan McDonald. Good to see him back in the championship. He's back racing full stop because the last time we saw him race was back in 2024. But the last time he raced at Knockhill here, he did get 3 top 10s in the Civic Cup, including a very well-earned 4th place after a race-long battle with Luke Hanley in that day. So a good effort for him. The provisional pole to Bob Barron going even faster now. There's a 17.866 in the first sector, motoring along through the chicane up towards Jim Clark Curve. Tell you what, these Kilty K-Swap boys can drive, and they really are showing the local knowledge. All the curb on the exit. How's he looking in sector 2? He does a come towards the end of the sector. 20.626. It's not a personal best. He's lost a little bit of time. But is that first sector enough to get himself in the mix then to try and put himself an even quicker lap time in this qualifying session? So Bob Barron fastest. Will Self in second place, only half a tenth away. Tommy Knight is third, 2.5 tenths away from pole in third position. Seriously impressed with Dave Buki. He said he'd found some pace, and something certainly happened because it's an all-EK second row for Dave, and fourth is going to be, should be chuffed with that. Phil Wright, 5th fastest. James Kiff in 6th. Then Michael Barron and Fraser McNeil. Class B is still Thackeray from McDonald and Linster. And then in Class C, we should mention, it's now Matt Rowling, who is clear by about 0.6 of a second from Callum Houchin, as Bob Barron, meanwhile, has gone even faster on that lap, 55.147. He's now cleared by nearly 0.2 of a second. Bob Barron is absolutely flying out there at the moment, and no wonder. He was here a couple of weeks ago, as Will Self alluded to, in the Motorsports Championship. All 3 of the Kilty K-Swaps cars are out there. Bob, I think, even did make a move as Bob is pulling off the road. Now, I hope that's not an issue, because he's now parked it off onto the side of the road, and oh dear. I fear maybe he might have taken a bit too much out of the 27 Honda Civic, because that car's now pulled up into the inside. He sets pole position and then pulls up. So, might be a bit of investigative work to go and do, I think, for us down in paddock during my lunch break as to what might have gone on there. They might have 2 cars to have a look at rather than 1. Phil Wright pushing on in 5th position, 55.917, his best time so far. And just behind you can see, top of Class B, top of the championship in both the class and overall, Dan Thackeray. He'll have experience of racing here in Civic Cup previously, so he knows this circuit. Funnily enough, in terms of getting up here, I sort of flew up here, some people drove or got lifts. How does Dan Thackeray get up here to save himself? He takes the train. That says it all, doesn't it? Even this, for preparation to kind of keep himself as fit and in preparation as possible, doesn't have to drive or even take a flight. Each to their own. Anyway, it's now 1 minute 40 left on the clock. More personal best coming in. Michael Barron has done a 56.080. He's a fraction away from getting himself into P6, number 3rd row of the grid, to nudge James Kiff down a row in the Honda Integra. Some more personal best coming in for Duncan Holloway, who is now at the moment in 6th in class. He's currently on the 8th row of the grid alongside Class C pole sitter Matt Rowling. There goes Holloway. Good to see him back out after he had an incident at Brands Hatch when he was avoiding Luke Krasisbenu going off the road into Paddock Hill Bend, and because of that got sideways and ended up on his side. He was fine, car was fine, went back out for the next race, but a bit of a moment when you see a Honda Civic just gently roll onto its side out of random when you don't really expect it. James Kiff trying to push on. This is his first season of car racing, is James. Hence the rookie cross on the back, the yellow square with the black cross. He's been a former bike racer, enjoying getting to cars, and actually been super impressive in this championship since he joined back in June at Brands Hatch. And he was on pole position from the reverse grid, the draw, after race 1, and could have been a factor in race number 2, but a tangle between him and Tommy Knight into turn 1, which was deemed a racing incident, so all well, they've all kissed and made up after it. Meant that we lost the potential to see what he could have done in that race, but James, even so, is going to keep on pushing on if he can. He's done a personal best, I think, in sector 3 on that last lap. Across the line comes the Integra with 12 seconds left on the clock, so he'll get one more chance to go. Up to P4 he goes, 55.675. So he's done better. He's now managed to leapfrog himself ahead of both Phil Wright and Dave Bucke. So that now demotes Dave Bucke back to the 3rd row alongside Phil Wright. And of course, this aero package they brought in for Alton Park has been working overtime. They tested it at Castle Coombe before the Alton round. Saw that it was hitting the sweet spot. Just almost flicks the belt for the tyre stack as he goes through the first part of the Black Circle chicane. And back in through Jim Clark curve they'll go. Nice and tidy, nice and neat, riding the curves beautifully. Let's see what James Kiff can do here. Checker flag is out on the session. And I think Will Surf might have given up on his pursuit of pole position unless he's pushing on this last lap. I can't see him possibly beating Bob's time. I don't know if we'll be able to speak to Bob, whether he's going to get back to the circuit across the track or not to speak to Charlie, but if he can run across and we can tempt him, we'll have to wait and see. Up to the line comes James Kiff, currently 4th fastest. Can he improve on 55.675? The answer is no, 56.0 on his last lap, but he goes 4th. So therefore, he'll start on the 2nd row of the grid alongside Tommy Knight in the end. Checker flag goes out for the rest of our field. Dan Thackeray, Michael Barron and co across the line to complete their session. And a crucial one. So impressive stuff from the Hondas once again. Track temperature getting a little warmer now, 12.6 degrees now. So it's a little warmer out there, but still not as warm as it definitely could be. So a fascinating qualifying session. And even though he wasn't fully running at the end of it, had to park up, he managed to make the car work when it was working and put himself on pole using the local knowledge. Bob Barron doing himself justice. Now the question's got to be, now he's taken pole position, is he going to be able to convert that into a first victory? And can he hold off Will Self? Because those two cars are very evenly matched at the front. And the EG Civics certainly are very, very suited to this tight and twisty Knockhill circuit. And I wonder if it's going to be quite a fascinating spectacle for all involved to watch. It certainly should be. At least on paper it will. So the Hondas make their way into pit lane. They'll head back round to Park Ferme. And once they're out there, we'll be able to get, if we can get him across, Bob, but also as well, Dan Thackeray and Matt Rowling to have a chat to Charlie in front of a Lucas Oil board in a few moments' time. And then once we've done that, we'll be going straight into a lunch break. For those who are watching around the circuit, we will have a bit of a street car demonstration, but courtesy of Motorsport UK here, so be sure to watch out for that. I think you'll have Duncan Vincent here to guide you through that as well on the microphone a little bit later on. So results from qualifying for Racing Hondas ahead of round 13 this afternoon here at Knockhill. And on local ground, it's Bob Barron who takes pole position with a 55.147. The car wasn't running at the end, but we'll see if we can get him on to the grid for race 1 later on. But pole position for Barron by what was about a tenth, nearly 2 tenths of a second from championship leader in Class A, Will Self. He's on a 55.325. Third fastest for Tommy Knight. Impressive effort for him to go third quickest, 55.503. Then James Kiff, fourth quickest, also looking good in the Integra. He'll start on the second row of the grid on a 55.675. Then it's Dave Buki, another impressive effort from him to go P5 in the EK Civic on a 55.763. He'll be alongside Philip Wright on the third row of the grid with a 55.917. Michael Barron, the guest entry, brother of Bob, will start 7th. He'll be on a 56.080. He's alongside Fraser McNeil in 8th, who was off the road after he dropped it into the gravel at Butcher's Corner on the outside. And then in 9th on the grid, it'll be the Class B pole for Unstoppable Dan Thackeray with a 57.805, followed by Daniel McDonald. Good effort to see him back in his first car race out in a year and puts it on the front row in Class B. Next, Sam Linster is 11th from Lewis Barker in 12th. Harry Greenhill makes his comeback to start 13th alongside Luke Rasmussen and Owen Diver. And then Duncan Holloway, who had a trip in the gravel and will practice earlier on. Then Matt Rowling, who tops Class C with a 1 minute .793, ahead of Callum Houchin. And right at the back, we didn't really see him in the session, Spencer Fortag with problems. I think he will start at the back of the grid with a 1 minute 6.687 in his FN2 Civic. And there's a bit of a spread of 11 seconds covering the entire 19 car field in the end. So, interesting stories from qualifying. The big one, I can see Bob Barron's car is being towed in, so we might well possibly get him in a moment if we can get him in front of a Lucas Oil board, I'm sure, if he can quickly run round. But Bob Barron then takes the 5 bonus points and the pole position at home. This could be pretty fascinating. If that Guilty K-Swaps car is able to be easily fixed, I'm certain he'll be in the shout for this one. He has been in leading attention before. I remember back at Cadwell Park at his first event, he was leading for half the race on the partial reverse grid, then lost the rear and dropped it. But he has now got a better suspension setup and a rear wing. So as far as I'm concerned, he ain't got any excuse to lose the rear end this time, I don't think. So Bob Barron could possibly get a home victory, and it'll be his first victory in Racing Hondas if he can manage it. Let's hope I'm not hyping it up and it's a commentator's curse. Will Self, meanwhile, front row of the grid start for him. So this will be key for him, and I'm certain he's possibly maybe playing. He says he's downplaying it, saying he's not as quick, but his pace tells a different story. He did this at Alton Park, where even he was on meeting old tyres, even at Brands Hatch, where he didn't really like it at Brands Hatch, and his tyres were meeting old, still took a victory in race 1 and was in contention for race 2, had he managed to get past Phil Wright in the end as well. Tommy Knight, who's on a high after his first victory at Brands Hatch, third quickest for him. So that's a good effort for Tommy, and he'll be impressed with that with the EK Civic. James Kiff looking well. The aero package is looking like it's pretty well suited to Knockhill. 4th fastest with his best effort. Dave Buki was up there third quickest at one point. He should be mega chuffed with that, because getting himself onto the third row ahead of Phil Wright will be a big achievement. Of course, you've got Michael Barron and Fraser McNeil, who, all being well, will make up the 4th row to the Kilted K-Swaps pair, with Bob topping Class A. Dan Thackeray, of course, gets the extra 5 bonus points for pole position in Class B and continues to be literally unstoppable. Dan McDonald, though, very impressive for him. Guest entry, so no point scoring for him, but his first race out of the year back with Ben Sharp Racing. He's been a former esports racer in the Porsche Championship, and then he's been doing Civic Cup for about 3 years. He started with Dave Buki's Kinetic team, then moved to Ben Sharp Racing in 2023, did about a season and a half with them. Now he's back with Ben Sharp Racing for his first outing. Then Sam Linster up there, who was fastest at one point early in the session, but has to get himself into third. So I think he might actually get the points for second and fastest in qualifying, I'm guessing. So you might get 4 bonus points for that. A good effort for Lewis Barker as well. 4th in qualifying for Class B. Harry Greenhill on his return, a P5 also as well. So good effort for them to make it happen. And in terms of Class C, it's still Matt Rowling and Callum Houchin. So those two going back and forth. The gap between them in qualifying was about just about 0.6 of a second, so Matt still has the advantage in there, and of course he's getting one step closer to potentially getting himself into the mix for holding the Class C title. And remember, this is the last round that drivers can use to drop scores, because at Snetterton, the last 2 races, whatever happens in those races, win, DNF, any points that go with it, you can't drop it. No drop scores from the final round, which means this is the last chance you can really slip up, if you like, if you get to that point, particularly if you had a championship fight where you can gain points back if you need it. So very, very important to do so. Just being told, I think we're going to start roughly a little bit ahead of schedule this afternoon, from what I've been told. So keep an eye out for that when we get the action back underway. The timing is set to be our Attack 2 coming up as our first sessions after lunch. Quickly run you through what the afternoon schedule looks like. We're going into a lunch break now. We're holding roughly around about, we're hearing about roughly 20 minutes, I'm guessing, ahead of schedule is what I'm hearing. So should be around about roughly, I think, possibly about 10 past 1 to be sure for that one if we are going forward. If that does change, we'll try and let you know. But the schedule for the afternoon is the Attack 2 sessions for Club Pro, Pro and Pro Extreme, then Club 2-wheel drive and Club 4-wheel drive, then Classic and Retro, Club and a Pocket Rocket, then our first Racing Hondas race, and then we do it all over again. Super Attack for Club Pro, Pro and Pro Extreme, Club 2 and 2-wheel drive and 4-wheel drive, Classic Retro, Club and a Pocket Rocket, and we finish the day's action at scheduled around about 5 o'clock for race 2. We have the partially reversed grid, and there is apparently a threat of rain in the air. That could be very, very interesting indeed, particularly with the partially reversed grid. And the partially reversed grid for race 2 is always entertaining and fascinating. I cannot wait for that, particularly there's a bit of precipitation in the air. That could really spice things up this late in the championship. Could be an absolute cracker. So lunch break is pretty much in process. We are getting a bit of a Motorsport UK streetcar demonstration for those around the circuit if you're watching, so be sure to get around near the, I think it's around near the Taylor's Hairpin, that little loop around there if you want to come and watch it. But apart from that, we should be good to see that one. So let's head down to the Lucas Oil Board with Charlie Harmon to have a chat with our top pole position setters for classes A, B and C for qualifying ahead of round 13 for Racing Hondas here at Knockhill.
Right, we are here fresh off of qualifying. Now, Bob Burren did actually take pole position in Class A. However, he is still somewhere on the track, so hopefully we'll be able to catch up with him after race 1. However, I'm going to bring Dan over now, who did get pole position in Class B. How was that for you?
Yeah, it was good. I mean, I wasn't sure I had it because I lost my fastest lap. A little bit of track limits was a bit unfortunate. First time I've hit them all weekend, happened to do it when it matters. But my second fastest lap was good enough, luckily. And yeah, we lost a bit at the start session with the yellow flags and stuff, so we didn't really get into a good rhythm till halfway through, but had enough.
Yeah, no, definitely. Obviously, you're very tight for points with this. This round could be the definitive one for the championship. How are you feeling heading into race 1? Obviously, fingers crossed you always get them points.
Yeah, that's what everyone keeps saying, but that's not something I really worry about. Yeah. There's still 4 races to go, and as it always does, a lot can change, so I'm just going to race it like normal and try and win, basically.
No, absolutely. And obviously we haven't got Ryan here with us today. Obviously it works hopefully in your favour. Good job, not good job.
Yeah, it's a shame you couldn't make it this weekend. You know where he would have been right with me, that's for sure. So it makes things a little bit easier, but you know the guys behind are fast as well, so I mean the grid here is pretty close. I haven't actually seen the times, but I know they won't be far off, so it's going to be a tight race.
It is, and it's a very tight track as well. It's very intense.
It's very intense, yeah. It's very bumpy, lots of ups and downs, and if you make a mistake here, it does actually harm you quite a lot because it just sets you out of rhythm for a good 2 or 3 corners. So no mistakes, hopefully, no track limits, and hopefully a good start, as always.
Oh, amazing. Well, good luck for race 1. Thank you so much. Right, we're going to grab Matt over now, who is our Class C pole position. Matt, how was that for you?
Yeah, really enjoyed it. Yeah, really mega circuit. Could be a new favourite for me, so yeah, really enjoyed it. Yeah, lucky enough to get a lap in before cars started entering gravel traps, and yeah, unfortunately, hope everybody's all right. But yeah, no, really good, really enjoyed it. Yeah, great circuit.
Yeah, obviously we caught up in the pits a little bit sort of before. You thought Callum's F&Z might favour you over here. How are you finding? How's the EP3 performing? I'm
a little bit down on power here. There's a lot of hills, so you need the horsepower to kind of pull you out, especially this last turn up the straight. That's a long drag, so I'm going to struggle there if I'm honest. So I wouldn't be surprised if Callum can punch out of that corner and come up side by side by the time we get into turn 1.
Yeah, head into race 1 is sort of just literally just hit the corners and hope for it.
Yeah, it's quite tight and technical. I've never been here before, so I was kind of hoping that the fact that it's tight and technical might favour the less weight and less horsepower, but it looks like you need a bit more horsepower than I've got, so we'll see. So the race is going to be really interesting. I hope that Callum and I get a really good close race together.
No, I think you will definitely here.
Yeah, I should do. Should be good.
Well, good luck for race 1.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Right, that's it from qualifying, so make sure you stick around for race 1.
Motegi Racing was conceived with one mission in mind: performance. Each wheel is over-engineered to ensure industry-leading strength, lightweight design, and seamless connection to your unique style. From our storied past in motorsports to our stylistic contributions to the aftermarket culture, One thing remains: Motegi Racing is built for enthusiasts.
down here this morning with Luke Sejkowski from Pro Class. How are you doing this morning, Luke?
Yeah, great, thank you. Yeah, I love being here. Track's amazing. The weather's good at the moment, and yeah, I've never been to Knockhill before, and it's really good. Like, the views are good. We had a track walk, and yeah, I really like it up here.
And you've had an amazing season so far, haven't you? Tell us a little bit about it.
Well, it's gone well. We've managed to get a lap record at every track we've been to. So not always a pro lap record, sometimes a pro two-wheel drive lap record, but yeah, this year has been amazing. The car's been faultless, and we've just really enjoyed it. It's been strange to sit around and eat instead of getting grease deep in the car.
Instead of having a mad panic between sessions.
Yeah, that's it. So yeah, it's been really good fun.
And so what are you looking forward to today? What's the aim today?
Well, we're actually quite close to sealing the championship, so today I've got to finish third in every session, and then that should be the championship sealed. Obviously, ideally, like I just said about the run we've had, it would be nice to get a lap record, but it's going to be difficult with the weather, and also the local guys around here obviously know the track well. I've done 8 laps of the place, so yeah, we'll see how we get on and just go for it.
And it's an amazing track out there. As you say, it's got lots of blind corners, elevation changes. So how's the car going to handle out there?
Yeah, well, it's quite funny you say that. So my mechanic was on the radio trying to talk to me, and I was like, I actually can't talk because it's constant steering input, gear input. There's so much going on for the first 2 sectors really of the track. Like, it's intense. And like you say, lots of the corners are completely blind, so you're going into them and they just drop away and you don't know what you're dropping away to. But that's what makes it fun, I suppose, and it's really good. Obviously, you then get a bit of a breather when you get onto the back straight because it's got a slight kink in it, but it's a straight really. So yeah, it's a good fun track. Obviously, traffic's going to be a big issue here, so just hopefully everyone's aware of that, and it's the same situation for everyone, so we can all give and take a little bit, hopefully.
Does it make any difference for your car? Because you've obviously got high downfalls, but it's quite a short circuit.
Yeah, well, exactly. So we're low horsepower. We're 600 horsepower compared to the Evos, which are a lot higher. So we rely on corner speed in the high-speed corners and the aero. And like you say, here it's just not that. It's a tight, twisty, technical, getting out of low-speed corners kind of track. So yeah, I think the Evos have got a bit of an advantage, but we'll just drive it harder and work harder for it.
And happy if it rains this afternoon?
Yeah, well, the aero starts to come back in again then. The aero's good in the wet. Obviously, again, being rear-wheel drive compared to four-wheel drive is not ideal, but still, I quite like the wet, and the car with the aero and the wets is good fun.
Brilliant. Well, good luck out there this afternoon, and yeah, we'll see how things go.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Cheers.
That was Susie having a chat to Tegua's very own Luke Sejkowski after one of his runs this morning, either in warm-up or attack 1. And so he's now back up on track this one as we get to attack 2 for our next set of time attack sessions here. Welcome back to those of you from a lunch break. 20 minutes early, we're running a little bit ahead of schedule, so we are 20 minutes ahead. So we are now getting to this first session after lunch now for Club Pro, and for Pro Extreme. This is for our fastest cars that you'll see out on time attack, and indeed at all this weekend out on circuit. And so the first couple of laps being laid down here at Knockhill. Once again, Scott Woodward's here to guide you through all of the action. And once again, if you're watching the time attack coverage and wondering where your regular commentator is, Alexi, just another shout out to him. He sadly is unwell this weekend, wasn't able to make the trip to Knockhill. So, of course, wishing him a speedy recovery, and fingers crossed he is back with us for our season finale at Snetterton, where if some haven't been crowned already this weekend, we get him to see some more champions crowned in time attack. And possibly, this could be one of them. Luke Sejkowski said he could be potentially on course wrapping up the championship. But you could see just how much he's pushing as he turns out through Duffer's Dip to the bottom of Leslie's, named after the late great David Leslie. Now through McIntyre's, back into the black tyre circle chicane. I have to say, I'm super glad that this car is here this weekend at Knockhill. I'm pretty certain that Luke couldn't really miss it anyway, given the fact that he's in contention for the Pro Class title. But watching this Honda NSX move around Knockhill is a thing to behold. He makes his way up through Hislops towards Taylor's hairpin. He'll punch it down on the brakes. Look at the way the car, again, sparking on the ground. The front splitter rubbing against the tarmac as he turns out through Taylor's hairpin. See the car scrabbling for traction with all the air underneath it, out of the hairpin and up the hill once again. He comes across the line for his first proper flying lap, and there's a 48.617. So by far, he is the fastest man out there. Helps also turn the music off the PA as well. So for those of you who had some musical background, they had that for a couple of laps, but all good. Right, so back to regular action. And again, Luke using all the track and plenty more as he winds his way up and over the curbs. Nice and neat through the black circle chicane. And you mentioned Colin Dorwood, given the fact that car's got about 600 brake horsepower. Look at, if you see it turning his way through Jim Clark curve, the way it was lifting the inside front wheel. It was literally 3 wheels on his wagon, but the car was so stiffly sprung, if I get it right, but it couldn't get it right. Neither could 145 out of the hairpin. That was Josh Barrett getting a loop around on the Caterham, just as Luke goes past, rather bemused. And Josh quickly puts the Caterham the right way round, and back he'll go over the crest. As Luke Sedjakowski, last lap he backed off to a 49.3, so it wasn't as quick as earlier on. Now we look to 27, Bradley John in the Evo that's currently running at the moment quite strongly in category. So of course points have already been scored in the first attack session. Of course attack 2, this is where you get more points. Big points of course are scored when you come to the end section towards the super attack, and so you get 6 points for winning your class in attack 2, 4 points for second and 2 for third, and all drivers get 3 points as a baseline anyway to all drivers that set a time, including the top 3. So as a baseline you score 3 points, and then you get the extra points on top for finishing first, second and third in class, and then anywhere else you get the mix as well. Car 13 also pushing on, that's the Peugeot 205 of Darren Spooner. And Spooner currently in the moment is 6th in class, 6th overall in terms of his class at the moment. He is right now 3rd in Club Pro behind Michael Osborne and Eric Holmes in their pair of Evos. Look at the results from Attack 1. I just noticed also that one car we don't have out, I know we do have him out there, is Simon Norris. I didn't see him at the top of the times, but he's only just popped out. And his banker lap is pretty much a 57.030. I'm certain he'll be up there a bit quicker. His best time in the session before was a 48.726, although Luke Sedjakowski's done a 48.617, so I'm anticipating that Norris will probably do a better time if he's got some clear track around him. Just having a scout around to see where he is, because I can't see him on track at the moment. The car's still in the garage, so he's actually done, how many laps has he done so far? 2 laps, and he's backed it into the garage once again, so possibly he's saving his tyres a little more. In the pit lane has come 93, which is Michael Osborne, who still leads the way in Club Pro. Across the line they go. Goes Josh Barrett, keeping his Caterham facing the right way this time, rather than looping around at the hairpin. Josh Barrett 6th overall right now, and currently sat at the moment in 4th in Pro class behind Sedjakowski, Dorwood and John. So let's see what he can do. He finished up the session 4th in class before, so he can get a little bit closer to the top 3. That'll certainly be a bonus for him. As he works his way through, also coming out of the hairpin now is Martin Henry in the Vauxhall Astra. Charges his way over the crest and over the line, and he will stay 7th fastest. Best time of 54.891 over the crest. Now under brakes, flick right. And then powering his way through. Over the chicane, using all the curb on the inside. Little wayward as he sort of landed off the second jump. And now making towards Jim Clark curve once again on power. Anyone else improving? Ilya Krylov is putting in a proper lap time this time. He's getting out of the hairpin up towards the line, and he stays 10th. Yeah, his last lap was 1:03.2, so it's not really a proper full-on flying lap. He is pushing hard to try and get a quicker one. Also out there is Donny McLeod as well in the single round entry, the 144 Renault Clio, that had a bit of an off in one of the sessions earlier on, where it looks like he lost it on the exit of the chicane and then possibly just hit the tyre side on, but carried on and managed to finish the session. So Sedjakowski still top of the times, 48.617. Dorwood 49.6. Bradley John a 51.2. Michael Osborne, who is top of Club and Pro on a 53.655. He's currently around about nearly 2/10 ahead of Eric Holmes in the 79 Evo. Josh Barrett, who had that spin up at the hairpin, still holding 6th and 4th in Pro class. Martin Henry 5th in the number 63 car. Spooner in Club and Pro. But it's Simon Norris, whose car is still in the garage, though he's deciding to just take it easier in this session. The Sedjakowski NSX is also in the pit lane as well. As Krylov has gone through and now gone sub 1 minute on his lap time, 58.885, so he's getting a little bit quicker. What was his lap time last time by in the last session? He's done a 53.899, so he's winding up slowly. He's taking his time in the session to get a bit quicker. Now he's pushing on a little more. What's his first sector? Yeah, personal best in sector 1. He's going a lot quicker this time in that incredible looking Haltech sponsored RWF Clio. It really is one of the best looking cars in the field. As he powers his way down, here slops towards the Taylor's hairpin. And as we get halfway through the session now, 11.5 minutes to go in this attack 2 for Club Pro and Pro Extreme. And again, it's great to see these high-powered cars back for the first time in 11 years since we saw them back in 2014. And some things stay the same in Time Attack, some things do change. It's good to see that the Time Attack is still all about building the fastest car possible and finding the fastest lap time possible. Oh, and off the road has gone that I think is the track. That's the track Evo. It's the track Formula Evo number 151. Looks like it's off the road. So that car has pulled up with a mechanical issue that looks like it's possibly on the inside of the hairpin, I think. Or no, that might be the inside of McIntyre's. I think one of the two. It's off the road somewhere by the looks of it. So halfway through the session, massive spark as he hit the bump there through, and also stopped is Martin Henry. So another car with mechanical issues, and that car's stopped right on the entrance to pit lane. So if you can't get that moving, that might well be a red flag, considering that's going to be right in a position where it's going to. The cars might be able to get around that, but it depends on that position if they can make it happen. As we go halfway through the session. Now, someone who's got a little bit more knowledge than I have in Time Attack, and I'm probably going to lean on quite a lot in these next few sessions in Attack 2 and Super Attack as well, is regular co-commentator to Alexi, who, as I've said a couple of times, we missed because he's not here this weekend. As I mentioned, red flag. So perfect timing with half a session to go. We can have a chat to Susie Wallace, who's joined me here. Susie, great to have you in the box. First time I've commentated with you, first of all, which is great. And this is going to be quite interesting to see these two sessions, particularly, of course, from your point of view, because, George, you've been all things Time Attack, of course, the whole season for the last few years. So, first of all, I guess the key thing is back at Knockhill after 11 years. It's a mega facility to come to, a great little circuit. To bring Time Attack here with these high-speed cars just makes it even more special, doesn't it?
Yeah, it really does. And I mean, look at the view we've got up. Yeah. This is the first time I've been able to see all of the circuit from up here. So, yeah, it's fantastic to be back. So far, so good. Weather-wise, we're keeping our fingers crossed, although I will get very much blamed if it rains this afternoon.
Surely not.
So, but yeah, like you said, 2014, last time we were here with the circuit. And we do actually have some of the drivers here today who are actually there at 2014 as well. And quite a surprising number if you think, who's been racing for 11 years. So I've got at least kind of like 5 drivers here today for Time Attack who were here back in 2014. So excellent. Yeah, it's good to be returning back.
There's longevity in the championship as well. The fact they stick around for 11 years. We also had, Johnny Fletcher as well in the Astros. He's a 100th Time Attack event as well. So
yes.
Shows they've got longevity. They just keep on coming back for obvious reasons.
Yeah, and it's such an amazing paddock, and everyone, as Johnny was saying in my interview with him, it's such an amazing paddock. Everyone's super friendly, and everyone who. We get lots of people coming who do single round entry, get the bug, and then they end up joining for a full season. So yeah, it's great to be back. Great to be back in Scotland.
It is. It is.
And yeah, it's been a fantastic day so far. What's it been like up here?
It's been good. It's been good. Obviously, I've been learning the ropes of Time Attack a little bit. So as I said, I might be leaning on you a little bit with your superior knowledge on Time Attack. But it's been good to experience it. It's obviously good to kind of see a different side of the weekend as well, since my focus is typically on racing Hondas. But to see these cars actually in action, to see them on the flow, and to watch them attack a circuit like this, particularly watching the likes of Luke and also Simon Norris's Evo, some of the faster cars here, you get a newfound appreciation not just for the circuit but for the Formula and for the category itself, because you get to see these cars really going at it the limit. I'm certain we haven't seen them going at 10 tenths just yet, because of course they'll do that in the Super Attack where they get the big points later on this afternoon. But
well, this is the thing. Yeah, exactly. And it's like, is it even worth kind of like going full out just yet? Because if the weather does change, and that's what we know, is you get points from in Attack 1 and Attack 2 and in Super Attack. So yeah, people might be going out, and the fastest times of the day might be set actually in some of these sessions if the rain does kind of set in. So we'll see how it goes. That's
very true. In fact, to talk about lap times as well, the fact that Simon Norris did a 48.7 in Attack 1, Sejikovsky in a Pro Class car compared to the Pro Extreme did a 48.6 in this session already. So he's going faster than what should be on paper at least in class the fastest car in the session. One thing I have noticed though, which is I don't know if it's because of anything from attack 1 or anything else, Simon Norris has only done 2 laps and then gone, he's stayed in the box pretty much since the start of the session. He said his only lap time he's done was a 57.030, which is obviously nowhere near the time he can do.
Yeah.
So whether that's an intermittent issue, whether he's possibly saving himself for super attack, but then again, if there is mooted rain in the air later on this afternoon, you're rolling the dice with that one.
Yeah, and I mean, obviously there's points to be gained in each session, but yeah, I would say if he's set 57, I would say that's definitely indicative of problems, and we'll see if they manage to get that resolved and back out on track again.
Also notice the Sedgwickowski NSX is going back into the box. I wonder if he's done for the session because he's done a 48.6.
Well, that's it. He's done good enough to. We'll see if it kind of lasts for the rest of the session. But he's fastest car out on track at the moment. So yeah, he's done well enough to kind of pull that off, and they might kind of see how the rest of the session goes and maybe come back out if anyone manages to better that.
Could be possible. One driver's got quite close to him through that session. In fact, and actually, at one point was beating him at one point in one of the warm-ups or in session 1, was Colin Dorwood in the Evo, and he's been pretty much on Luke's tail all the way through. And Luke even said in the interview, saying that, as he was saying with you, that the fact that the Evo's got some 100, 200 horsepower more and four-wheel drive meant that he was struggling against them and trying to beat them. But well, that looks pretty unbeatable. Let's get the side from Colin's side. You were having a chat to him earlier on.
Yep.
Let's see what he thought and how he's finding this weekend here at Knockhill.
All right, I'm grabbing a quick couple of minutes with Colin Dorwood. So good morning, Colin. How are you doing?
I'm fine, thank you. Good morning. How are you?
So I'm good, thanks. So we've not seen you for the last couple of rounds. So just give us a little bit of a recap about what happened.
Well, we built a new engine for the start of the season, and a couple of things weren't quite right with it. So we were managing it for the first 2 rounds, and then we were looking to return with that engine for the third round 3. But then we looked at a bit further into the engine and some oil sampling and stuff, and we decided that it wasn't worth risking everything else. So scurried around and ended up borrowing my old engine that I'd sold to a friend, and we run that at one of the events, which was quite successful. And then when we went to the next again round, I'm sure it was, I had some throttle body issues, and the shifts weren't great, and me being me, I was told not to continue, but I ended up continuing because the car gives you so much, it's such a good feeling, even when there's little things wrong, and you just want to eke it out, almost like revving out the problem. I mean, a lot of people will understand what I mean by that. If it's misfiring, you try and rev it out. So, and anyways, I ended up snapping a camshaft and breaking rockers and all sorts of stuff because the shift cuts were wrong and the throttle body was doing something it shouldn't have been doing, and the engine was basically dead stopping, and then the inertia, basically we thought we'd snapped a crank. And anyways, long story short, I'd had enough, and I thought I'm not going to continue with the season. And then I missed 2 rounds at that particular point, and we were working to come back for the third because I could afford to drop the 2 rounds. And a really good friend of mine, Clive Walpole, he does my transmissions. He had an engine built, and he kindly lent us it to get back to my home circuit. So that, not quite to make the other, the last round. We were pushing for it, but we just didn't want to rush anything again. But we're here, and we're kind of prepared because I've not raced at Knockhill with this car and on slicks, so we're just finding areas now where we're going that quick. I mean, we're doing it a 49-second lap already, which is pretty quick. I'd like to get into the 48s, that would be really good, but of course now we're exposing that there's not enough fuel going to the fuel rail due to a series of corners, and when we're coming up and over the hill here, you do go airborne, and that's normally on a sort of 4th to 5th gear change, so it's a whole combination. The car's running lean, and of course the ECU's saving the car by not giving me any more power. Of course, I'm straight back to the mapper saying, cancel all that stuff, because I just want to keep on going, but obviously he's doing his job to protect the engine. So.
Home circuit for you said?
Yeah, my home circuit. I came here, I was going to come testing yesterday, but we figured with the car engine and a few other things being pretty new, I decided that the day before the event is too short for me, even with staying just over the water there. So I came last Wednesday on a normal track day, and I actually got some wet laps as well, which was really good because I haven't actually been here since 2018 or 2019 on the Super Lap Scotland when they used to when you know, that was pretty competitive then. It's good to get back in the groove here. It's a very, very difficult circuit. Every driver will say it's really difficult to get that lap time, even in the big power stuff. You know, it's really, really difficult. So I'll get into the groove, and hopefully we get into a 48-second lap. That would be great. I've already beat my personal best already, so hopefully we're going in the right direction anyways.
Yeah, we've got quite a few locals here today, so I think they've got the real advantage with this track.
Yeah, they have, but on saying that, the sim platforms on this circuit are pretty good. I've had a shot on some of the guys that have been well on the sim work, and I think that will help. Of course, you're not getting the elevation and the undulation quite as good. I mean, it's crazy here. I don't know if you've had a chance to walk around, but it's nuts over at Duffus and down the back. Elevation changes is unreal, but that's what makes it so good and so challenging.
But at least you know where you're going.
I do know where I'm going. Now, the only thing I've got to say is that the track, over the years, the track's changed, and it's actually got faster, but it's also got a bit wider in some places, but they've also put in, because the touring cars compete here, so there's touring car curbs, and as inviting as they are, if you were to touch them, you're in big trouble. So one, for the track limits, but two, you're going to damage something because it will pop you up onto the two wheels big time. So, but yeah.
Well, fingers crossed then. Hopefully this afternoon goes smoothly for you.
Yeah, I mean, I've got my family here, and loads of guys have come that always say they'll come to an event, so they're here today as well. I wished it was a bigger event, but I understand the logistics as well with Time Attack coming here, and a bit of a trial or whatever to get back into Knockhill. But if the show was here, I think it would really make the place shine with the drift in and all that sort of stuff that folk like to see. But maybe a double header next year here, because we do reverse direction here as well, which is awesome, really, really awesome. Actually quicker in reverse, but that's only because I've been coming here when I was 17, and I've got bad habits going clockwise. So, because the reverse direction is reasonably new, I think it's 15 years or something like that.
Well, fingers crossed, everything goes well for you this afternoon, and on the home circuit, we'll keep an eye out for you.
Yeah.
Good luck this afternoon.
Thanks a lot. Cheers. Thank you.
Thanks.
So Colin Dorwood there, plenty to say in your interview there with him, which was excellent to say on that one. So he's in, at the moment, currently sat at the time second fastest, and he's trying to get edge closer to Luke Sedgwickowski, but it looks particularly in this session that Luke has just, as they say, just turned the wick up a little bit more, and now he's currently a second ahead. So while Colin was pretty close, maybe that was just Luke teasing him a bit and saying, right, now I can just wind up everything on the NSX, here's the pace, now you deal with it.
Yeah, and Luke's been fortunate enough to be able to spend the rest of the session in the pits. And
pretty much.
He's bagged that lap in, and that's what it's all about, just getting that one perfect lap. It doesn't matter if it's the beginning of the session, if that's good enough, then that's all you have to do really, is just turn that, and then you can save the car for the later sessions.
Absolutely. Of course, he's going to be saving it for Super Attack later on, of course, which means he'll be going for the big points in Pro Class, and I'm certain almost, when it comes to it, probably another lap record as well, because he has been doing quite a lot of that this season, just basically just bagging lap records left, right and centre. But I guess because of the kind of car he's got, that it's kind of no surprise that it's just that quick, and it is that high performing that he can just bag them. He just keeps collecting them like football cards or stamps. Kind of his one and another, and almost every single round as well.
Yeah, totally. Although we see here Josh Barrett out in the Caterham, and he's actually, I mean, we see Josh Barrett again and again and again, will just be like one of the only cars out on track, and he will just turn lap after lap after lap. And I think you can, I mean, the track looks pretty empty at the moment, but Josh, just in that Caterham, will just kind of like I say, just go out for the full 20-minute session and just be able to run hot lap after hot lap. Whereas, when we're in this Pro Class, you've got such highly tuned cars, and actually you cannot run them for 20 minutes at a time, kind of full chat. Oh, a big slide there from Josh.
He's listening.
Really pushing on. But I mean, Josh very much will be trying to get his good laps in while the weather's still on his side, because he's going to get very, very damp if the rain does set in.
He has already made one mistake, because just before you got here back to the commentary box, he did have a bit of a spin up at the tail of his hairpin, which kind of looped it around. And in front of a rather bemused Luke Sedgwickowski, came past seconds later, must have looked past and gone, It's not that way, mate. It's not the reverse. It's not the reverse layout. But even so, it's. One thing I noticed about that car, I have seen it a couple of times this season, but I said this yesterday when I was observing it. Yesterday I was here, big twitch at Jim Clark curve.
Yeah.
I didn't think occasional 620R needed more grip or more kind of performance, and yet he's managed to find some more with literal or Formula-style front and rear wing package, and it's quite extraordinary. I think I've only seen that in literally, like, I don't know, Forza or a video game where you stick a front switch and a rear wing on it, or you should think, going really far back now, Shift 2 Unleashed, where you can make the car a works car, and that's exactly what he did with the Caterham. He literally stuck a front and a rear wing on it and made it. So
I can't believe you said Shift 2. I worked
there you go.
Game.
Yes, of course. Yeah. It was when you had the works packages, and I'm pretty certain with the Caterham one, it was. You put the full works one. We went 100% works. I'm going geeky anarchy, and I don't apologise for it. it stuck a rear wing and a front split and a proper front wing on this Caterham. I just thought, that's just extreme to another level in terms of a Caterham. It's light enough anyway. Josh can't do any more lapping now because we've had to put checker flag on the session, and it is now over. So the session is done, and it is Luke Sejakowski in Suzuki in the Honda NSX, who takes the fastest time, 48.617. A second clear Colin Dorwood in the Evo, second quickest in car 151. Third quickest another Evo, Bradley John on 50.618, and Josh Barrett did get his laps in, putting a 52.261 to go fourth in Pro Class. So Pro Class cars first to fourth. Michael Osborne is the top of Club and Pros. He gets the 6 points for that class, ahead of Eric Holmes and his Evo, and Ilya Krylov couldn't quite get the same sort of time he got in TAC 1 earlier on, but third place in Club and Pros, he gets the 2 points for that. Martin Henry in Pro Class and his Vauxhall stopped on the approach into the pit lane entry, so he was only able to get 8th. Darren Spooner in car 13, 9th quickest in Club and Pro. Then Simon Norris, we didn't really see anything in the session, didn't really set a proper time of 57.030. We anticipate he's probably saving it for Super Attack unless there is a problem with the number 9 Evo. And the only car we didn't really get a proper time from, well, I suppose we did, in a way, was Donnie McLeod in the Renault Clio 144, the single round entry, 57.789. So 11 cars took to the track. Fastest time of the session, 48.617. So that's one Attack 2 session done. 2 more still to go. We've got Club 2-wheel drive and 4-wheel drive to come. Now we've completed that one. Moving to this next session, which tends to be kind of one of the most popular ones, given it's the most popular class, Club and 2 4-wheel drive. What do we anticipate here in terms of better lap times compared to what we've seen, you think, this morning?
I am the wrong person to ask about lap times. I've not seen any of the action yet this morning, but I know we've already dropped a few people. So we've dropped Luke Hayporn, I think, in that first session in the Astra.
Yeah.
I do believe he had a fire. Actually,
yes.
So yes, I believe
it was just down here at the exit of. You can still see the quick dry cement dust line where they put it down where he pulled up. He pulled up, he had a smoky engine fire or something that happened, exiting Jim Clark curve, and we haven't seen his car since.
Yeah, so I believe it was pushing some oil out, and that some of that got onto the manifold, and then that caused the fire. So, and obviously that was really early on. That was in the first session of the day, which is obviously not how you want to start the day. And Luke's had rotten luck this year. He's really kind of like we actually saw at Brands Hatch, really eventful round for a lot of people. But actually at Brands Hatch, one of his lower suspension arms snapped. We actually saw him come off the track in that. So he seemed in remarkably good spirits when I saw him earlier on. But unfortunately, that will be it for him for the day. He won't be back out on track. So going to have a few less cars out in Club 4-wheel drive, in Club class.
Yeah, interesting stuff. So we'll have to see what he can do. Because he's third of the championship, is Luke Capon coming to the weekend. He was 12 points behind Johnny Fletcher, who, as you mentioned, is celebrating his 100th appearance in Time Attack this weekend. And I got a bit of a round of applause in the driver's briefing this morning when I was sat in there, because Andy managed to point it out and gave him his flowers for that. And you caught up with him earlier on to see how he's finding his 100th appearance and everything else in the championship. Second in points in Club 2-wheel drive. So let's throw to that and see what he thought.
So I'm just here catching a couple of quick minutes with Johnny Fletcher, the one and only Johnny Fletcher. How are you doing this morning?
Doing all right so far, learning a new track even though I've been here twice. Been fun.
That's not that new then.
It's not new, but it were 11 years ago and I can't really remember it. So,
so you were here in 2014 then?
2012 and 2014. I did a 59 dead in 2014. I've done a 57.6, so I've already gone quicker than I've ever been. So
what's the aim for you today then?
Just get through day. Just see where I finish at end of the day. I've no aims or anything like that. Make it through day, see what comes. Hopefully win, podium, who knows.
And championship's going well for you at the moment then?
Yeah, currently second behind David Dyson, who's not here today. So this will be his drop round, so it should be a chance to pick up a few points on him hopefully.
And this is like you say, you've been a long-standing figure in Time Attack, and I believe 100th round for you?
100 today, yeah. So first round was in 2011, and I've done every season since then, and this is now 100th round.
So what's it like to be here for your 100th round then?
Old. But no, it doesn't feel any different to any other round really, so yeah, it's just a normal round really.
What keeps you coming back to Time Attack?
Paddock mainly. Friendliest paddock ever, and it's just fun. It's fun, that's all it is really.
A good bunch of people, and still the same car, right?
Yeah, still the same car, so me and the car have both done 100 rounds, which I don't think anyone's ever done, so I'll take that record.
So that is a good record then. And so, and I think maybe somewhere, just to celebrate the occasion, because this is the 100th round, we have got, courtesy of your sponsors, Dorenza, so this canvas for you here. And do you just want to read out the little message that's on there?
So Johnny, congrats on hitting 100 rounds of Time Attack. It's been a pleasure to share the journey with you over the years. You deserve all the success you've achieved so far. All the best, Jack, Paul and the Dorenza team. Thank you. Did not expect that.
Yeah, well, it's a fantastic way to commemorate. Like I say, congratulations on your 100th round. Hopefully it all goes well today.
Yep.
And
fingers crossed.
Hopefully no drive shaft swapping today.
If it does, it only takes a few minutes to change it anyway, so.
So what's your record time for swapping the drive shaft?
About 2.5 minutes.
Well, hopefully not today. And yeah, congratulations on your 100th round.
Brilliant, thank you.
Good luck out there today.
Yep, cheers.
Cheers.
So, good to hear from Johnny Fletcher, of course, celebrating his 100th Time Attack event. Of course, in the same car as well. That's quite a feat as well. Of course, thinking if it's a Formula car that works, he's used to it. It's one of those age-old things. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. David wants Mark to fix that if he does that too many times. Humping over the second part of the chicane, massively up onto two wheels. I said we were going to get two-wheel moments. That was one of them, but probably a bit too extreme for David Lawrence. I think it's obvious that he's pushing on this initial lap, I think. Pretty obvious.
Yeah, so it looks like he's gone straight out there, straight on his hot lap and trying to get that lap in early on.
Certainly has. He's down towards Taylor's hairpin, winds its way through. I've seen this car do actual circuit races in a couple of other club championships in the mix for some more high-power cars, but now trying to hand at Time Attack is David Lawrence, of course, part of the Area Motorsport squad. Area Motorsport very well versed in circuit racing, but of course now giving David the chance to try his car. It looks like he possibly declipped something, because you very aptly pointed out, I think he's got possibly, a little loose front wing, possibly on the right front, where he might have just clipped where he went over there. You're just looking, you're studying the screen very closely. Yeah. Look. No, it's good to see him.
Yeah, one of his rear arches, I think, is just maybe just under full compression. He's just kind of like, the tyres kind of like popped that off a little bit, but still attached for the moment, so all good.
That's the key phrase, for the moment at least. But the thing is, I noticed as well, is that with some of the stiffly sprung cars, I noticed it with Luke Sedzukovsky, his NSX is so stiffly sprung, at least it's just the canter of the road, is that when he turned in, his front right was off the ground. He's turning through Jim Clark curve.
Yeah.
He had literally three wheels on his wagon. It's like, some of these cars are so stiffly sprung that's what will happen. At the same time, imagine with a circuit like Knockhill, because it is hilly, because it is got lots of undulations, lots of bumps, they're going to have to go a little bit softer on the suspension to try and accommodate that. Otherwise, if they're just going as stiffly as they are and just bouncing around a lot, it just takes hitting one bump on a circuit like this, just in exactly the wrong spot, you can get fired off into anywhere. And
this is the thing with the higher downforce cars, you've also got to compensate for that, because there's some of the higher downforce cars, they're saying at 150 miles an hour, they've got potentially kind of 1,500 kilos worth of downforce, and so you have to counteract that by running the stiffer suspension, because otherwise you're just going to ground the car out basically under full compression. So yeah, they have to run this equivalent stiffer suspension. But yeah, as you can see, when and as Luke was saying, when I kind of like caught up with him earlier, actually you're on a track like this where it's undulating, you don't really get to use all of that full downforce. It's a very different game, and sometimes it can actually kind of like work against you. Yeah, when you've got to have a bit more compliance in suspension to cope with, as we see, like all the undulations, the elevation changes, the different camber, the curbs that we have here at Knockhill.
Yeah, this isn't Silverstone where it's completely flat or croft, something like that. This is a lot more circuit with a lot more character.
Very, very much not flat.
and speaking of character, this is one of the characters of the paddock I've gathered, at least from what I've seen so far. Alexander Volkov, not shy with this GTR, from what I've seen. Of course, he's a runaway points leader in Club 4-wheel drive, 219 points. So, I mean, in a way, we can kind of technically, provisionally say, in a way, kind of that he's essentially in a position where he's got one hand on the trophy in Club 4-wheel drive, given he's so far ahead.
Yeah, I think he's pretty much got the championship lined up now. But I think, as we were saying, again, on a tight track like this, and this is a big horsepower car, and so I think on his lowest boost setting, he's talking 1,000 horsepower. So actually, that becomes like almost more of a hindrance on a track like this, where you've not got many kind of like straights where you can really kind of like put that into action. And then again, you're coming up to the corners where you have unleashed all of that power, and you've got a big heavy car in the GTRs. I think there's 1750 kilos, something around that kind of region. And obviously, I mean, you would hope he's managed to kind of like strip a bit of weight out of that, but again, you're putting that back in with the cage. So big heavy car to stop at the end of a straight when you've got this huge amount of power. It's like forcing you down the straight into the corner. So,
but the GTR is a heavy enough car anyway, so if you do strip weight out of it and you put the cage in, it's still relatively quite hefty. So, and also some of that will be the lump in the front, which is, well, I say a lump, but it's a great engine. It's a proper V6 in the front of it as it is. But it's still a heavy engine. It's going to be front heavy. The four-wheel drive system is going to be adding more weight on top of that as well. So yes, you can strip the weight out, but at the same time, it's still going to be one of the heftier cars in the field in any class. Yeah,
for sure. So, and obviously a huge amount of power. So that car definitely favours the kind of like power tracks. And I would say Knockhill is, it's much tighter. It's a shorter lap. It's technical. So I would say, Alex Volkov is still kind of like the fastest car out there at the moment. And obviously that car, they are heavy, but they do kind of like belie the amount of weight that they have in the way that they handle. But yeah, I would say almost 1,000 horsepower might be a bit of a hindrance here.
Possibly. Well, it's no good having all that power if you can't put it down and use it properly somewhere.
Exactly.
And it's the phrase in terms of, it's not how much power you have, it's how you can use it. And that's why cars like this, for example, the Citroen Saxo, which is a Stu Summers, course 179, it's all about, it might not be the absolute fastest out there, but some of these sort of more nimbler, kind of smaller cars that can use their power much better, they can outrun the bigger, clumsier cars which are out there, which might not be able to do such a thing. They might have to back out of the corner, whereas they can go flat out and take just about the same speed, if not more. So it works out in their favour in that sense, and that's why some cars, like the smaller cars, do tend to do a little better than you'd expect, because they do, on the tighter, twisty circuits, it favours them because they're smaller, they're lighter, they're nimbler, and they can use what they've got to much more effect. They're having to come constantly off the throttle all the time and feathering it in a car that's got, as you say, 700, 800, 900 plus horsepower, because you can't get all of it down the tarmac if the tyres and suspension's not there. And that was almost not there as well for
Neil Robson there.
Yeah, he's got something else that's... He didn't crunch the propeller for some reason in front of the car. I know that the BMW badge is mimicked off a propeller. He was just doing an homage to that. He's got some kind of, is that paper or something that's stuck to the grill or whatever it is, but it's certainly going to, it's impromptu kind of covering up for Duck for a bit less cooling, I think, to try and put some more power into the engine, or something he's doing anyway. But that's the thing when you're trying to push on in a session like this, a particular circuit like this, like we just said, and it just takes one wrong move or one small slip where you just put a little too much over the curb, a little too much over a bump, hit a bump just at the wrong angle, and it can just make the car go pretty unpredictable. And that's the key thing with this one. You want the car to be fast, but as the GTR there goes fully up on two wheels again, you want the car to be fast, but also to feel predictable at the same time. You can get both at the same time. That's the sweet spot when it comes to car setup and the build in general.
Yeah, absolutely so. So yeah, I wonder what happened with Neil Robson, because it looked like he was almost round the corner and then kind of like run wide a bit. So I wonder if that might be indicative of some technical issues he might be having.
It could be maybe that, or also, of course, the fact that the curbs are also quite, when they're dry at least, they're still quite loose and quite slippery anyway. So considering it's a rear-wheel drive BMW, maybe he ran a little wide. Look, he ran a little wide. He went through.
Oh, talking about running wide, Alexander Volkov picking up some gravel there. So.
Well, as I said, he's quite a character, isn't he, in terms of both how he drives it and in general, isn't Alexander? And he's definitely driving it, what's the phrase, like he stole it. So definitely making the most of it. He is currently fastest at the times, slightly unsurprisingly. In fact, the sector one on this lap time was the fastest first sector of the entire session. It was 16.9. That's indicative of how quick he really is pushing. He's just behind Johnny Fletcher in the Vauxhall Astra, but he's now decided to back out because headlights are off. Rule is, remember, for those who are new to Time Attack, if you're on a fast lap, you must have your headlights on to warn other cars. Otherwise, if not, you're going to get more than a slap on the wrist.
Yeah, and this is the whole thing with Time Attack. We do have all of these cars out on track at the same time, so part of the game is figuring out when do you go for your hot lap. Can you make enough clear space in front of you that you can get, so you're going to hit the corners at a point when there's nobody kind of like going around those. And I mean, of course, our drivers will be very much looking out for people who are on the hot lap and making way for them. But again, sometimes, we have some events where there's like 25 cars on track, and you can have quite a lot of traffic out there. So yeah, finding that opportune moment is really kind of like part of that. I'm just looking down the circuit actually, and I believe
Yellow
on
flag.
the side of the track, yes, and now we see that on the camera.
Yeah.
That is Dean Taylor, who has had to pull over to the side. He has got that moving again, so I'm not quite sure what would have happened there.
Maybe a spin, possibly at the bottom. He might have just hit my guess is if he's had a spin, he's kept on going, and the pace looks okay, but it looks though maybe that first section you get a massive kind of dip as you come off of Duffer's Dip and then get to Liz's at the bottom. There's a huge compression at the bottom, so maybe he's tried to hit the angle. Maybe, I'm guessing here, it might have had a bit of a spin and kept going, because the fact he's just got himself going again and seems to be on a relatively unfazed pace appears to be okay at this point in time. I'll do a quick rundown of where we are in the session with halfway through. Alexander Volkov leads the way with a 52.403. He is 0.6 of a second ahead of Andy Grady in second place with a 998. That car had some problems earlier on, actually, the Andy Grady Evo. That car was smoking a little bit midway through the session, came into the pits, went back out again like all the issue was fixed again, and then it stopped, I think possibly just on the little service road at the bottom of the hill of Leslie. So he had 2 issues in that race, in that first run. But Andy Grady is out there. He's done 6 laps. He's done a 53.0, so that car looking pretty rapid. Dean Taylor has gone 3rd fastest, so he's now 3rd in the club 4-wheel drive. And then Kastusis I did this right earlier on. Kastusis Dobrovolsky, that's it. Right, there you go. I'm usually not too bad with complicated names. Kastusis Dobrovolsky in the second of the GTRs that we have this weekend, but of course he's a single round entry, so no point scoring for him. 4th fastest, although in the earlier on session attack 1, he was 3rd fastest ahead of Dean Taylor, did a 54.681 compared to Dean's 55.1. So where's Dean at the moment? He's improved by a second, so Dean's done a 54.0 compared to where he was earlier on this morning. So that's good pace improvement. It just shows that he's winding up slowly before super attack later on this afternoon. Found another second. He might have had that in reserve, but just taking it steady before he's ready to really push on and get the maximum points later on.
Yeah, and I know you were talking about Andy Grady with being brought in on the last session. So I do believe that I think they had an oil pressure cut out, and of course we know, so Andy's back with a new engine. Again, they were just on the dyno on Thursday, so that is a brand new engine again for this round. And so obviously the safety's cut out, and he just brought that in just to get everything checked over and make sure that it was okay. And obviously we see him back out on track, so presumably everything is pretty good. And like I say, he's running 53.046, so yeah, it's a little battle going on in Club 4-wheel drive between obviously all the 4-wheel drive cars, but the 2 Evos and the GTR.
Looking at the results from Attack 1, if you look at it, the 4-wheel drives and 2-wheel drives, basically there was an even split throughout the session, so all the 4-wheel drive cars were 1st to 4th, all the 2-wheel drives 5th to 8th. They kind of bookended both sides. There's Andy Grady, whose car appears to be back up to full strength, as he's just coasting off and backing off for a lap, I think, before he gets going again. He was a bit slow there, but he's kind of now just found himself in front of Johnny Fletcher, who's currently on a fast lap, headlights ablaze. He'll move out of the way and let the Astra through. In fact, he was on a hot lap and Johnny's thought it's not worth it. He's got maybe a bit more power than me, so I'm just going to back off and maybe go again for another lap. He's got 7.5 minutes to go to try and improve on that. Johnny is currently, because I didn't get to the 2-wheel drive cars, David Lawrence leads it, 54.788 compared to 55.7 for Johnny Fletcher, so he's a second back. Neil Robson, the BMW, despite his little moment exiting the Taylor's hairpin earlier on, 56.501. And then Stu Summers, 57.6 is the one in 8th position, but he's only done, I say, only 9 laps in the Citroen Saxo. So again, almost, in fact, he is now. It's the 4-wheel drive cars 1st to 4th, mimicking Attack 1, and 2-wheel drive cars 5th to 8th again.
Yeah, and it'd be interesting to see if it continues that way this afternoon, when if the rain does come out and change things up. I don't want to jinx it though. I've said it out loud now, but we'll see what happens.
I've done worse than commentary, so I think if you said it's going to rain later on, it's almost a foregone conclusion for some people, I think. So I've done worse commentators' curse, I think, so I'm certain that's not going to happen. But it won't be a problem if it does.
And Andy Grady was actually saying that, so they were hitting 2.2 G through the corners, so obviously
2G.
Yeah, and you can imagine what that does, and that kind of like pushes all of the oil in the car like to one side as well. And obviously the one thing you don't want to lose is oil pressure in the car.
And I thought getting thrown around by Fraser McNeil yesterday in the passenger seat of his Civic was enough to kind of push me around, but 2.2G, that's pretty extreme, even just for time attack standards, I think.
Yeah, and the interesting thing about Andy Grady's car is he's running a DSG gearbox as well.
Yes, you're
so
right.
Yeah, and very, very unique setup. I'm pretty sure that the only one. I mean, definitely the only one in the UK. I'm not sure if the only one I know of. There's Neil Robson pushing track limits there.
He's at it again.
Yeah.
He did it once on the exit Taylor's hairpin. Now I just heard some kind of tie score going over the back of my ears and thought somebody's going off or going into the scenery. Thankfully, he managed to gather it up once again. But as I say, it's nice to have a second GTR in Club 4-wheel drive. Of course, this is, as I mentioned, I don't know what his nationality is, but Kastusis Dobrolov, I always had it. Kastusis Dobrovolsky, that's it. I was saying it so right in Attack 1, and now I'm getting it wrong in Attack 2 twice. Typical. So he's now currently at the moment in his 4th position, and he's finding a bit more pace. He's now only 2/10 off Dean Taylor's pace, so he's still got to find a couple more. And his car, I think, is possibly, I don't want to say it's more stock, but you can see the car's not as stiffly sprung. You can see it's leaning a little more in the corners. But again, as we said, being a little softer on this circuit doesn't necessarily mean a bad thing, because it means you can ride the bumps a lot better and maybe do a couple more things which other cars like Dean Taylor's car, Andy Grady's, can't do, because they don't have the ability to put the power down using the suspension settings they've got.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we still hear the tyre squeal as we're going around, and obviously a lot of cars kind of like wrestle around the corner, as we were saying, with all that weight.
Yeah, just looking at see exactly who that was. I think it might well have been the BMW, as we see out of the once again. Who's the one immediately following him? Yes, it is the same BMW. It is still Neil Robson, so still giving people plenty of entertainment out there on the circuit. 4.5 minutes left in the session. No change really yet in the order of any of the cars so far. It's still as it was. It's still Volkov and Grady from Taylor from Dobrovolsky. And then that's the 4-wheel drive contingent. The 2-wheel drive contingent, Lawrence from Fletcher, from Robson, from Summers. So that's the current top 4 for them. And Volkov climbing his way up the hill. I was going to mention also as well, one driver we don't have this weekend for Club 2-wheel drive, which might have an effect on the points going to Stetson, I suppose, is David Dyson, who's not here this weekend. He was 3rd at Brands Hatch, but in the Porsche Cayman GT4 RS. But this is an opportunity, of course, with I think because there are drop scores in Tarmac, there is.
So yeah, you can drop 2 rounds. So obviously, if a driver can't make like a particular round, or if they have some kind of like catastrophic failure, then it enables them to kind of like stay competitive in the championship. So yeah, we don't have a David Dyson here today, who is leading Club 2-wheel drive, but then yeah, obviously we've got Johnny Fletcher who's 2nd, and then obviously Luke Capehorn, who was out this morning and had that fire, and he's not going to be out this afternoon. And Andrew Kime, who is 4th currently in the championship for Club 2-wheel drive, was here yesterday on a track day, and then I believe had gearbox issues, so unfortunately is not able to kind of like attend today. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see once that kind of shakes out. At the moment, out of the top 4 in Club 2-wheel drive, only Johnny Fletcher is the only person who's still out on track and bagging points today.
Yeah, that's the key thing. So, and I've said this before, particularly in racing aspects, we can apply it to time attack as well. It's the days when you don't win that you try and that you can maximise days you don't win. That's what wins you the championship. Yeah. So if you can't win, get as many points as you can. Get a 2nd, get a 3rd, get a 4th. And yeah, everyone wants to win, whether it's a time attack or a regular circuit race. Of course, everyone wants to win. If you rate any race driver that says, "I just want to do it to take 2nd and 3rd place," they're lying. Everyone wants to win, of course, but if you can't win, maximise the result. Get a 2nd, get a 3rd place. Nick the fastest lap or get an extra point if it's a race or anything else. Get as many points as you can, because you never know what might happen in the next race. The guys ahead of you in the championship might not turn up and actually lose points. He might retire and have an issue. Might not be able to get out, like Luke Capehorn did. He might lose points. So anything can happen, and it ain't over until they say the championship's final. So just keep going.
And because of the change in the way the points are actually scored this season, it's really kind of like rewarded consistency. So as you're saying, get out there, and it's not just make sure you get to every kind of like round. It's like get out there for every session on the day as well, because you can bag points in literally every session. And
that's what I like about this change of form, because it's encouraging people. Because I think before, correct me if I'm wrong, the only session that had points was Super Attacker, so therefore there was no massive incentive to go out and do laps apart from just doing laps to try and find the setup and the baseline so you were ready for Super Attack. I think this is actually a really smart way of doing it, because it is the incentive to go out and actually look. If you go out there, you're going to bag yourself some extra points, whether it's 6, 4, 2 or anything else. You might want to bang yourself some better tyres, I think, because Anzel Volkov had extreme understeer going through the final corner there. And I think decides rightfully, I'm switching the headlights off, I'm abandoning that lap, I'm going to go for a different one and try and reset with, well, I'm not sure he really has that much time. If you can get around quickly enough, he might have time for one more if he can manage it with 1.5 minutes to go.
But he doesn't need to, right? He's got second advantage over Andy Grady there at the moment. And
it's true.
Just looking around to see who's actually still out on track.
We've still got Neil Robson. We still have our second GTR of Kastusis Dobrovolsky, who's just coasting his way up the hill now. So
and we still have Johnny Fletcher out on track as well.
We do indeed. So
there are a few more actually. They're appearing over the hills. We said we're not allowed to call them hills. They're just mere mounds here.
Yes. Yeah, no, I think it's more a case of speaking to Duncan Vincent. He said that they said don't call that a mountain. Where the radio towers are behind us, where in the commentary box, he said don't call that a mountain. It's like that's not mountain. Stuff in the distance, that's mountain. That's just a hill. So that's just a typical hill in Scotland, which is great to see. So Neil Robson, who is not being as I was about to say not being as flamboyant, just twitches the tail out of Jim Clark curve back through the left-hander of Hislops and down towards the hairpin, and he'll again have third place. And again, this will be another day for him. He can move up because there's no Nicholas Good, there's no Neil Wren, there's no Mike Butler, there's no Andrew Kime who can score points. So he'll be banking some big ones if he can to try and get some a couple of places. Because if you look at where he is in the points, he's currently sat in 8th in the points at the moment. No, 9th in the points at the moment, with 47 coming into the weekend. He'll have scored points in Attack 1 earlier on, scoring points again in Attack 2, so he'll get a couple more points. They don't want to try and get a good result, try and get himself, if he can, a podium in Club 2-wheel drive later on. So yes, drop scores come into play, but he's got a real possibility to, at least in total scores, leapfrog almost practically 3 drivers here if he can do, because he's ahead of Stu Summers as well, so outscoring him too. So more points he's taking through, so he could jump 3 or 4, potentially 4 places here just by keeping himself on the road and doing what he said, just getting a mix as well as. But if he keeps doing that,
maybe not if he's taking corners like that.
He might last the rest of the session. But I think what he can be thankful of, the checkered flag is now out. So the session is over for Club 2-wheel drive and Club 4-wheel drive. See there that Volkov has backed off and decided he's going to come in. So
and I know Neil was saying, so he had new turbos, I think, for the last round as well. So he would have more power in that class. He's very much still getting used to that, but as you can see, making the most of it.
I was going to say, does he need more power given the fact that that's sideways? I'm not quite sure. I think that BMW's got enough power. It doesn't need to put more on it.
Well, the thing is, it's tricky in Club 2-wheel drive. Like in the club classes, we do have these big horsepower cars. So I think nobody will turn down more power.
That's very true. Well, at least they should know how to use it. That's the key thing.
Yep.
So that's the result from Attack 2 then for Club 2-wheel drive and Club 4-wheel drive. And as it was, once again, as it was in Attack 1, it's all 4 4-wheel drive cars at the top, all 2-wheel drive cars behind them. And Alexander Volkov again tops the session with a 52.075 to go fastest. He's fastest by almost a second. And Andy Gray looks like he improved a little bit towards the end and got himself just within a second in the number 998 Evo. Third place for Dean Taylor in the Evo. He had a bit of a spin or something happen at the bottom of Leslie. He remains in third fastest in the Evo. And then Kastusis Dobrovolsky in the second of the GTRs, fourth quickest on a 54.279. Then we get to our 2-wheel drive class. David Lawrence, who's a guest today, is on a 54.768, and he tops it, which means that the maximum points go to Johnny Fletcher instead, and he gets a 55.674. That's ahead of Neil Robson with his flamboyant BMW at least he drives it flamboyantly, in 135i in the 56.238, and then rounding off the bottom of the table, last but by no means least, Stu Summers in the Citroen Saxo on a 57.665, with a lap spread of about roughly 5.6 seconds between the two, as Volkov tops the times, and so too does, well, points-wise, in position-wise, David Lawrence. Johnny Fletcher in 2-wheel drive will get the points because, of course, David Lawrence is a guest. So that's 2 Attack 2 sessions down. Now we go to our last one coming up, which is for the busiest session out there, the 3, given the size of the actual circuit. And it is for the Classic and Retro, Clubman and Pocket Rocket classes, both forced induction and naturally aspirated. Whilst that resets, we're going to take a quick break, also a music break and also an ad break on the stream, so keep locked on too, because it is going to be Attack 2 for the Classic and Retro, Pocket Rocket induction and naturally aspirated, and the Clubman classes, thank you, here at Knockhill in Scotland, here in Time Attack. So stay tuned, we'll be back in a couple of minutes. So as we say, we're coming into our Attack 2 session now for Classic and Retro, Clubman and the 2 Pocket Rocket classes, already making their way onto the circuit. And we talked a lot about a couple of other different classes in the mix as well. Pocket Rocket naturally aspirated. It's been quite a fascinating battle today. We've had the likes of Ryan Barker get towards the front and topping Attack 1 from Mark Roberts and Martin Baskovitz in his fantastic-looking Honda Civic in the mix as well. Third fastest in Attack 1 earlier on, and see how he felt about his actions and also how he's finding back to Knockhill this weekend. Susie spoke to him earlier on, so let's see what he thought of Knockhill and his session so far as he heads out on track now for Attack 2 in his class in Pocket Rocket naturally aspirated.
So I'm having a quick catch-up with Marcin Bajkovic. How are you doing this morning?
Hello, I'm very fine today. I'm really good today. Thank you.
Good. And and you're here in Pocket Rocket NA class, and so in one of the Hondas, but you've got like a mix of, you've got Hondas and Clios in this class, right?
Yes, exactly. These 2 Hondas in my class and 3 Clios. Yeah, 3 Clios, which one of them is K20 swapped as well. And to be fair, we all pretty close to each other. So yeah, it's great season, great fight this year.
Great competition between you all. And it's your first year in Time Attack, isn't it?
Yes. Well, to be fair, I start thinking about Time Attack in 2019 when I start thinking of preparing the car to compete in the Time Attack. Obviously, there was COVID, so it stopped everything. I had some different plans, private plans, so it stopped for another few years. 2 years ago, I was nearly ready to give a go and have at least one entry, single entry or something. But every single time I went to test the car, something's go wrong. So
not a nice, reliable Honda then.
Hondas, they're always reliable. They're always reliable. Last year I managed 2 single entries and I enjoyed that really well. So this year I decided to enter the full season, scoring the points, and it was really good decision to do this. So yeah, I really enjoyed this. I had some good moments, podiums already this year, getting quite on the 4th position, on the 4th place now at the moment in the general classification, not far behind with the points, so I'm pretty glad with myself and yeah, how the year is going.
And you've had a few issues like over the season as well, right? So as we were saying, maybe reliable Hondas, maybe not. But can you talk us through a few of the issues you've had?
Yes, I had a few issues. Well, I just joke in the reliable Hondas. Every race cars, they're never reliable. So yeah, so the season starts with the gearbox problem, and then the next round I had some problems with the drive shafts. Then was suspension problems on the last round. Well, I missed the branch catch, so on my last round on the Alton part, I had a major electrical issue. Everything sorted, car is going again, so yeah.
And it's all good so far today then?
Yes, yeah, exactly. So good so far today.
And how are you enjoying the circuit here today? Have you driven Knockhill before?
No, that's my very first time here. I never been even watching anyone's here, but I really enjoy this track. It's kind of scary, but it's pushing everyone's to limits. And I heard that already a few times. People been doing this track for the first time, and they saying that's them favorite track, and I would say the same. That's my favorite track. It's such a small track, but it's amazing. So yeah.
And suited to the Honda then?
Sorry?
Suited to your car?
Yeah, I think so. I'm getting quite good times, considering I've never been on this track. So yeah.
All going well then. So good luck out there this afternoon. Hope everything goes well.
Yes, thank you.
Thanks.
So that was Susie having a chat with Marcin Baskovic in his Honda Civic, who finished in the session earlier on in 3rd in the Pocket Rocket naturally aspirated category. Attack 2 is underway for Classic and Retro, Clubman and Pocket Rocket, both the forced induction and naturally aspirated classes. And whilst we're talking, we had a couple of moments for a couple of people. We had a bit of an issue for Clive Hopwell going in towards the right-hander at McIntyre, but the even bigger one that you saw on the split screen for the championship leader in Classic and Retro, Mark Donnelly, had a bit of a high-speed lose in towards the first corner at Duffer's Dip, but he managed to gather it up again and looked a bit sheepish on track a few moments later, kind of coasting his way through Jim Clark curve. Not quite sure he meant that one.
Just, yeah, shedding a bit of gravel as he goes.
But he kept it off the racing line. That's the mark of a good racing driver. You be considerate that you shake it off the racing line so you're not compromising anyone else, unless you're Dick Dastardly. In which case you probably would do that.
And it's good to see these you can tell like the people who really know the track, really know where to push the limits, and we've obviously got quite a lot of locals here, and so yeah, this car that we can see on track at the moment. So Michael Imrie, I think is one of the locals, and obviously kind of like really pushing that over the curbs and exploring to the maximum track limit, shall we say?
Oh, he's been pushing today. He had I think a half spin at some point, one point, and also ran wide a little bit. So he's been pushing. He's been going for it. He's been one of the more spectacular drivers to watch out there, particularly with the Mini. Has been even more so in that sense. Looking at the initial times that are coming in terms of what we're seeing so far, the initial times coming in at the moment, Dean Riley is at the top in the VX220 again. One car I think maybe has either been keeping a powder dry or possibly was just steadying herself in warm-up and attack one is Annie Thompson, who of course comes into the weekend as the leader in the clubman category ahead of Dan Buckingham. Those two came into the weekend 2 points apart, with Annie just 2 ahead of Dan in the Honda Civic. And in the first 2 sessions, Dan was ahead of Annie, so it looks like Annie's now decided to turn the wick up and go, right, I've done my kind of bank laps to get them in here. Let's push them on and get some more points, because she's now popped to second quickest with a 56.374. If you compare that to her best time from Attack 1, for example, 57.3, so she's about 9/10 quicker. So if that was her just dialing up a little bit more, just saving a little bit for a reserve, but even so,
she's going to be very happy with that. Yeah, very happy with that. So it was having at Brands Hatch, she was having some problems with the catch can kind of like overflowing, and so, but that's all been resolved now. And she was saying this morning having some issues with diffuser, but I mean obviously that's been resolved again. If she's kind of managed to bank that 56.374, she'll be very happy with that. I know, yeah, like you say, very close between her and Dan Buckingham, and Dan was saying absolutely loving this circuit. And when I saw Annie earlier, she was a bit like, I don't know where I'm going.
She does now.
Yeah, well, she obviously does. Yeah, managed to bank that kind of like really great lap. So yeah, we'll see if Dan has anything to answer with, because as you say, championship very close between these two, and I think maybe one of the closest in any of our classes out there in terms of championship points.
You're definitely right. I'd say 2 points is the margin. Look at the other ones. If I scroll up my impromptu spreadsheet, I think you're right. I can't see any closer ones. All the points gaps are pretty much as big as they've ever been, really. So that's, yeah, I think I'm absolutely agree. That is the closest battle that we've got in any of our time attack top points tables at this point. 2 points coming into the weekend separating them, and of course off the back of a win at Brands Hatch, so she's looking to kind of keep that one up. In terms of that pace difference now between Annie and Dan, I mean, Dan's best lap time so far is a 57.4, but you compare that now to the 56.3 which Annie's put in. That's over a second quicker, considering that Dan was quick in the first 2 sessions. As I said, if she didn't know which way Knockhill goes, she's obviously done something in the lunch break to figure out exactly where it goes, because she does now, and she's got a point where she's now kind of really pushing hard, and actually even troubling Dean Riley, who we know is quite quick anyway, of course, in that VX220, of course, in Classic and Retro. But the fact she's getting up there in a car which is pretty much kind of a distant sibling in some cases of that car. If you look back to the origins of that car, the Lotus Elise, the Vauxhall VX220, kind of pretty much the same car underneath if you look at it. So it's unsurprising. That is a bit surprising for somebody. That's some fluid been left down by somebody, and it's, I wonder if it's
where that is from.
So somebody's dropped something at the back of it, but who they have, and it looks like one of the Minis has got what looked like some kind of a pool of like cement quick dry around it, I think, because I couldn't quite tell which one though.
That may be Stephen House, I believe, was having coolant issues earlier, and they were saying it's just pushing coolant out the top. So that may be something to do with that car. We'll have to wait and see, get confirmation.
Conor Devine's gone to second quickest. He's now popped up just ahead of Annie Thompson by half a tenth. So Conor Devine, another of our single round entries in the Ford Fiesta. 334 goes through the shot. That is Stephen Wilkinson in the Clio RS. I do sometimes love the unpainted kind of like just what do you call it, primer look on the bumper sometimes. Maybe because they realise they haven't got time to paint it, or they're just not bothered. They just go, right, well, it does the job area-wise. It's kind of function over form in some cases when you do that printing, but it's almost like a raw kind of like a proper like you know, sort of impromptu like build style, so the mid-build style kind of thing to do it. That's something. It's kind of raw rather than just being all kind of, you know, sort of. I'm trying to find the right words, but you see what I mean. It's kind of it's got its proper like mid-build stage rather than just being kind of all polished and finished. That's what I meant.
Yeah, race car.
Race car. Yeah, it's called that. Yeah.
Hashtag race car.
Hashtag race car. So yeah, 334 pushing on. We've now got past half distance in the session, so we'll look and see who is wearing the classes. Dean Riley leads Classic and Retro, 56.019 the fastest time. Mark Donnelly, despite his impromptu excursion up at Duffer's Dip into the gravel and got back out again, second fastest in the Escort. Andy York in the Peugeot 205 is third. He's a single round entry. And then in Classic and Retro, fourth is Michael Greenhuff in his diesel. After your interview, actually, didn't realise it was a diesel Vauxhall Astra, but that's probably why he's got so much torque out there to make the most of it.
Yeah, so I think one of our only diesel cars out there. But yeah, obviously, like you say, that huge amount of torque. But as you were saying, just and all going through the front wheels as well. So actually, he's going through wheel bearings every round.
Yeah. How much horsepower did he say you have on that car?
I think, I'm going to get quoted on this now. It's about 300 and something, which is a lot of horsepower as well, but even more torque going through the front wheels.
Yeah.
So yeah, huge amounts of torque steering that car.
But for a Corsa, like 300 plus horsepower, that's
ridiculous. Of course. Yeah, absolutely. It's definitely not what it rolled out of the factory with.
I'm not quite. I'm pretty sure it had not even a third of that, I'm pretty sure, in that kind of horsepower. That's pretty phenomenal. And a diesel one as well, which is pretty extraordinary. There's Annie Thompson. Of course, remember, is our club and class leader in the Lotus Exige 410. And she's still currently leading the way.
We've just seen Mark Donnelly turn in a 56.1, so yeah, improving his time and moving up to second fastest car on track.
And Annie was getting very sideways there for very much Neil Robson-esque, shall we say, kind of flamboyance out of the Jim Clark curve, but she's now going to head down into the hairpin. So sometimes they say flamboyant, if it looks fast, it isn't, but at the same time, depending on the car, I suppose, and depending on the time era in terms of what cars you're racing, sometimes sliding the car can be quick. Over the line goes Annie, and her last lap was what was it then, across the line, 58.9, just lost a couple of seconds on that one. So we went, where did we get to? We got to the Classic and Retros. In the club classes, Annie Thompson from Dan Buckingham, Clive Hopwell, and then David Reed in fourth position. In Pocket Rocket forced induction, Carl Devine in the Fiesta leads the way in a 58.328. And that's then from Tommy Langley, as Dan Buckingham's now moved up to second quickest now, and he's only half a second away now from Annie Thompson's time. So Langley is the first point-scoring car in Pocket Rocket forced induction in the 313 Ford Fiesta. And then behind there in forced induction, you've then got Michael Imrie in the Mini, and Stephen House in the 286 in the Mini R53 Cooper. And then naturally aspirated, it's Mark Roberts who leads the way in the 213 Renault Clio from...
I think Ryan Barker.
Of course, I shouldn't forget Ryan Barker. I'll get told off for that. Ryan Barker does lead. He's led all the sessions today, is Ryan Barker. So Ryan in the lead with a 59.652, and then Mark Roberts, Martin Bashakovsky, and then Stephen Wilkinson in the 334 Clio as well. So that's where we're sitting at the moment. There's no real surprise of anyone. I guess the only real change there has been, compared to earlier on, is the fact that Annie Thompson leads in club and class.
Yeah, but like you say, Dan's managed to make that time back, and so there's only half a second between them now. So, yeah, that was a massive improvement for Annie. So I don't know if she managed to kind of like tag on to the back of someone who really knows the track. So as we said, we've got a lot of locals here today, and pick up that kind of like track knowledge of, you know, where to position the car, where you're going, or if, you know, I don't know, maybe she managed to turn up boost, maybe she resolved that diffuser issue I know she was having earlier. So yeah, looks like very happy out there on track.
Yeah, hopefully the diffuser is now diffusing and doing its job, and
yes,
doing something. So so that should be quite good. So we've just got now 6 minutes to go in the session, as we've got some blue flags out for one of the cars in front, and that's because Dean Riley's chasing one of the Clios. He's also being chased down by Yorkie, Dan York, who's again one of our guest entries, Andy York, and he had a bit of a moment earlier on, I think, as well, exiting the chicane, as many people have done today. There is just something about his car as well. It's got a bit of a wide body kit on it, but it's quite simple. It's got a boxy kit, but it's a Peugeot 205. He's made it look like a proper little, almost like a touring car in some cases, with the huge rear wing supports for like a tiny little rear wing on the back, I noticed, which is all for aesthetics, I'm certain. But
and K20 powered, that is, as well.
Of course, yeah, K20 powered as well, and that was a nice engine swap. A K20 is like the most common engine swap you can make, I'm sure, out of all of it. So on that side, so it's either K20 or K24 tends to be the common one for anyone who wants to go to. But it's quite a universal engine, the K20, in terms of you can stick it into within reason just about anything, and it will fit and it will run well. And of course, they're known for their reliability. They're bulletproof, the K20s.
Yeah, and you can't run a K24 in these classes either.
Oh, right,
so this is why you see many K20s in here. Not as many as we've had in previous years. The Pocket Rocket has been almost entirely K20s at one point, or very much dominated by the K20s. But yeah, a few less this year. But yeah, obviously, as you say, always a popular choice for an engine swap-in.
Hence the phrase K20 of the world, which I wouldn't be too against, I suppose, on that side. Maybe it's, I've been racing Hondas for the season, but I've now got more of a fondness for than I already did before for Type Rs and for K20s and stuff. So I think it's rubbing off on me on that side of things. I'm even contemplating getting one myself, and that's how much it's rubbing off on me.
That's a slippery slope.
Yeah, absolutely.
You'll be out on track next season.
Well, I'll be out on track at some point. I want to be, trust me. I think I've had enough of bug playing sims and racing games and getting passerised and all sort of stuff. And I've been out on track a couple of times in a couple of things, Caterhams and a BMW and a City Car Cup car as well a couple of times. So I've done it a little bit. Now it's just kind of getting everything together to try and do something. I don't know, maybe Time Attack's a good entry point because I don't need a licence. So if someone's willing to lend me a car or stupid enough to do so, then we'll wait and see. But that's for the future.
We'll see who's listening in.
Rather talk about my racing aspirations, let's focus on what's going on once again with 4 minutes to go with the end of this session. Much more interesting than that. Dean Riley comes out of the hairpin in the VX220 and powers his way to the line. Comfortably fast, well I say comfortably, by about a tenth of a second.
So I wonder what this is going to do to championship, because Dean's running second in the championship against Mark Donnelly, who's running first in the championship, but those positions are swapped out on track at the moment. So I mean, it's actually a huge amount of maths to kind of add it all up, and with the drops, the drop rounds and everything. But yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how that mixes it up if that's the way the positions end at the end of the day. And we'll see if Mark has anything to kind of answer that back with now. We saw him earlier have that little off into the gravel. And I'm just looking at the times, what the time is. So it's basically like 0.25 of a second, so you know, a quarter of a second kind of there, just to make up between Mark and Dean.
Well, on that last lap we were watching with Dean, that was the lap he actually went to a 55.8. He was a 56.0, but he managed to find a couple more tenths and actually go fastest and go purple. That lap, and actually Mark Donnelly, went fastest in the final sector. He took the best final sector of anybody on that last one, so he's got more pace left in him. There's only about a couple of minutes to go, but Mark seems to have got that car back into the groove and is now going to try and push the Escort as hard as possible. There behind is the K20 swapped Peugeot 205 of Andy York, who is in, as I say, third in Classic and Retro. Again, still Conor Devine leading Pocket Rocket Force Induction, still Annie Thompson leading by half a second for Dan Buckingham in Clubman class, and still Ryan Barker, who I haven't forgotten this time, in Pocket Rocket Naturally Aspirated. There's actually got a car between himself and Mark Roberts on the timing screen, because Stephen House is in between him in the Force Induction number 288 machine, which is the 286, which is the Mini R53 Cooper.
Yeah, and as we can see in Pocket Rocket NA, well, in both the Pocket Rocket classes, we have a lot of minis in there as well.
I did notice that, yeah, that's very true.
Yeah, so the Pocket Rocket Force Induction class, actually, and we're seeing Peter Rushforth's car here. Lots and lots of minis in that class, and I think I'm just looking through, I think Tommy Langley might be the only car in that class from the season who's actually not running a mini.
Yeah, the only other mini on top of that, other non-mini on top of that, is our guest driver Conor Devine in his own Ford Fiesta. A lot of minis, not Clios as well. He's obviously quite a popular choice in this championship.
Yeah, for sure. It's the perfect small cars, and of course we've got this the engine restrictions. So I think it's 1.6 is the maximum. You can go forced induction, and then 2-litre NA.
Well, that's perfect for something like an Fiesta ST180, because that's got 1.6 litre engine in it, 1.6 EcoBoost. So no wonder someone like Conor Devine or others who've got you can stick an EcoBoost engine in. It works perfectly fine in terms of being a 1.6. So less than a minute to go in the session. I think Dan Buckingham's trying to push on and get a quick lap here. He'll get the chance to do one more if he's able to get himself past the Clio in a second.
And as you can see, this is the thing about, especially in this session, we have so many cars out on track, so actually finding that clear air in which you can actually set that amongst everyone else also trying to set their fast laps, that is really kind of like key to setting a good lap in time attack, and you have to pick the right moment. And we can see, I think Dan has kind of like backed off there. Because he realises he's not going to get the clear air, and so he would have backed off, and you'll see him kind of like probably waiting until he has a little bit of a run up. Yeah, lights are off there, although we were in the last 10 seconds of the session, so he's not going to get another lap there. Obviously he's gone through the past the flag already, so he will be able to finish the lap he's on. But yeah, it's all about, if you don't find that clear air, then that is part of the game. And so drivers very much have to manage that while they're out on track.
A particular short circuit, and it's the same in places like Brands Hatch and Indy Circuit. It's such a short circuit, particularly with so many cars. yes, 18 can seem quite. 18 cars might not seem like very many if you go to somewhere that's Silverstone or Donington Park.
No.
You come to a short circuit like this or Brands Hatch, it feels like a lot because you come across a latter car much more often, so therefore you feel like there's more traffic and more cars. But in reality, you can have the same number of cars on a bigger circuit and it'll feel not as congested and therefore easy to try to get around and get a good lap in, which is all the key things. So, and also a good lap around here, the key ability is to ride the curves properly. If you can ride it properly and have a car that can do it without getting too out of shape or too loose, it certainly can be quite key. Checker flag out in the session then, that's the final Attack 2 session. So now the stage is set for our Super Attack later on this afternoon for all three of our groups, collectives, shall we say, that will go out for their attack to get the big points for this afternoon. So checker flag falls on the session, and again that is more points. Of course, as remember, you score points in Attack 2 and Attack 1, and that's key, of course, for the championship. If I'm right in saying they don't count, that counts towards the total round score. So it's what your total score for the round is how many points you score mostly in the round across the whole event. Am I correct? Mm-hmm. Good. Yep. So maximise the scores as much as you can. It's going to be absolutely key. So end of Attack 2 then for Classic and Retro Club and Pocket Rocket ends as follows. And actually, we didn't spot this actually. Mark Donnelly stole the fastest lap on those final lap of the session. So the championship
This is what happens when you look away.
Exactly. We're so focused on conversing other topics. Mark Donnelly sneaks up on us in the last minute in his last lap, and actually he's picked up the fastest time. So I was about to crown Dean Riley winner of Attack 2. I'm wrong. It's Mark Donnelly fastest time in the session with the very last lap, 55.592. And he does it by a quarter of a second from Dean Riley. So it is the top two of the championship in Classic and Retro. Once again going at it with Andy York in the single round entry Peugeot 205, third quickest on a 56.173. Connor Devine once again tops Pocket Rocket Force Induction, but again single round entry, no points for him. It's then fifth place for Annie Thompson. She wins the Clubman class and gets the 6 bonus points for that one. Dan Buckingham, who was in the end still half a second off, so that stage sets the stage for a fascinating super attack later on between those two. Tommy Langley is best of the Pocket Rocket Force Induction point scoring cars. He will take the maximum 6, 7th fastest overall. Clive Hopwell was 8th in the club class ahead of Michael Imrie, the single round entry in Pocket Rocket Force Induction. David Reed, again single round entry in club class, and then Ryan Barker, who takes another topper of the session in Pocket Rocket Naturally Aspirated, followed by 286 Stephen House, and then it's the rest of the Pocket Rocket Naturally Aspirated, 2nd, 3rd and 4th of Mark Roberts, Martin Baskovich and Stephen Wilkinson, then Michael Greenhuff in the Diesel Corsa, Mark Blackburn and Peter Rushforth rounding off the 18 cars in the field. So that is Time Attack done for their penultimate set of sessions. Now we're getting set for circuit action and preparing to light up the tarmac once again. It is going to be once again, it's going to be the Racing Hondas Championship as we're getting set for round 13 here at Knockhill for their first ever race here in Scotland. This one should be an absolute cracker. Stay tuned.
Right, I'm down in the pits with Bob Barron. So, Bob did actually get pole position in qualifying, but unfortunately had a bit of technical issues, so we call it. How was qualifying for you?
Qualifying was good, the car felt good. I was just sort of working my way up the pace, and then all of a sudden coming around the back straight, I went for 4th gear and it just
wasn't there.
Just went up. Well, it was there for a start, but it went out with a big bang and a crunch, and yeah, it sounded like grinding pace. So I just pulled off into the oval, tri-oval bit, and just waited till the end of the session. Wasn't expecting it. I didn't think I was that fast. I didn't. My Garmin was playing up, so I didn't really know my times. Okay. And then I got back here to got told you got pole, and I thought great magic. And then I got pulled off the track and down to the pits with the car, and then I was told that I might be getting disqualified because of it. Yeah, because I didn't get onto the scale straight away. So we had the car half in bits, so we had to put it back together, push it up onto the scales, and then back down and get the gearbox out. But we're nearly there now. So
yeah, I was going to say the car is behind us in not say less pieces, but you know, we're getting out for race one.
Yeah, definitely,
yes? Okay,
definitely.
good,
And we've already done this once on my brother's car. He went out for practice and blew a gearbox, so this is gearbox 2 of the day. So
no, you should be able to do this with your eyes closed.
We're getting good. Well, that's about an hour.
Yeah, definitely. Obviously, Will, I think there was about 0.2 of a second between you guys. Will, he had it in the beginning, then all of a sudden you just popped right up there, we were like, yes, on home circuit.
Yeah, well, I was hoping there would be a 54 in me this morning, but I think if I had a few more laps, I probably would have done it. But hey, it was enough for pole, so I'm happy.
Yeah, obviously this is home circuit, so pole position you're just going to be out in front on home circuit. Feeling confident?
Yeah, fingers crossed.
Yeah. Good. I reckon you got it. Yeah, me too.
As long as I can hold it together.
Yeah.
You know what, like,
Yeah.
Kev's not here, so that's good.
Look, there's going to be that green car in the background.
That bloody green Kev.
Oh, brilliant stuff. Well, thank you so much. Good luck for race 1.
Cheers, thank you. Cheers.
Right, shall we have some racing action? I think we should. It's now time for round 13 of Racing Honda's 2025 and their first ever visit to Knockhill here in Scotland. They've been treated to a free practice session and a dramatic qualifying. Now we're getting set for race time. Race 1 is all set to go. This is the man on pole position, Bob Barrett, on his home circuit with fresh new suspension. The car is back together 100%. He's now going to be gunning for that first victory. He's got a first podium back at Snetterton. He's now going for it. But this is the man that will start alongside him on the front row of the grid. Will Self, champion leader in Class A. This is going to be quite a tense one. The two EG Civics on the front row together, that could be a real drag race down towards turn 1. But of course, Bob Barron has the one key thing. He has local knowledge. He knows this circuit like the back of his hand. He tests here a lot. That's going to be key. What about the EG Civic of Tommy Knight? He's off the back of a first victory at Brands Hatch. He'll want to make it 2 from 2 in consecutive races. James Kiff could be a dark horse as well. They are starting next to each other on the front row of the grid. We know what happened when they got together last time side by side at Brands Hatch. James Kiff didn't come off very well, but we'll wait and see. They've kissed and made up since then. There was a wonderful picture of, I think it was Tommy Knight holding James Kiff in his arms, so that was wonderful. That was sweet. So anyway, Dave Buki looking pretty solid in 5th position. He must have been chuffed with that. That's one of his better qualifying performances, so excellent job from him. And walking through the rest of the field. Here's a welcome newcomer, Harry Greenhill. Haven't seen him much this season. Had 1 or 2 issues earlier in the year, but he is now back on the grid. Good to see him in there too. Former champion Phil Wright. He's now 2nd in the points coming into the weekend behind Will Self. He needs to try and maximise every single score he can, particularly as this is the last round that you can actually use to drop scores. And then we have the Kilty K-Slots trio behind on the 4th row. Michael Barron and Fraser McNeil. Now Fraser went off in qualifying. It looks like he's now racing, I think, without the big front splitter, but he has got a different front bumper on there and with some little canards on the front, so he's going to try and make the most of starting back in P8. I will say as well, having a passenger ride with him yesterday, that boy can drive. He absolutely throws it around this Knockhill circuit. He's going to have to keep up with the rest of the order if he can get it done. So let's set the stage then, going forwards for race number 1 here. And in Racing Honda, of course, we have to add in, of course, on top of that, points that were scored from qualifying. Because remember, in each of the 3 classes, you get 5 points for top in qualifying in your class, 4 points for 2nd, 3 for 3rd, 2 for 4th, and 1 for 5th. And that applies to each class. So with Bob Barron on pole position, that would have given him 5 points, which means it would pick him from 58 to 63 points. It would if my spreadsheet was able to update itself. And if I was connected to the internet, that would certainly help. So it'll be 5 points that will take him to 63. Will Self got 4 points. That puts him now to 156 coming into this race, which gives him a 23-point lead. Well, that went out of my GCSE maths. It's funny because it's true. And then in 3rd place was Tommy Knight, which gives him 107 points now. James Kiff was 4th, that with 2 points, that puts him on 45. And Dave Buki with the 1 point puts him on to 27. For Class B, that now breaks Dan Thackeray into the 200-point barrier. The pole position for him puts him on to 204 points. It was 2nd quickest for the 2nd point scorer, which was Sam Linster, because Stan McDonald, who's on the front row of Class B, he will not score points because he's a guest driver. So Sam Linster now goes on to 4 points added to 105. Lewis Barker now goes on to 3 points from 63 to 66. Harry Greenhill got 2 points, so he goes from 12 points to 14. And Luke Crassus-Melly goes from 23 to 22. And then with Class C, as it was another one for Matt Rowling, he then gets the points to go on to 100 points now for this race from 95, and Callum Houchin now goes to 71 to 75. So it's a 25-point lead for Matt Rowling going into this first race. There are so many storylines here that could really work out. Still so many drivers that haven't won a race or even scored a proper podium yet, which could be all the more fascinating. I think we are just... I'm not quite sure what we're waiting for, to be exact. I'm looking around the circuit, but I can't see why we have a delay. Yeah, producers agreeing in my ears as well. We're not quite sure why of a delay, and if we're just using some of the extra time to give the drivers a bit of a breather, but we are getting set for this race. So in terms of how this race could potentially play out, that drag race down towards turn 1 is going to be all the more crucial. Bob Barron, of course, on home soil, he knows this circuit, he knows his track on the back of his hand in both directions, because, of course, for those who don't know, for Knockhill, of course, locals obviously know this, but for those watching on the stream who might be watching outside the UK or don't know Knockhill very well, he is licensed to run in both directions. You can run both forwards and in reverse direction, and I've seen races in both, and it's pretty extraordinary, particularly if you go in reverse direction, going through the Black Circle chicane, you can and do see cars get all 4 wheels off the ground. It is quite a sight. I've seen Caterhams and other cars around here do it, even TCR cars go around here, and they do really get themselves off the ground. It's a fantastic circuit. And again, having taken the passenger lap yesterday, and of course it was all of us in our media group, we had myself and Charlie, also Lexi, who's our brilliant social media manager, and also Jake, who's been helping with some of the camera work as well. All of us got passenger lap yesterday, and we have to say a massive thanks again to Fraser McNeil, to Matt Rowling and to Callum Houchin. They took us around for a few absolutely barnstorming laps, and they didn't hold back. I think we both said, don't let up, give us the full experience, and they really did show us exactly what this circuit is like at full chat. It was absolutely amazing, this experience. So thank you to all 3 of them for taking us around and showing this circuit how it's meant to be driven, which is all the key thing. So, as we said, Bob Barron, on home soil, how much he would love to take a home victory here in Racing Hondas. He did win 2 weeks ago in the wet in the Motorsports Championship. All 3 of the Celtic K-Swaps cars were out. We had Bob Barron, his brother Michael, who's here making his debut as a single round entry in the black Civic Coupe, and Fraser McNeil in the number 7 car as well, and they're up there in the mix. Michael Barron has won here as well. Back in July in Motorsport, he won 3 out of the 4 races that he contested over the course of the weekend, and he's looking pretty strong. And Fraser, of course, got himself up in the top 5, and he's also quite a quick driver in his own right. So Bob Barron has a real potential here to do so in front of a lot of home support here, of course. A lot of local favourites would love to see the Scottish drivers do well. Looking pretty relaxed in the cockpit of the 27 Honda EG Civic. And that's one thing I love about this championship as well. I love this championship anyway. I adore this championship. But the thing what I like about it is that it's not just... While there are other championships that exist, like I can name them, Civic Cup or Type R Trophy, which do have a single spec of Honda Civic, and they're brilliant in their own right, they're excellent. What I love about this championship is the variety, because you don't just get one specific spec of car, which is great, but it opens up for different generations of Civics. You've got not just the EP3s, you've got EGs, EKs, FN2s, you've got FK Civics, all the mix, and they're all can be competitive with each other because you have this class structure of classes A, B, and C that's all based on power to weight ratio. 240 brake horsepower per tonne maximum for Class A, 235 if you're running a forced induction, like I think a supercharger. Not sure about turbos, but superchargers at least. You get the variety, and on screen here, a perfect example. While we only have one of them, you do get Integras in this championship. Not here this weekend, sadly, are both Liam Collins and Kevin Talbot. Now, if you watched last time at Brands Hatch, race 2 was a cracking back and forth between Liam Collins and Kevin Talbot. I'm actually really sad they're not here, but due to it's going to be quite interesting as well to see what this happens, and particularly watching this this race around here is going to be quite fantastic, particularly when the best way to describe this circuit is pretty much small but mighty. Speaking of small but mighty, Charlie was down in the paddock earlier on having a chat to Callum Houchin from Class C, catching up on how he got on. Now, he got on the podium at Alton Park, but we had to cut that short. So to give him his dues and his flowers, Charlie spoke to him earlier on this morning to see how he found that race, and also how he's getting on ahead of Knockhill and experiencing this circuit here in Scotland.
Right, I am here with Callum. Now, Callum, one of our Class C drivers, and also we did some passenger laps with Callum yesterday around Knockhill, which was incredible, so thank you very much for that. How did you find practice yesterday?
It was really good, actually. I wouldn't have wanted to come here without practice, but we were setting some good lap times from what we're going off Class A boys, what the Class B boys doing. So, yeah, lap times are thereabouts, we think. We'll just see what happens on the day.
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously, you and Matt have been really going for it this season. It's still all is to play for. Obviously, a round can change everything. How are you feeling going into the round today?
I'm quite looking forward to today. Yeah. When me and Matt were on a track day yesterday, we were messing about a little bit, and I can just pull lengths out of him at the hairpin, and he'll catch me going into the first corner. But if I could just maintain that bit at the hairpin, I think we'll just defend.
Yeah, no, definitely. So. Obviously, I spoke to him in the pits briefly yesterday. He does think that the FN2 is going to favour over the EP3 here today.
Yeah, we were talking last night, and he's just sort of like, you've got nothing to worry about tomorrow kind of thing. But he says this, and then he just comes out of nowhere.
Yeah, pulls out the bag.
Yeah, like, we can beat him off the start line. I think every round this year we've beat him off the start line, whether it's reverse grid or not. So it's just getting in front and staying in front.
Yeah.
That's just manage that gap.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And obviously, I can speak from personal experience from having a go in the car with you. Them first few corners are interesting to say the least. I think it's all going to be all to play for.
Yeah, definitely. I want to get the first lap out of the way, just because that's, I think, going to be a bit carnage.
It is, yeah.
But yeah, I think just keep my line, just keep going as fast as I can.
Yeah. And hold on for dear life.
And hold on. It's a roller coaster, but it's good. It's good. It's up there now. One of the best tracks I've driven. So yeah, looking forward to it.
Definitely. Oh well, thank you so much for that. Good luck. Thank you.
Cheers.
So Callum hopefully feeling confident he can try and get one over Matt, and of course Matt seems to pull one out of the bag and make him say try again next time. So he'll get a chance to do so right now for round 13 as the cars are finally making their way out onto the circuit, led around by what else but a Honda Civic Type R safety car. And so the pack makes its way through around this 1.3 mile circuit. Now, usually at this point, I will give some kind of a history lesson, and today's no exception. I realise there's a lot of Scottish locals here, so if I get anything wrong, bear in mind. So actually, we'll do that in a second because we've got the grid coming up in a minute's time. So we're going to come back around the circuit and probably do a formation lap. So let's quickly go through. What should I do? Get it together, Scott, come on. All right, here's the grid. We'll go through the grid. So we've got, I was expecting a grid graphic, we've got it now. So Bob Barron then will start his home race from pole position. Can he convert it to a first win? We'll have to wait and see. He was 2/10 quicker than Will Self, the champion leader in Class A on the front row alongside him. He could potentially make this one another strong victory. His 7th win of the season could be awaiting him if he can make it happen. Row 2, Tommy Knight, fresh off his first victory at Brands Hatch. He will start 3rd in the EK Civic alongside James Kiff, who will start alongside him. Another podium could be in the offing if he can make a good start. And with lots of downforce here and quick in testing yesterday, he could be a dark horse to get a good result. 3rd row, an excellent effort from Dave Buki puts him 5th on the grid in the EK Civic with Philip Wright alongside him, the 2023 champion. And then our final 2 Class A cars, Michael Barron, our single round entry, brother of Bob, in the Civic Coupe. Fraser McNeil recovered after his off in qualifying. He will start at the back of the Class A group in 8th. Then back to row 5, we find our Class B contenders, where unstoppable Dan Thacker is once again on pole position. He's alongside Dan McDonald in his first race for a year in his career, but has raced here before and scored a 4th place a couple of years ago in Civic Cup. He'll start from the front row. Then Sam Linstner and Lewis Barker come next on the 2nd row for Class B, alongside Harry Greenhill, welcome back to the championship after being absent for a few rounds. And Luke Crassus-Menu on the 3rd row, followed by Owen Diver and Duncan Holloway, recovered after his little sideways roll at Brands Hatch last time out. Then we have our 2 Class C contenders, Matt Rowling on pole alongside Callum Houchin, and right at the back of the grid, having not set a proper time, is going to be Spencer Fortag, although I don't see the number 4 FN2 Civic at the back of the grid, sadly. So it looks like whatever issue Spencer's had, it will not get him out into the field. So we'll have an 18-strong field here across all 3 classes, set to go very shortly for round 13 of Racing Honda's 2025. So I think they are going to get a formation lap in a second. There's a rule, of course, that's come in place that team members, cars can have 1 team member per car to set a bit of a marker on the grid so they're not overstepping their marks and getting false start penalties. That came off the back of Alton Park, where there was a couple of cars that were getting 10-second penalties for being out of position. So they've listened to the drivers and said, look, you can have a representative on the grid, you can make a marker on the pit wall to let you know where to stop on the grid so that you're not overstretching it, and that certainly works out much better. So the grid has been cleared by the last couple of the drivers. They'll then set them off on their formation lap for 1.3 miles of the Knockhill Circuit as the 1 minute and 30 second boards go up. It's usually the fastest 1 minute and 30 seconds in the world when they do that. Unless they're going to wait actually 30 seconds this time. I'm watching with bated breath. I'm not timing it in my head, honest. And maybe they are waiting 30 seconds. Well, I never. Anyway, as we get set for racing action, tension continuing to build as the drivers now left alone with their thoughts to gather themselves together. That short run down towards turn 1 and the huge drop of Duffer's Dip is pretty incredible. And it's where cars are going to be side by side, particularly Will Self gets a good start from the outside of the front row of the grid. They're in 1 by 1 staggered formations, they usually are, which means that if Barron can get a good start and pull across and cover off Will Self's start, it could be all the more interesting. Just waiting for the next board to come up. And once it does, 1 minute board goes up this time. I think we had a 2 minute board first of all, so waiting to get things going. And I think the phrase we use here is it's all calm and quiet until the VTEC kicks in. It's always quite calm and quiet. 32nd board goes up. A lot of tension on the grid here. Bob Barron will be feeling this could be a possibility. He could be on the cusp in 15 minutes' time of the biggest win of his quite fledgling career, because you have to remember, he only started racing this season. He was, I'm not sure he took his rookie plates off yet, but Bob Barron even led his 2nd ever race. He was on reverse grid pole for the 2nd race at Cabwell Park, as the green flag flies on the circuit, and was up there in the lead and was leading about halfway through until he then lost the back end and lost the lead and also the first few positions, so he's going to try and see if he can hold on. So, history lesson with Scott, shall we? If I get this wrong, the locals will shoot me, so I'll go through this based on what the internet's told me. So, Knockhill then, built in 1972 by farmer and racing fan Tom Kinnaird, using farmland roads and a disused railway. The 1.3-mile circuit opened first of all in 1974 with lots of dramatic elevation changes, and it was briefly leased, proposing major expansion changes, and then early upgrades mainly got some fencing and some resurfacing. It was then taken over by racer-turned-businessman Derek Butcher. He invested about £100,000 to modernise it. Lots of more ongoing improvements. They resurfaced it quite regularly, they widened the corners, upgraded the runoff areas, and the big moment for Knockhill was when the British Touring Car Championship came here in the wet for its first ever visit in 1992. Hasn't left Knockhill since, and of course we've had the likes of British GT, British Formula 3, and also even British Superbikes that come here as a regular outing as well. That's also a popular event. They have proper rally days here, they've got a fantastic racing school, all sorts goes on here at Knockhill, and it is Scotland's premier motorsport event as well. And of course we have been here before with Time Attack 11 years ago for Racing Honda's very first visit, and I will say one thing: they love this circuit. They're raving about it so much. They're saying this is a fantastic circuit, it's relentless, it's a proper roller coaster, as Charlie said rightfully at the beginning of the VTs before qualifying. It's a circuit where you cannot let up. But having had the passenger lap yesterday, it is literally the first part of the course. It's one corner after the other. You have no chance to think about it. You straight through into Duffer's Dip, then Leslie's, then McIntyre's, Butcher's, through the chicane. You get a small bit of respite up towards Jim Clark Curve, and you go up through the crest over there, power your way through Hislops, down to Taylor's Hairpin. You go through the big step at the apex, all the way through, pull the car around, and climb back up the hill towards the start and finish line for the end of another lap. So the field makes its way then onto the grid. Brave standing marshal in the middle of the grid there, watching the cars go past him. Kudos to the marshals. Again, big thank you to them, to our marshals, officials, volunteers, everyone here at Knockhill has made us very welcome to get this underway. And I'm certain they're going to be rewarded here with 15 minutes of absolutely thriller-minute racing from the Racing Hondas, as they have done all season. It's crazy to think we've now got 4 races left to go. We're about to get one of them underway, but it has been a mega season all the way through. Is this round 13 going to be just as spectacular as the other 12? I'm so excited, I can't even speak. So, as you mentioned, it's all calm and quiet until the VTEC kicks in. It's about to be in a few moments' time. Green flag at the back. Stand by for action. Round 13 of Racing Honda's 2025. Are we going to get a home victory? Can it be win number 7 for Will Self, or will somebody else take the top step? Waiting for the red lights. Revs rise, and we're underway at Knockhill. Strong start from Bob Barron from pole. It's a good start also from the front row from Will Self down towards turn 1, but I think Bob Barron will have track position. He shoots across and he has the whole shot into Duffer's Dip for the first time. Tommy Knight has third. It's side by side for fourth as Dave Bucke goes up the inside of James Kiff to take the position. Their words were leading. So then James Kiff is off again on the first lap. He's off possibly into the barriers. That's for the second race running. He's off on the first lap. He got further than turn 1 this time, goes back into the road and almost gets collected by Luke Crassus Bailey. That was quite a rejoin, but he gets in front and just about gets away unscathed. Over through the chicane for the first time, hopping over the curves one after the other. Kiff survives. He's now got a rather askew front bumper, but now he is out through Jim Clark Curve for the first time. It's Barron who leads. It's Self in second place. He's right on his tail. Tommy Knight in third place. There's a gap to fourth with Dave Bucke under pressure for Philip Wright, but it's frozen up to 6th ahead of Michael Barron, who's passed him at the start. In the lead of Class B, it is who else but Dan Thackeray. Linzer is second place. Barker is third. Dan McDowell from the front row in the class is down to 4th. As there goes right round the outside of Bucke to take 4th position. End of lap 1. And already, Will Self is right on the tail of Bob Barron. He wants the victory number 7. Bob Barron just wants win number 1. To do it at home will be extra special. End of lap 1 then. Barron who leads the way by only 0.3 of a second. It's then Self in second, Knight in third, Wright in 4th, Bucke in 5th, then McNeil and Barron. That's Class A, apart from Kiff is further back in 14th overall. Oh, and Will Self again, massive sideways moment over the chicane. That's the risk with this circuit. You push it too hard and the cars will get sideways. He has been drifting around this circuit quite a lot in a front-wheel drive car. You think it was rear-wheel drive with how much he's been getting sideways. They rock over the curbs at Jim Clark S's. That's the key with this circuit, the ability to ride the curbs, and having a car that can do that is absolutely crucial if you want to get the maximum out of a lap time. Now, what's interesting here on this end of the second lap, Tommy Knight is closing into the top 2. He's not that far away. He might lack a tiny bit on the straights, but in the corners and under brakes, that EK Civic is looking pretty strong as they come over the crest. 2 laps in the books. Tommy Knight sets the fastest lap of the race. He's at a 55.786, faster than the 55.8 for Barron and Self. Is it win number 2 potentially? Do I jinx that with 13 minutes to go? It's way too early, Scott. Don't start jinxing it now. 3 for the lead then, out of McIntyre's, through Butcher's, riding over the curbs. If anyone knows how to ride the curbs and not kill, it's Bob Barron. Tommy Knight chasing after him. Phil Wright's got a gap to 4th place. Then it's Bucke. Then Barron and Fraser McNeil hopping over the curves. Thackeray leads Class B. Then Linster in second place. Barker McDonald. And then it's James Kiff on his toes, Harry Greenhill on himself. And then it's Luke Crassus-Menu. Wide over the curb was Michael Barron. But they charge back down towards the hairpin once again. This is at the end of lap 3. And it is 3 for belief. Tommy said with new rear suspension, he's got this car properly sorted now where he wants it. And he's given the 2 EK Civics a run for his money here. There goes Phil Wright trying to chase after them. Then it's Buki, Barron, and Fraser McNeil. Up the inside of Dan McDonald goes James Kiff on his recovery. He's lost... No, he hasn't lost the end plate. I thought he had it. It was just a white end plate. I thought he'd lost one of his end plates after he made contact with the barrier. But he has managed to keep it, and he's now up to 11th place over the line. 8th in class still. So Buki's having quite a run so far in P5. Leaders rock over those curbs. A massive sideways moment again. The way they just sit down on their suspension is so fascinating to watch. And through the right-hander at Jim Clark curve they go again. Use all that curb on the exit. Start to spread out a little bit here. Top 3 getting to be a little bit more spread eagle. Last time Bo was a fastest lap of the race taken back by Bob Barron, 55.4. He was 4 tenths quicker than Self and 3 tenths quicker than Tommy. So he's got quite a bit of pace advantage here. That new suspension he's been putting on there, which he missed at Alton, wasn't at Brands of course, but now fitted it and sorted it out for Knockhill since, is absolutely working wonders. And of course he won here a couple of weeks ago in the wet in the mod sports. So if we can mimic that, that would be quite an occasion. And I know for certain, because we know the Kilty K-Swaps team, they will go berserk if it happens. If it happens. There's 11 minutes to go. Don't jinx it yet. There's the other 2 contingent in the Kilty K-Swap squad. Michael Barron currently 7th. 6th, in fact. Won't score points, so Fraser McNeil will get the points for 6th in a minute. There goes Tommy Knight in 3rd place, keeping pushing on. Out for Jim Clark curve. Massive thump of the curve for Will Self. He's pushing as hard as he dares. He said earlier on when he was talking to Charlie, the fact that he's saying he's not quite confident, he's not quite sure, and then as it was happening, he popped up at the top of the times, and I thought, you're chatting rubbish. But he's pushing on anyway. Oh, massive 2-wheel moments. Look at that, in unison. That was Dan Thackeray, then Sam Lindsay, and then James Kiff for good measure. All of them up on 2 wheels through Jim Clark curve. Brilliant stuff to watch. And I said we were going to get plenty of that this weekend. This is that kind of circuit where if you get up on the curbs, it will happen. Up the inside to get a place for position on track at least is James Kiff. It's not for class position, but he has now got himself into 9th, has James. He has the pace advantage. Next target is to try and depose Dan Thackeray. And he might get him on the straight down towards Duffers Dip. He's closing in. Thought about going up the inside, but I think he realised, I know what happened on lap 1. I'm not going to risk it this time. Rides the curb at Duffers Dip, through the compression at Leslie's. And back in through McIntyre's again. Dan Thackeray. He might be wise just to let James Kiff go here, because the harder he tries to fight him, the more difficult it might be, and also the more advantage that James Sam Linster might take. James Kiff is taking risks, though. He managed to thump the tyre stack there for a second, just flicked the belt that holds the tyres together. Up through Jim Clark curve. And still James will push him. Certainly he'll make a dive up the inside here to make that move into the hairpin. In fact, there he goes on the straight. Doesn't even have to get to the hairpin. Through Hislops, up the inside. Dan's trying to go with him though under brakes. Not quite sure why, and he's just having some fun, but that's not the car he's fighting. The car he's fighting is right behind him on his tail. Sam Linster for 2nd place. Of course, this is a key moment for Sam, of course, because it means he can get himself a really strong 2nd place, which he can add to his total. Which, given where results he's had so far, if you watch our top 3 ride over the curbs, and Self doesn't look as confident as Bob Barron does, which unsurprisingly is because of all the local knowledge, I'm certain. Looking at where Sam has done, he has taken a 2nd place before. That was back at race 2 at Snetterton, so he can get his 2nd runner-up spot if he stays where he is. Could even get a 1st win if he starts to chase after him. There's still 8 3/4 minutes to go. Still nothing certain just yet. I've noticed, and also watching other battles, that we've got Dave Buki and Michael Barron quite close. Now here's our Class C battle. It's Callum Houchin ahead of Matt Rowling. So on pure pace at the moment, looking pretty close, but I think we're about to get a one-on-one here between these two. So the 2 Class C runners, nose to tail. It's now a 25-point swing in Matt Rowling's favour, but Houchin is given as good as he gets. This is the true test as well. FN2 versus EP3. Which one around Knockhill has got the pace? Is it the older chassis, or is it the newer one with a slightly more user-friendly experience in the FN2? We'll wait and see. I don't know how user-friendly it was when he was taking me round, but Callum was certainly pushing it. Down the back straight through Hislops. And just setting him up here. And Houchin, see, look, goes to the inside line. He's not comfortable going on the racing line because he knows that if there's an opportunity, Matt will come. He's down the outside in towards Taylor's hairpin. Just puts himself on his wheel. And he might try and drag race him up the line, but I'm not sure he's close enough. He gets back into the slipstream. Charging up the hill once again. Closing in. He's going to make a dive. He's thinking about it. Darts to the inside line. Puts himself in his mirrors, just distracts Callum. I'm still here, haven't disappeared. What opportunity is Matt going to try and present himself here? Has a little peek again up towards McIntyre's. Again, Houchin very defensive. He's looking for that up and under, the undercut through the right-hander into Butchers. Back through the black tyre chicane, black circle chicane, I should mention. Rocking over those curves again. Now the sprint towards Jim Clark curve. Still Houchin holding on. They're giving as good as they get. Matt might have a tiny bit more pace, but Houchin's defending. That was a huge thump of the curve, though. That might just give Rowling the run he needs. And the leaders are coming up behind them. So this is going to be the Class A leader, Bob Barron, who's got 1.8 seconds over Will Self. There we start to dream. Now they're up towards the hairpin again. The Class C battle continues on. But Bob is coming up behind them. And he might have to break this up for a second because this is going to be quite crucial. If he can get around them here quite cleanly, this could be key. They're both moving out of the way, so they're actually continuing their battle whilst also letting the leader through. Not bad, boys. Bob gets through nice and cleanly. That was the cleanest double overtake lap I've ever seen. At least in terms of lapping two cars at once. So Houchin now continuing ahead of Rowling. But Bob Barron using all that local knowledge, pulling away here at Knockhill. As Rowling right on Houchin's tail out of McIntyre. And look, and Will Self's getting caught up. This is not where he wants to catch them here at the chicane. And through no fault, he's getting held up here to try and go to the inside line. This has broken up the battle a little bit because Rowling had to back off a tiny bit, puts two was on the grass. Tommy Knight follows him through. And Tommy's right there because if Will Self can't get past him quick enough, you might put him under pressure for second place. Darts out to put a lap on Houchin, but Tommy Knight is right on his tail here. This is a rematch from Knockhill at race 2. Remember that? It ended with a lap and a half to go because of a red flag. And Tommy now is all over the back of Will Self. He just lifts the inside wheel. He's pushing him at the final hairpin. He's right under the rear wing of Will Self now with just under 5.5 minutes to go. Tommy Knight is challenging for second place now. Might be positioned lower on the podium, but doesn't make the battle any more significant, any less significant. Down to Duffer's Dip. We know that Will Self's car is a little more looser, bouncing over that curb again. Tommy's just getting a little bit closer. He feels a lot more comfortable in that case of it. That thump of the curb didn't help, though. He's lost him a car length in that process. Oh, and again, just watching Will Self's car just sliding around all the time. I know he likes it fast and loose, but the car looking very, very back and forth as it's trying to ride over the curves. They both thump the inside of Jim Clark curve. And Will's pulling a tiny gap again, so he's now getting to that advantage now of roughly a couple of car lengths out in front. And all of that lappery, Bob is now 3.6 seconds in front. Less than 5 minutes to go, and they won't have any fingernails left on the pit wall at Kilty K-Swaps. They're going to be praying to the racing gods that he holds on to this for the next 4.5 minutes. Down towards Duffer's Dip. Barron still leads. The gap is down to 3.5 though. Last time by, what was the last lap? It was a 50. What was the last lap? It was a 56.1, 55.9 for Will Self. He put it down, and Tommy Knight set the fastest first sector of the race. Personal best for Self, and they're both 3/10 quicker. So they're starting to close back in here on Bob. But it's Bob just trying to get this thing home and not lose too much time. Out of Jim Clark curve again. Back with the rest of the class. I'll quickly check in with those. Dan Thackeray still leads the way now by, how far is he ahead of Sam Lintzner? He is now 1.6 seconds ahead. And Dan McDonald, who is our guest driver this weekend for Ben Sharp Racing Company, in third. And Houchin still ahead of Rowling. The last time I came across the line, it was just under half a second between the two of them. So Houchin, if he stays where he is, could be looking at his 4th win of the season. And his 2nd in a row as well. So the FN2 might have the advantage here. 3.5 minutes to go. Meanwhile, in 4th place, all on his own, is Phil Wright, 2023 champion. And looking back, that's Dave Buki putting a lap on the 2 Class C contenders. And Buki's got a small gap now to Michael Barron in 6th, who's run away from his Kilty K-Swaps teammate Fraser McNeil. He's about 3 seconds back in the background, although that looks like more than 3 seconds. There goes Barron up the inside, not going to help Matt Rowling. Excuse me, Michael, you might be lapping me. Can you not interrupt my battle, please? In fact, actually, Michael's letting him back through. So what's happened there? But Michael's got a problem. So whatever happened there, Michael has an issue. And off the road goes Michael Barron. So unfortunately, only 2 Kilty K-Swaps cars away at the flag. James Kiff went through. That's a free pass for him. Kiff is now up to 6th position. So not a bad recovery. But whatever happened to Michael Barron, not quite sure. Now, Bob Barron's got more lappery to do here. He goes down the outside of Crassus Spenny and Duncan Holloway. That's an incredible double lappery. Down the outside of Duffer's Dip. That is astonishing. Bob Barron, don't do things like that when you're leading with 2.5 minutes to go. Don't give us heart palpitations. So Will Self, and he's run wide again. So now the gap is 2.4 seconds. It's coming down again, and Will Self smells blood in the water. He senses an opportunity. But can he get past these two cars quick enough? These two are also battling for position. This is for 14th and 15th overall, and also for class position as well. Self moves out. He's got the pace advantage. Powers his way past Duncan Holloway. Next is Crassus Menu. But when you're leading a race, Bob Barron, I think that's how much he wants it. Just diving down the outside through caution to the wing. That two cars at once. Outside of Duffer's Dip. You don't usually do that unless you really want it. And I think Bob Barron wants it. I think we're going to get 2 more laps now. 2 more laps for this one. The gap is 3.2 seconds. It's gone back out again. They're getting the encouragement from the pit wall. Keep going. Keep pushing. Tommy Knight still going after it. Still wants second place. Still riding those curves, chasing after Will Self. Phil Wright holding on to 4th place. He's back in no man's land. He's some 7 seconds back. And a further 7 seconds back is Dave Buki in P5. So 4th and 5th, touch wood, appear to be settled. Second place, out for debate. We won't talk about the lead because otherwise that might be the commentator's curse. But through Jim Clark curve for the right-hander. Self has got a small couple of car lengths now on Tommy Knight. Down the back straight towards the hairpin. More blue flags. That's going to be, I think, for... Is that Dan Thackeray that put a lap on? It might well have been, actually. Or was it? No, Dan McDonald that was a lap on, actually. So he's dropped backwards into 4th place. If there was a white flag, if it was American motorsport, it'd go out now. So 1.3 miles is left to see if the homeboy can take a victory. But he's going to try and do it here whilst having to pull away from a battle for second place. It's now 3.1 seconds to the good between Bob Barron and Will Self. And if they come through the right-hander, down through Duffer's Dip, down through the left-hander at Leslie's, in towards McIntyre's. This is a circuit that, of course, Bob knows all too well, the Kilty K-Swaps guys. He came into the championship as a complete rookie. He got his novice cross. He led his second ever race. He almost won it. Got his first podium at Snetterton. As they come through the final couple of the corners, he's out of Jim Clark curve. He's got 1 more corner to go to make this sealed. Will Self is holding on for second place, and Tommy Knight's going to be third. But down towards the hairpin for the final time. I might be speechless for a second here because this is going to be another first-time winner in Racing Hondas. Up to the head for the final time. He came close a couple of times before. A first podium at Snetterton, but now at home, his first victory in Racing Hondas will go here at Knockhill. Round 13 of Racing Hondas will go at least, I think, to Bob Barron almost. Done it again, haven't I? Called it a lap. No, that's going on the blooper reel. Right, 1 more lap then, shall we say. I'm an idiot. So Bob Barron's got 1 more lap to do it now. So I'll hype myself up again in a minute. I'm not going to live that one down, am I? Back through the chicane now for the last time on the back of, that was Greenhill, Harry Greenhill. In towards the right-hander, the gap is 2.9 seconds, and this time I think he should be about home and dry out of it. Self is still pushing in the background, but he's going to try and hold on to it, but they're going to be on the pit wall to celebrate, and I think if you're a Scottish motorsport fan, get ready to celebrate, because one of your locals is about to do the job. Up towards the hairpin for the final time. Now let's try this again, shall we? Out the final hairpin. His first podium came at Snetterton. He's now going to go 2 steps better at home at Knockhill, because round 13 for the first time in his career is going to go to Racing Hondas, to Bob Barron at the checkered flag. Bob Barron claims his first victory in Racing Hondas, and the pit wall will go absolutely berserk at Kilty K-Swaps. Incredible stuff. Will Self second place, 2 seconds back, and then Tommy Knight gets third place for his first podium. But that is going to be a special victory for Kilty K-Swaps at home, and it's something they promised. They had that new suspension package, and it all works out in the end. Incredible stuff. If you're around the circuit, give the local man a round of applause and a cheer, because he absolutely deserves it. It's fantastic stuff. Phil Wright gets 4th position. Dave Buki is P5. James Kiffey's P6. And Fraser McNeil, Pete Car7 in P7. He comes across the line as the second of the 2 Kilty K-Swaps that will finish. No finish for Michael Barron. Then Thackeray picks up P8, and he also wins once again in Class B. That's another one to put him 1 step closer to the Class B championship. 8th place will go to Sam Lintzner in the end. And Harry Greenhill gets himself on the Class B podium, in fact. So, given the fact that Dan McDonald pulled away, it's P6 for him instead. So Dan McDonald actually dropped away in that sense. But it was Lewis Barker 4th in Class B, Duncan Holloway 5th, and Nick Crassus Menu in P6. And then it's Dan McDonald in P7. I can't even speak, I'm getting it wrong here. Then Callum Houchin also did hold on for the victory as well in Class C after race-long pressure from Matt Rowley. So after 17 laps of round 13 of Racing Hondas 2025, The victory, which I think has been coming since the start of the season, has finally happened, and what a place to do it at home. Bob Barron is a race winner in Racing Honda's 2025 for the first time in his career. Not bad for a boy starting his racing career right at the start of the season back in May. He wins by 2 seconds from championship leader in Class A, Will Self, Tommy Knight in 3rd place, Phil Wright in 4th, and Dave Buki completes the top 5, with James Kiff in 6th. Good recovery after his first lap off to get P6 in class. Fraser McNeil 7th, then Dan Thackeray, who wins Class B once again, from Sam Linsner, Harry Greenhill, Lewis Barker, Duncan Holloway, Luke Crassus Menu, and Dan McDonald, who started on the front row in Class B, has to settle for 14th place. And Callum Houchin gets his 4th victory of the season in Class C, fending off Matt Rowling by just 0.2 per second at the flag. That's also his first 2 wins on the bounce for Callum as well in the FN2. And Michael Barron retired with some kind of a mystery issue, exiting McIntyre's. And then it was Owen Diver, who was also the other retirement that we had further back as well. And we didn't even see Spencer Fortank start the race as well. In my defence, before I called that race 1 lap early, it was looking like it was going to be 0 seconds. Looked like he got across the line with about 2 seconds to go. So it was my mistake to call that. But I'm making a habit of that for a second, almost thinking the race is over and there's a lap to go. So I'm not going to live that down in the media team. I'm absolutely certain. So I'm not going to let me forget that one. But mistakes happen. So that's all good. So I'll tell you what, I'm amped for that one because Bob Barron, incredibly, again, the potential's been there ever since the start. And having a car that's been fishtailing around and doing all sorts of crazy stuff has been quite the occasion. So I'm almost speechless and that sort of things, but I think that's going to be a victory that's going to be so well received. I'm looking forward to the interview here with Charlie down at the Lucas Oil board when that happens. There's going to be so much celebration for that first podium, and I wish I could be down there for it, but I'll be here in the box for the time attack sessions to do that. But I'm certain there's going to be plenty of pictures and video of that one, and a massive cheer when that goes up, which is incredible. I think we're going to have a small gap because Michael Barron's car is being recovered from where it pulled off up at the chicane, so that's going to come back with an issue. Not quite sure what the issue was. He just pulled up with a mechanical, and that was that. Will Self, it's another strong second place for him. He is going to be pleased with the second place. It's only his 4th second place of the season, given he's had 6 victories and a 3rd, and then a DNF at Cadwell Park, and 11th place at Brands Hatch. And then it was 3rd place for Tommy Knight. That's another podium for him. In terms of total podiums this season, he has had... How many has he had so far this season? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 now. That's another 3rd place. It's his 5th 3rd place of the season. 7th podium in total, if you also include his win from race 2 in Brands Hatch. 4th place for Phil Wright, who's a bit of a distant 4th place for Phil, not quite on the same pace, and it still keeps up a 100% record. Every race that he started has finished in the top 5, so good stuff from him. 5th place is Dave Buki. 5th place for him. It matched his best result from Brands Hatch at race 1 and also Snetterton race 1. So he's had 3 times he's finished a race in 5th, in race 1 in 5th. So good effort from him to get good points. P6 was James Kiff. Good recovery after that little side-by-side with Dave Buki just going off the road. And then he managed to get a good result, and P6. P7 is still Fraser McNeil, so car 7 and position 7 was incredible stuff from him. So he's got another top 10. And of course in Class B, that is now win number 10 for Dan Thackeray this season. So another victory for him. And that now, of course, takes him... He was already over 200 points as well. It's a massive step, of course, over Ryan Collingham on top of that as well. So, of course, that's going to be key for him to get more points. Sam Linster gets a good 2nd place. That is also his second place of the season. So that matches his best result from Snetterton at race 2. And Harry Greenhill, in fact, who has only had literally a couple of races this season. Harry, look at his results from before. He raced at Cadwell Park and at Donington Park. His best result was 6th in race 1 at Donington Park. So a podium in the class on his return of the championship after missing how many rounds? 1, 2, 3, 4 rounds. So incredible stuff from Harry to show the potential he might have had on this circuit. And of course we have Lewis Barker 4th, Duncan Holloway 5th, and Luke Crassus 6th. And disappointing for Dan McDonald, he was on the front row in Class B and then dropped back to 7th in the end, so not quite sure what happened there. And then the back and forth we had between Callum Houchin and Matt Rowling, so a great finish for Callum, holding off Matt all the way through. And then it was a strong finish for them, so that would be the victory for him, his 4th of the season, his 1st on the bounce to get to more than one in a row. And for Matt Rowling, again, it keeps up another 2nd place for him, so it should not too many points lost in that sense when it comes to the gap. I think it's come down to 22 points now before we get to race 2 later on this afternoon. I have to say one thing also, look at the commentary box, even though the windows are probably slightly tinted here, so you might well see it. There are some very ominous clouds looming overhead. Of course, we've got the super attacks coming up next, and then Race of Racing Hondas. And I'm hearing on my ears, apparently there is rain in 25 minutes, I'm being told. interesting. So that could mean we could get a wet circuit. Of course, we've got the reverse grid draw to do down there when we throw it to Charlie when we're ready with our drivers. I imagine it might be taking longer than possible because Bob Brown's probably just celebrating with everyone down there in the paddock, because I think that's a victory that everyone's going to be happy with, because he's a very popular character. Ever since he joined the championship, the Kilty K-Swaps team have been a very popular team in the paddock, and for them to get a first victory, I think as a team in the championship as well, because of course Fraser is yet to take a victory so far, and Michael of course has done that, but to do it in Racing Hondas, and Bob of course has been on his first racing season to get a first race victory. It's taken him 13 races to do it, but who cares? It's been a fantastic season for him. And before that point, he'd been promising it. He'd been having a couple of good results, made a couple of mishaps, and was making a running habit of getting sideways and getting the car loose and throwing it off the road. But sorted that out, managed to get the car quicker, and the suspension upgrades that he's managed to put on the car he's been testing out here at Knockhill seem to have really, really done the trick. So excellent stuff from them all around at Kilty K-Swaps. And that's a victory, I think, that given their hard efforts, the fact they do come from Scotland all the way through to the circuits around the UK, in the south, even circuits like Cadwell Park, they have to do a lot of travelling. So to get a victory here at home, that's going to be all the more sweeter, particularly when everyone else had to come up to them rather than them going to everyone else down south. So great effort for them, and congratulations to all on that side of things. Of course, we've still got coming up 4 more sessions left to go, which is our super attacks for, first of all, Club Pro, Pro and Pro Extreme, then Club 2-wheel drive and Club 4-wheel drive, and then we've got Classic and Retro, Clubman and Pocket Rocket, forced induction and naturally aspirated. And of course, that will be the big points are being scored for the championship. And then, of course, after that, once we find out the fate of the reverse grid draw for how many positions are going to be reversed on the grid, we then get race number 2. And race 2 typically tends to be arguably the one that has more action in it in some cases, because you've got some of the fast drivers picking their way through. So that could be quite an occasion to watch if that happens and we get an interesting draw on that side. So we're just waiting for the drivers to be ready. I'm just having a quick glance over at the Lucas Oil board. I think we've got at least a couple of them down there, so I'm almost ready to go shortly. So I'll get the signal on my ears in a moment. The super attack is getting underway in the background, so we'll switch to that once we've had our interviews for Racing Hondas. And we'll see who can take the big points in each of the categories in the Super Attack here at Knockhill. Knockhill so far for Time Attack and Racing Hondas has delivered, because we've still got 4 more sessions that could deliver even more coming up in a few moments' time. And so the Super Attack getting underway. We'll come to that as soon as we finished our Racing Hondas interviews. We need to give our class winners their due after an excellent run in that first Racing Hondas race. That was a race more of tension rather than massive overtakes and lots of battles, but sometimes races like that can produce a lot of entertainment. And it did so, and of course it also brings an excellent result, and I'm sure is going to see a very happy Scottish racing driver beaming from ear to ear and absolutely buzzing with the result. And no wonder, because that was quite a race, and Ding did it from pole, led every single lap, fended off the early challenge from Will Self, pulled away, pull off some great overtakes on lapped cars, including that down the outside pass on 2 cars into Duffer's Dip. You don't do that unless you really want the victory, and so Bob absolutely wanted it, commanded the race from the front, knew the circuit like the back of his hand, the car was in the sweet spot, and he absolutely got it done on every single lap, and made sure he came home safe and sound and got the victory that he richly deserves after pushing all season in his first year of car racing. That was an exceptional drive. He's going to have to try and do that again in race number 2 if he can, from wherever he has to start on the grid, but we'll wait and see how that one plays out. So, all good. So let's get down to our podium finishes and our top 3. I'm sure with a very happy Bob Barron, who's going to speak to Charlie, down with our top 3 interviews for A, B and C for round 13 of Racing Hondas here at Knockhill. This should be a good one.
Right, we are here down fresh off of race 1 with our Class A winner, Bob. Home circuit, first win. How was that?
Oh, that was awesome. That's what I've been waiting for.
Absolutely.
That was brilliant. So I was a bit concerned going into the race with a totally new ratio gearbox. It was a bit daunting. Got a good start, kept it in front of Will, and I started edging away, and I was like, right, I just need to keep it there, get past it. I started catching the back markers, and I was getting a bit worried. Oh no, is this his chance to catch me? A couple of hero moments down Duffus, round the outside of people trying to keep the lead, but no, I held it together. But I tell you, that was the longest 15 laps of my life. I'm telling you, honestly. But yeah, I'm so happy. It makes all that hard work and the long travelling to come up here and win has made my day.
No, absolutely, definitely. I think there was a point where you had a 3-second lead. You were just going and going and going. We were like, he's off on one.
To be honest, I was looking at my fuel gauge and it was getting pretty close to empty. So I'm thinking, right, I need to just rein it in a bit here. If I run out of fuel now, I'll never live it down. So yeah, no, just kind of eased off a bit. I had plenty of space and took it home.
Yeah, and there's all them track days coming here paid off for the end.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely.
Also, we do have the reverse grid on the next round as well. How are you feeling on going through the defence?
Yeah, well,
going through the
I think as far as I'm aware, it's going to be wet for that one. So yeah, go and change the car up, get its wet set up on and go again.
Amazing.
Yeah, I'm buzzing for it. I feel like I could be good in the wet as well. So fingers crossed.
Amazing. Oh, congratulations again. Thank you so much. Thank you. Right, we're going to bring over Dan. So Dan is our Class B winner. Dan, how was that?
Yeah, it was a good race. Yeah, nice start. Actually, uphill was a bit interesting.
Yes.
But we actually got a good start, and Sam was right with me to start, and I was putting in decent lap times. I was looking at my dash, and he was right on my bumper. I made a couple of mistakes, and I was like, okay, this is going to take.
He was sort of reminding you, he's like, I am here.
Yeah, exactly. I made one mistake, and he was right on my bumper. So we're having to put some consistent laps in, trying not to touch any track limits, and just very edge a little gap, and bring it home.
No, perfect. Obviously, you got reverse grid for next round. Confident? It's just quite a tight track here.
Well, the last few reverse grids have been a bit of an awkward one for me. Not been too kind, and that's what it always is. You need a bit of luck. So I'll see what number they draw out. The local boys are saying it's going to be raining, and I've got to trust. I love the rain. I mean, Donny was the only time we've been in the wet, and I had a good little race there, but I haven't been in these tyres in fully wet, so it'd be interesting. Everyone be in the same boat, no pun intended, and we'll go from there.
Perfect stuff. Brilliant. Well, good luck for race 2. Thank you. Right, we're going to bring over Callum. So Callum is our Class C winner. Callum, come over. How was that for you?
That was quite good. It was nice to actually get a first from lights to flag kind of thing. That was an emotional one, to be fair.
Yes,
it was quite good. So yeah, it was good.
No, definitely. Obviously, Matt was right behind you, and then obviously you come up. The Class A boys come in and put that gap for you, and that just worked perfectly.
Yeah, I mean, we're trying to race our own race, but then we want to be respectful for the Class A boys and B boys. So, but yeah, we kind of got him off the line, and it was kind of like, right, let's just keep him there, and then he kept getting close. But as soon as he got to stretch its legs, it went, and he didn't have an answer for it, but he was there.
Yeah, I think in them corners he was right behind you. He's like, I am still here, and then on the straights your car just shined.
Yeah, that's the difference between the power to weight.
Yes.
So we're very heavy, but we've got a bit more power.
Yeah.
So yeah, it was all good. But we kind of said this before we got here, so it was good.
Oh, brilliant stuff. Well, congratulations again. Thank you. Good luck for race 2. Right, we're going to bring the board roll over for the reverse grid now. Perfect stuff. Right, what are we going to do?
Round and round she goes. No looking.
What have we got? Number 4. Perfect. So that is a 4-position reverse grid for race 2. Thank you so much.
So, I'd like to say we're underway with the super attack, and we were, but unfortunately we've had an off here up towards Jim Clark Curve for one of our Evos in the mix. It's car number 79, which is Eric Holmes in the Club and Pro class. Evo that runs was second quickest in attack 2 earlier on. Looks like he had an issue or an off somewhere that's torn off the front bumper, so they're going to be scooping that back up and recovering him. We were underway with the first part of Super Attack for Club Pro, Pro and Pro Extreme. We only had one lap, haven't had any lap times on the board before we get anything else, but we're going to see how this one plays out as we get into recovering this car and get our session back underway. So we barely had, 2 minutes in the session, so plenty of time for the drivers to get out there and get some proper times. But this is now Super Attack. This is where the big points score. Susie's back alongside me here for this one for these Super Attack sessions, as she always is for Alexi. Again, best wishes, Alexi. Hope you get well soon. Hopefully we'll see you at the session finale, because I think him missing that would be quite an awful thing. So fingers crossed he's better and well and is able to get back to us for Stetson in a few weeks' time. But Super Attack, this is the moment where all the big points are scored. This is where everyone builds up to. So, of course, we've had Attack 1 and Attack 2 and little mini point scores added in there for extra incentive. This is the one where everyone has to go, quite literally, flat out and just pretty much pull out all the stops to get the fastest lap time. If you've been holding back at this point in time, now's not the time to do it. It's literally, it's pretty much in some cases, it's all or nothing now.
Yeah, it really is. And especially because, as you mentioned earlier, looking at the clouds out of the window, it's looking a little bit ominous out there. So I think our drivers will be very keen to get out there and try and set a lap in the dry before the weather may possibly change on us this afternoon. But we'll see what happens. You never know with the weather. It's always too early to call until it is actually raining, and hopefully it will. We'll see some laps getting turned, and they should be the fastest laps of the day that we'll be seeing. Because of course these are our pro classes. These are our fastest cars out on track, and we've got potentially kind of like 1,000 horsepower plus cars out there setting these laps. So I'm very happy to say that we should see Simon Norris going back out. So I had a quick catch up with him. He mentioned that they'd snapped one of the rear drive shafts. And so they do have a bunch of spares that they carry with them, so they had to replace that. Talking about drive shafts, Martin Henry also snapped a drive shaft, as we saw right on the entrance to the pit lane. Very used to changing drive shafts in the front-wheel drive cars. I think they go through quite a lot of them, so do carry spares. That has also been swapped, so we'll see Martin Henry back out on track. Sadly, not going to see Colin Dorwood out, I think, this afternoon, because I believe he has gearbox issues. And talking of gearbox issues, as I was just doing a quick whip round, pretty much everyone having gearbox issues.
That's
so,
helpful.
yeah, really, and obviously, and I wonder if that is something to do with the track. Obviously, it is very kind of like hard on cars. All of that shock as you're going over the curbs actually gets kind of like transferred through all of the transmission as well. It may be responsible, it may not. But yeah, so I think we've seen, so Colin Dorwood, I think we won't see him back out because I think he's got gearbox issues. Mike Osborne has lost fifth gear. I know Eric Holmes, who we've just seen being recovered, was having a fifth gear issue already. I believe then if we go down, if we're looking in club, Dean Taylor has, I believe, lost fourth gear, and also Andy Grady as well has got gearbox issues. So again, gearbox issues seem to be that's what's happening this afternoon. So just being able to get out there and turn a clear lap, that's going to be the aim for the drivers. And like I say, before the weather changes. So hopefully we'll be able to resume the action pretty soon. We see the cars all lined up in the pit lane, all ready to go. Very eager, like I say, to get out there and try and set that time before the weather sets in.
Yeah, nobody's going to be hanging around to try and get a lap time here, particularly with the conditions that could be imminently changing quite close, and particularly this part of the world as well. I'm certain if it's going to rain, it's not going to be a short measure. It's going to be a proper rain shower to saturate the Knockhill circuit, and I'm certain it won't stay dry for long when it starts to rain here.
And that's the worst conditions as well, right? So if it's been raining all day, you know what you're up against, and it kind of like washes all of the impurities off the track. But if it's been dry and then it rains, you end up with very, very slippery conditions. Actually, worse than if it's been raining all day, because all of the tire, all of the rubber kind of like comes to the surface, exactly. All of the oil, any of the impurities come to the surface, and it makes the track incredibly slippery when it just first starts to rain, and very kind of very icy almost conditions. So yeah, we will see drivers very keen to get out there ahead of that inclement weather if it does change.
Yeah, ironically, when it rains, the worst place you want to be is on the racing line. That's where all the rubber is, because you add water to rubber, it becomes very slippery. So that's why they call it the wet line or the karting line. You come off the racing line, ironically, to go faster in the wet, which is what you want to do. So that's going to be quite crucial. And you're absolutely right. And also what I find as well, in particular racing, is that drivers like it if it's fully wet. They like if it's fully dry. Anything else, anything in between that, no.
Yeah,
they don't like it, because it means you have to find a compromise in the setup somewhere. You have to get either half softer suspension or half more stiffer suspension, or just the different settings in the mix. Whereas if it's wet or dry, you know exactly which direction. You go more stiffly sprung, more softly sprung, or anything else that works, anti-roll bars, anything else on the damper suspension, anything else you're tweaking. You know exactly which direction to go. Exactly right. You need this setting or this setting. Anything in between with intermediates, unless people like that, you don't really get a chance to test intermediate conditions. It's either in all the wet all the time or in the dry all the time when you're out there testing. So you don't really get a chance to try intermediate setups. So that's the mix. And so you have to either be a wizard with car setups, know exactly where the sweet spot is to tweak it to the conditions, or just take a guess and plain luck try and get you a good lap time.
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, I think we're going to see drivers go out and try and set the good times, the fast times really early in this session. So when we resume, you see everyone lined up in the pit, so they're all ready to go and just ready and waiting. I can hear a whistle being blown. I saw a
Yep.
Thumbs up, yes, and yeah, track is green again, and yeah, everyone, like I say, everyone's going to be going straight out there. They obviously have their outlap, so they warm everything up on the outlap, and then obviously cars at the front as well. They've got all that clear air, so they don't have to worry about who else is on the track and having to avoid anyone. So it's really advantageous when we restart the session to be out there at the front.
Certainly was, and Luke Sejakowski in Suki was right at the front of the queue to bring her out to make his super attack. So, as you mentioned, this is the fastest cars that you'll see all weekend, and have seen all weekend. Club Pro, Pro and Pro Extreme. This is the only class, fun fact, where you actually required to have passed an ART test and have a racing licence. There is the rest of the classes that are out there, which is Club 2-wheel drive and 4-wheel drive, and the Classic and Retro, Pocket Rockets and the Clubman category. Fun fact, you don't need a racing licence, but you do need one for these because these cars do run slicks, they'll run roll cages, proper race. These are technically proper full-on racing cars, like, for example, this track special, of course, the Honda NSX, and the K620R and other cars like Simon Norris's Evo. They're proper purpose-built track weapons, so these cars do need someone who can actually has got the racing license to do so, and even then I think it's not as simple as getting an inter-club license. You need to have some kind of experience to handle a car like this, unless you're fresh off your ARTS test. I'm not quite sure that they would let a freshly graduated ARTS driver at the wheel of Suki anytime soon, because it's only, I guess, he knows the car inside out, so it would be him to trust it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure you'd want to be freshly graduated from your ARTS and stepping straight into a car like that anyway. It's quite a handful.
Unless you're a bit rich and foolish, maybe, I'm not quite sure. But they'll have to wait and see. Should remind ourselves as well, of course, you've got the QR code on the bottom right of the screen, so you can vote for your Lucas Oil top driver, both in Time Attack and Racing Hondas. You can do it for both of them, so be sure to scan the QR code if you're on your smartphone, if you're watching on the live stream, and be able to pick your driver for the vote. And again, massive thank you again, we should always say, to Lucas Oil for powering the live stream. It is live stream powered by Lucas Oil, so thank you much to them. If you're watching on the Lucas Oil live stream, hi to everybody who might be watching around the world, possibly from America, of course, wherever they are. Of course, you guys are the ones that are making this live stream possible by powering it and supporting it. So thank you to Lucas Oil for everything they do for the championship, for Time Attack and for Racing Hondas. As Luke Sejakowski sparks his way down towards the right-hander at Duffer's Dip, flies down the hill once again, just dragging that splitter across the ground. I suspect, this might be an obvious thing to say, a silly thing to say, I suspect he knows he does that the car does spark that way, because he's obviously set the car up so that it kind of can take that kind of punishment a little bit. It's a bit sparkling on the ground, rubbing against it every time he's leaning against a corner. And because every single corner when he turns in, that splitter is dragging along something. He comes out of Jim Clark curve, now sprints through Hislops and towards the Taylor's hairpin.
Yeah, and this is it. With the huge amount of downforce, you don't want to kind of like lose that downforce at any time. And then they have like titanium sliders,
skid
almost.
Plates, yeah.
So each corner. So yeah, and you see these kind of like big sparks being kind of like flowing up. Because as we know, with the huge downforce cars, if they lose that downforce, it actually causes real problems for them. And as we were talking to Simon Norris earlier on the season, he was having issues, I think, right at the beginning of the year, or maybe it was last year, so with porpoising, where actually some of the air gets underneath the car, and then all of a sudden you lose all of the downforce. And then you just end up in a bit of a yo-yo where the car's going fast enough, it pushes it down, but then if you get a bit of air underneath, it kind of brings it back up, and then yeah, that really varying level of grip is a real kind of like issue for these cars. But very great to see. We see Simon Norris here back out on track after that issue earlier, which turned out to be drive shaft. Interestingly, I was catching up with Simon. Oh, what was that?
There was a lock-up from Simon Norris. They're trying to get past the Clio, and didn't realize the Clio didn't quite either see him or move out of the way quick enough. Well, he came across the Clio too quickly and had to back out a bit, I think.
And you can see he's back straight off because he knows that's not going to be his fastest lap, so he's had to kind of like come off the power, so he'll be kind of like saving the car again just to go out there and set that one lap. But we can see already he's set a 47.152, so and that makes him fastest car out on track at the moment. But yeah, I was catching up with Simon Norris, and what I didn't realise is that Simon Norris has actually made a bunch of changes to his car, and pretty quietly, actually, it turns out, last year, and not kind of like shouted about them too much.
Okay.
So the car is actually now a rear-wheel drive.
Rear-wheel drive?
So, yeah, so rear-wheel drive, and not twin-charged as it was before. So it was always twin-charged, but now it's just onto the turbocharger. We've just had a word in our ear, I think, that it is beginning to spit out on track at the moment. So
it is. Here comes the rain. Now, of course, it's spitting now, but we know what the weather's like in this country. When it starts to rain, it doesn't just go do it by half measures, it will pour down if it does that. And yeah, the black clouds, even if the windows are a bit tinted in this commentary box, They are pretty ominous and grey over here. There's some darker ones looming over the sort of the first few corners of the circuit, out through McIntyre's and New Butchers and over that chicane. That might be where, if we do get some heavy, slightly more intense rain, it might be the first place where it hits. The kind of more unpredictable, more bumpy, kind of off-camber part of the circuit, which is also going to become possibly the wettest part first, which is always going to be a fantastic combination in that sense.
So, and I imagine as the drivers start to see that rain falling on the windscreen, they're all going to be very desperate to get that banker lap in before it makes the track conditions too slippery.
Yeah. And the funny thing is also you get that kind of, what you almost, it's like, there's a phrase which is like psychological rain as well, which is you think it's going to rain harder than it actually is, and so therefore you think there's less grip out there, so you either be a bit tentative or you just back off a little bit, when in actual fact others don't see it, they just feel the grip based on what's underneath them. But some might look at it and think, well, is it going to start raining a bit more now? But in the end, it all depends on what falls out of the sky and how it lands. So we'll see if this rain gets any more intense. As I said, we've heard on our ear, as Susie rightfully said, that there is some spits of rain in the air. It's coming down. Can't see any umbrellas going up yet, so that's a good sign. But as you say, as you rightfully said, everyone now, still with 11 and about 12 minutes to go, they're still going to be pushing on to try and get that lap, of course, including Simon Norris. And the thing is, you know, yes, he's the only car in the class in Pro Extreme, but at the same time, he'll just want to make sure he gets a good lap and just enjoy himself and get the points, because he knows that he can keep on pushing. And as I said, he might be just the only Pro Extreme car, but he just wants the glory of being the fastest guy out there. And so he's now just pushing as hard as he dares.
He's just set the fastest second sector out there on track as well. So not the fastest in sector 1. But yeah, so obviously pushing on, like saying, we've seen with his lights on there as he goes.
He lost time. He lost time in the first sector and also the third sector as well.
Yeah.
He wasn't a slow sector in general, because he's generally the fastest car on track anyway. But yeah, compared to his faster sectors, he wasn't one of the best in that. But he did manage to pick up a lot in sector 2 when he was rumbling over the curbs through the chicane.
So yeah, you can see he's turned his lights off there, and he'll be kind of like just trying to cool off, bring the engine temps back down, and obviously like these extreme kind of, especially when you get into Pro Extreme, very extreme builds. It's a short wheelbase Evo as well, so it's a very, very different.
Oh, yellow flag out for somebody or something. That's the reason why we've got an Evo off the road. That is 93.
That's going to be Mike Osborne. And as we can actually see there on the camera, we can actually see the rain.
It is, yeah, you can see that now. It's coming down pretty firmly.
Yeah, so that was Mike Osborne, and when I spoke to him earlier, he was saying he'd lost 5th gear, but this is a local track for him, so he would have had really high hopes to come here and do really well. But I'm sure he won't be happy with that time of 57.9. But obviously, you know, 1 gear down, and the Evo's being they're very short geared as well. So 5th gear is, you know. Perhaps I was talking to him earlier, and he was saying like perhaps he may lose like a couple of seconds over a lap, so he can still complete the lap, but obviously kind of totally very not ideal, and we'll be pulling back in.
Or not in his case. He's pulled off again. I think that's on the approach now, where that's the inside of that's the inside. I think just past the end of the gravel trap. That's down through Hislop, so I think going towards. Probably should actually see if we stretch and have a look outside the commentary window. He's just out. He's out of our view shot because it's kind of underneath our view in some cases. But he's going to try and amble his way back down the. He's actually going to the rallycross circuit for a second. Now, I know it's an Evo, but it's not quite set up for off-roading this one, I don't think. Full drive will help, but it's not quite working in that sense. Could see some spectators trying to keep dry at least on the live stream here. I'm sure they'll watch themselves back and think, oh, that's me on live stream there. So they're holding on that side. Yeah, he's pulled up on what is part of the rallycross track on the inside line. I think he's trying to get it back, but the car's not complying. Whatever the issue is with any kind of gearbox, or whatever the issue might be, he's just having troubles getting it back out there. He's just coming off the service road. 9 minutes to go, and with the windscreen wipers going plenty, Bradley John in the Evo 9 is back out again. Of course, he'll have 4-wheel drive, so he'll have an advantage over everyone else in the wet conditions, but even so, I think you're rightfully said, everyone that wants to set a fast lap time will have done it already by now, because the lap times are probably not going to get any quicker.
This is it for the later classes. They're all going to be in the same boat where they come out, and they've all got these conditions to deal with. But because you know we're looking at the dry lap times that have been set, that it's probably quite unlikely that anyone's going to get anywhere near that. And judging by, it's quite hard to tell how much it's raining from up here. But judging by how much windscreen wipers are on, and it does look like we're probably not going to see any times bettered in the rest of the session then.
Probably not. And it might just be that it's just Bradley John going out to explore the conditions, see what they're like, and probably get some, at the very least, maybe just gather some data, I suppose, in that sense, because he's got 8 minutes to do so. And I think he's pretty much the only car that's out there at the moment, because everyone else has pulled in because they feel as though that the conditions are not going to get any better, the track's not going to get any quicker, and therefore all Bradley can do is just lap out there and I think he's just gather data, although he's sort of shaking the car around a little bit through Duffer's Dipper, through Leslie, just kind of almost like weaving it a bit through the first couple of corners, so I'm not quite sure why he's kind of going, unless it is the conditions, but he's kind of, yeah, he's weaving it from side to side for some reason. I wonder what that is. The only thing which you do that, I would have thought, is because it's fuel, but it can't be fuel, surely.
Yeah, so I mean, we've actually been pretty fortunate with the season, and I think it was only at Donington that we actually saw a bit of rain on the track. So maybe this is just, again, gathering that kind of valuable data to experience when it is wet conditions, because we just haven't run that many rounds where it has been raining.
Yeah, we have been quite fortuitous with the weather in general this season, I think, particularly because most of the season has been run across the summer. Of course, we had the early round at Cabell Park, and that was nice and sunny. You're right, we had the kind of damper conditions briefly at some points during Donington Park, and then really the rest of the season on top of that. Brands Hatch, the first visit we had back in June, was very sunny. Same with Seston, was a bit overcast, but it stayed dry. We had Alton Park, was in beautiful late summer sunshine. The same, of course, we had when we went to the previous round at Brands Hatch on top of that as well. That was good conditions. And again, apart from right now, it stayed dry, a bit cold. Of course, the track temperature's not been that warm. It's been, at most I've seen at any point in time, about 13 degrees, which is cold for a track. That's really cold in terms of, as far as I know anyway.
But I mean, that would have been fantastic for all of the turbo cars, because it's not so cold that you're going to have too much of a problem kind of like heating your tyres up, but also keeps the engine temps nice and low. But yeah, as we said, well, definitely umbrellas up there with some soggy spectators who I commend the durability in staying here to watch the rest of the afternoon's racing. But yeah, it does look rather damp out there then.
It does. I was about to say windscreen wipers. Well, the windscreen wipers are on and umbrellas are up. I was about to say windscreen wipers are up, but that's you're changing them. So windscreen wipers are on, and that is the 93 that's recovering still, Michael Osborne's car, who is just out there. I think he managed to get it, I think, some going again.
So he did come back into the pits, and then he left the pits again. So obviously they've managed to resolve that issue. So again, I don't know if he's just going out there and yeah, I mean, he's going around again. So if he's just going around and trying to get that data from the wet laps, and obviously this is local track for Mike Osborne, so he'll be very happy out here in the rain. And it's very interesting, even speaking to everybody in the pits and the paddock, that all of the locals are very happy for it to rain because they know exactly where they're going. They're very used to these weather conditions, and so that really gives everyone locally an advantage.
And exactly where the sweet spots are in terms of the grip in the wet conditions, so they'll be able to use it to full advantage. Which is, it's not to say a sneaky, I was about to say it's a sneaky tactic. It's not really. It's just good local knowledge. Is all it really is in terms of an experienced driver on the track.
And it's interesting because, and especially coming through the chicane, there is really only one line coming through there. So it's like, where do you go when it's when you've got these wet conditions? Because normally you want to stay well clear of the curbs because they get incredibly slippery.
So 6 minutes to go in the session, although I was about to say the time is frozen. It's on the screen, it's frozen. No, it's not actually. It's 4.5 minutes. The time's frozen on the screen if you're watching on the live stream. There's actually 4.5 minutes to go rather than 6. So the clock is, for some reason, time is frozen on there for some reason. So where it sits then, as I'm pretty sure we're not going to get any more, any faster times, given the track conditions have changed. Essentially, Simon Norris is, well, he's the only Pro Extreme car in the field. He's done a 47.152, so he will top the session, I'm pretty much almost certain, because we're not going to get any faster times yet. Luke Sedjakovsky is going to top Pro class. He's done a 49.452, and he is ahead of the second place car of Bradley John in third place. In second place, and then it's third place for Andrew Gallagher in third in Pro class over Josh Barrett. Then Ilya Krylov will win Club and Pro ahead of Darren Spooner and Michael Osborne. Martin Henry will also finish 7th overall. Then you've got Dunny McLeod and Eric Holmes. So with the timing pretty much not going to change times, we've got some 3 3/4 minutes to go and everyone else is in the garage waiting for the session to basically run down to zero. Let's go ahead and have another chat with one of our drivers that Susie had earlier on, and I think we'll see who it was, what they had in store and how they're finding this weekend here at Knockhill.
So I'm down here with Andy Grady from Club 4 Wheel Drive. How you doing, Andy?
Really good, really good. Better than other rounds.
Yeah, because we haven't seen you in the last round then, so just a bit of a recap. What happened?
We had an issue at Snetterton where we snapped the crank and we managed to rebuild the engine for Alton Park, but unfortunately a bit of bad luck and a valve dropped and actually took out the new engine. So we missed Brands Hatch trying to get this one ready. Managed to get this one ready for here. Everything seems pretty good, but we've just had an oil cut, which we end up getting towed back in. So yeah, but it's nothing too serious, and we'll be back out this afternoon.
So just as safety's cutting in and then doing their job, and then you had to get recovered back in, is that right?
Yeah, we got towed back in. I mean, we've been gentle with it this morning because it's literally a brand new engine. It came off the dyno on Thursday afternoon, so off the dyno straight here, gentle with it this morning, and
so this is your test session?
Basically, yes. yeah. Test the morning, race this afternoon. So.
But you've been here before as well, right? So you're familiar with the track?
Very, yeah. We've done quite a lot here. We did Time Attack 11 years ago when you were here. We used to do a lot of other track days and some other things here when we were part of RA Motorsport, like back then. So we did a lot with the Subaru here, but it's 10 years since I've drove here, 10, 11 years.
So you need a bit of a refresh this morning?
Yeah, a couple of laps. We're back on it. We know where we need to be.
Remembered where you're going yet?
Yeah. Found the way through the Duffers Dip all right, and the chicane, so no, we're doing all right.
And are you going to be happy if it rains this afternoon?
Very. I quite like the rain, especially up here, and I think we would have a little advantage because I do know Alexander can't. I don't think he can turn his down less than 1,000 horsepower, which probably wouldn't help much in the rain here. But we'll see. You know, it could all change.
So you think that big power is going to be more of a hindrance here today than if it rains?
If it rains, yeah. If it rains, massively.
And how does the track change if it rains then?
It just becomes horribly slippy, and it's not the widest track in the world. To stay away from your dry lines, it can be challenging because you're always crossing over them. But yeah.
Of course, you've got to avoid the curbs as well here.
Yeah, there's a couple of big curbs that you really don't want to be touching when you're here. But yeah, we're trying to stay off them.
So the guys are fixing the car, or kind of like checking what the issues are, and then hopefully just all fix this afternoon.
Yeah, we'll be back out this afternoon. It was literally an oil cut, and I didn't want to restart the car just in case it was something more than that. But we did manage like 2.2 Gs through the chicane at the top, so we think that might have something to do with it.
Wow, that's some serious Gs then.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
So you're just holding on for dear life?
Basically, yeah. But we're only at baby boost at the minute because Gaz wants to get some logs off the car. This afternoon we're looking to turn it up a bit, so see what happens.
So what sort of power are we talking in when you turn it up?
I genuinely don't know. I think when the cams and stuff are dialed in with the new head we've put on, it should see 4 figures. We're not at 4 figures today, but it should see 4 figures.
So you've got a new fancy head, I believe?
We do. An SME head, which Colin Dorwood kindly supplied us with, and it seems to be a very special bit of kit, we'll call it. So we'll see what happens with that. Gaz hasn't dialed the cams in on it yet, so there's a hell of a lot to come from the engine, but today was more taking it steady and getting it to work properly. So.
Are you going to be thankful for the 4-wheel drive if the rain does come down this afternoon?
Massively. I've only ever drove here in 4-wheel drive, so yeah, we'll take that as it comes. But it'll be nice to stay dry, but if it rains, it doesn't bother us really. So.
Well, fingers crossed. We'll see what happens. But it's Scottish weather. Who knows?
This is it. It's Knockhill. You never know. You never know.
Fantastic. Well, good luck out there this afternoon, Andy.
Thank you. Good to speak to you. Thank you.
Cheers.
Well, as you can see, and as Susie Ackley said, the Scottish weather, who knows what happens, and we know exactly what's happening. It's raining, and the circuit getting wetter and wetter by the moment. So that's going to mean that times for the next 2 sessions are going to be quite interesting. What we can do, at least, is now the session has been completed, because nobody else was out for the last couple of minutes, we can essentially confirm the results of the Super Attack for Club Pro, Pro and Pro Extreme. So Simon Norris, as we expected, was fastest in the times in the dry on a 47.152 to take the overall group victory and also in Pro Extreme. The Pro victory, once again, goes to Tegui's own Luke Sejikovsky and the Suki NSX. So that was a 49.452 to go quickest in that class. And Bradley John in second place on a 50.545 in the Evo. And then the single round entry of Andrew Gallagher gets third place in his number 137, 51.684. The next was Josh Barrett in the Caterham, 145 with a 53.037. The Club Pro victory goes to Ilya Krylov in the Renault Clio, so he gets a well-deserved victory, 54.714. Set an identical time with Martin Henry in the Pro class in the Astra, 54.714. If that had been the same class, that would have been quite interesting, but sadly it's not. Second in Club and Pro goes to Darren Spooner in car number 13, so that's the number 13 that gets the Peugeot 205 a second place in Club Pro. And I will give you the rest, but it's been wiped off the screen because we're now to our next session already, which is for Club 2-wheel drive and Club 4-wheel drive. And I think I've got a bit of an inkling here, Susie, that I think the four-wheel drive cars might quite enjoy this session better than the two-wheel drive cars.
Well, we say that, but I think the front-wheel drive cars especially are always really, really happy in the rain.
That's true.
I think it's obviously rear-wheel drive, then it's obviously going to be a big handful out there. But I think, you know, everyone's going to be a little bit disappointed that they didn't get the last session in the dry. But again, everyone is in the same boat on here. So as we saw the drivers coming in early in the pro, because they're obviously not going to turn as fast a time as they would in the dry conditions. But here, for this whole session, everybody has the same conditions. It's going to be wet for the whole session. And so, yeah, you see everybody out on track, and yeah, we'll see what happens.
Certainly will. So Club 2-wheel drive and Club 4-wheel drive are underway for their super attack. 20 minutes on track to see who can do what, and also what the weather will do as well. There is still dark clouds overhead, but how much it continues to rain, and that remains to be seen.
Yeah, you can see everybody's windscreen wipers on out there, so it does look like I'm not seeing any. Yeah, I'm starting to see the spray coming off the tyres now as well, and as you're saying, I mean, everyone thinks that four-wheel drive and it does obviously give you more grip and definitely more helpful than it would be in rear-wheel drive, but you can also just get a lot of understeer as well in the rain. So, and obviously these cars are running very wide tyres to try and maximise the grip in the dry, but sometimes that can actually work against you in the wet. So you've got a lot of surface area. If there is any standing water on there, it's like you can aquaplane, yeah, and they will be just trying to nurse these cars around and keep them on the black stuff, basically.
Certainly can. Just keeping it on the black stuff is the most important thing at this point, because trying to do so in these conditions is quite tricky. The four-wheel drive cars, to be said, in theory and on paper will have the better advantage to be able to keep it on track, but of course four-wheel drive doesn't guarantee anything. So
what are we seeing there? We're seeing Andy Grady
more issues
pulling off the line, and it looked like having to restart the car.
Yeah, looks like more issues for Andy Grady. That's not the first time he's had that kind of a problem.
Yeah, so yeah, I wonder if. And then we're seeing. So Volkov. So I believe now facing in the wrong direction on the track. So I'm not quite sure where on the circuit that is.
That is just on the exit of McIntyre's and the approach to Butchers, so he's trying to loop it around if he can. He has got
he has managed to get that turned around.
He did, but he had David Lawrence and co bearing down him quite quickly in the wet conditions, but he's managed to just about hold on to it. And so, of course, track position is quite key, particularly in these conditions.
Yeah, a big car to get turned around on quite a narrow track as well.
It is quite narrow, yeah. That's it. Of course, short and narrow, 1.3 miles. So to come out of Jim Clark curve and now at the sprint.
And that's what we're seeing. The rear-wheel drive car of Neil Robson, actually, yeah, big twitch on. And then, you know, the GTR isn't permanent four-wheel drive either, so this is a common thing that everyone thinks they're kind of like four-wheel drive all the time. But I think we will see the four-wheel drive working overtime and kicking in when that rear does slip out.
Certainly does, and I think it's starting to get a little wetter out there, because Neil Robson, he was going sideways even without any water on the circuit, so he's used to that being sideways in that car anyway. There's Alexander Volkov, who looks like he's taken about 3 or 4 bites of the apex there, went turn once and again for a third time, and eventually managed to make the corner. So it's
well, this is a really good example, I think, of how much grip the front-wheel drive cars can actually have in the rain.
Yes.
And even though you think four-wheel drive would have the advantage, the front-wheel drive cars are really, really successful in the rain. I mean, we know Alexander Volkov, obviously huge amount of power, but that's a lot to wrestle around this track when the track condition is so slippery. So it looks like he was following Dave Lawrence round there to see, you know, what lines he's kind of like taking, and we'll see again. Fingers crossed, manages to keep that. Oh, is he a bit twitchy going into the corner?
He's taking more than one bite at the turn-in with that GTR, and of course it goes back to the weight thing as well. Of course, yes, it's four-wheel drive, but it's quite, even with some of the weight stripped out of it, it's still quite front-heavy. It's still quite got a big, heavy engine, a big V6 in the front of it. The four-wheel drive system is heavy. Of course, it's a generally heavy car. Obviously, when you get it there, even though it's got lots of power in it. So trying to hustle it around here is tricky. Again, look, you can see he's emptied it more than one turn at the apex to actually get the car properly dialed into the apex.
Well, I wonder if this is an example of, I think, the Tesla system that they have in the GTR, and it basically alternates between, so it's not permanent four-wheel drive, it's mainly rear-wheel drive, actually, and then kind of like sends the powers back to the front wheels when you start to kind of like lose traction on the front. So I wonder if that is just an example of that kind of like kicking in around the corners.
Yeah, so it's like if you get, you're absolutely right, and if you get a sideways moment, the four-wheel drive system tells the ECU tells the four-wheel drive system to give it more front-wheel drive, to give you a more four-wheel drive stuff, and it goes all the way back to the original GTR, the R32. I remember seeing there's a fascinating video. I'm going to start the anorak here whilst we look at this session, so I don't apologise for it again. There was a great video, if you ever get to watch it, and sure it's somewhere on YouTube, someone's clipped it, but it's of when it was a feature they did in Australian touring cars when the GTR was first being brought out there in 1990 when they first started racing it, and did a really great walkthrough, a simple walkthrough of how that four-wheel drive system works on the car in terms of having a transfer case, the ETS, the core pack, the ETS pump on it, and things like that, and how it tells the system when the rear cars lose traction, the fronts give it more. But they were saying in the slow corners in the slow corners, it's a proper four-wheel drive car. In the faster corners, it acts like a rear-wheel drive car because it's not pushing on. So it knows kind of in the situation, the ECU thinks, right, I'm going through a corner at this speed. I don't need all this front-wheel drive here. I can use the rear-wheel drive to help pull the car around. And that was a really innovative, unique system at the time when Nissan brought it in. And of course, now, not saying others are trying to copy it, but of course, we've had four-wheel drive systems like a Tesla, and of course, Quattro before it with the four-wheel drive system with the Audis. So these advances in four-wheel drive technology have really come on leaps and bounds, but that was one of the early pioneers that Nissan put it in the mix and actually produced a system that I don't think many other four-wheel drive systems on high-performance cars have really beaten all that much since.
No, not at all. And this is it's just a common misconception, I think, that all of the Skylines and the GTRs are kind of like this four-wheel drive. Whereas as you look at the Evos, and the Evos are a permanent four-wheel drive system, so they're always running four-wheel drive. Although in the later Evos, so as we see here, so Dean Taylor's got an Evo 7, so this is the first Evo to actually have the active centre diff as well. So sometimes there's a little bit of a slip between how much torque is going to the front and the rear. Although we see Andy Grady there, unfortunately still pulled over at the side of the track. So I don't know if he managed to get that going again earlier and is still suffering some issues there.
What was quite interesting there is that was another Volkov who was powering past the Saxo, Stu Summers, whilst you almost have to go through the middle of the two of them because you had Andy Grady parked off to the right. Stu Summers was to his left, and he shot the gap through the middle of them going down towards the hairpin. So that was quite a moment, I'm sure, that Stu Summers wasn't quite anticipating, even though he had two cars to his outside rather than just the one.
And not a lot of room to get three cars around this circuit here,
Definitely
especially
not.
in these conditions.
Yeah, especially in these conditions, particularly when it's so easy to snatch a brake and even lock up, and then whatever happens next is down to simple physics and what the car wants to do. Basically, the car's taking you somewhere. It ain't going to tell you where it's going, but it'll take you somewhere, particularly down that braking zone. And you can see it's starting to really get wet out here. The spray's starting to come up a little more, and the wipers are going tenth of a dozen. You can see now that's Johnny Fletcher, who is currently sat at the moment in third in two-wheel drive, because David Lawrence is up there in second place on a 59.973. And of course, ahead of the fact he's got ahead of the likes of Kastutis, Dobrovolsky, and Andy Grady, and of course Neil Robson. So he's ahead of three of the front-wheel drive of the four-wheel drive cars. And it goes back to what you mentioned, that front-wheel drive cars in the right hands, in the right setup, can handle perfectly much better than four-wheel drive cars, particularly cars that have got that permanent four-wheel drive system where they've got no choice but to spin all four wheels at once. Whereas you've got the smarter systems that can kind of switch it off and on and dial back how much drive each part of the car gets depending on what the conditions are like.
So I know I was speaking with Johnny Fletcher earlier, and I was asking him if he was actually happy with rain, and despite doing a rain dance beforehand, he did say no. So he wasn't very happy with that. But so he's just gone across and set. So 102.452. So I think that is his fastest time so far out on track. But I've just looked. Just seeing Alex Volkov just really pushing that GTR. Then he's also set the fastest. He'd set the fastest sector 1 time. It's just set a fastest sector 3 time. So we're going to keep an eye on him as he comes around and finishes up the lap to see if he improves his overall lap time at the moment. He's currently running 56.986.
Yeah, Andy Grady stopped again, and he's paused on circuit. I'm trying to figure out. I think he's now. That's on the approach to Taylor's hairpin. I think he stopped again. There's practically the same spot once more. So that car hasn't really done too much more to try and get it going again. So whatever the issue is, it's maybe an intermittent one because you get it going for a moment, and all of a sudden it cuts out again for whatever reason. There's our other GTR of Kęstutis Dobrovolski, who's a single round entry this weekend. And he charges his way up the hill to try and find a better time. He goes third fastest, 1 minute .224. Displaces Neil Robson, moves him down to fourth.
Yes, we saw Alex Volkov did go through and improve his time with 56.986. And that is a hell of a car to be wrestling around in this weather as well. And obviously, you know, quite a lot of gadgetry on that. But again, when you're talking about these modified cars, how much of that original kind of like equipment still exists on these cars? Actually, I'm not entirely sure. So, but yeah, like you say, the kind of even the torque split between the front and rear wheels would definitely be helping in these conditions.
And you can obviously get systems where you can get, particularly on the Evos, you can get something like an active yaw control on it. You can also get variable central differential, so you can actually change on the fly if you want to, if you can tweak that stuff. On cars that don't have a sophisticated four-wheel drive system, but you want to be able to kind of tweak it yourself, you can change how much power goes to the rear and the front wheel on the fly if you use a dial in the cockpit. I think some can be as much as that you can turn it all the way towards one or the other if you want to, if you really want to go crazy and put 700 horsepower through the front wheels only. Why you want to do that? It'd be bizarre, but also, I guess, a tiny bit curious and maybe fun, but I'll have to wait and see. Maybe not so fun is Andy Grady's fortune so far, because he's managed to get the car back going again. I guess the big question is going to be is not kind of what's his time going to be, is how long is it going to last before it conks out again, shall we say.
Yeah, so I wonder if he's going to peel. Yeah, he's going to peel over and pull into the pit lane there. Obviously suffering from some cutout issues.
There's David Lawrence, who is dropped to third, but he's now behind Dobrovolski in the second of the GTR. So it's GTR 1-2 at the top of the times, with 8 minutes still to go in the session. David Lawrence third. And then it's Neil Robson in fourth in Evo, and that's David Lawrence sideways.
Managed to catch that back though. That is good going.
And that's the strategy in front-wheel drive cars. If you lose it, it's quite simple. Boot the throttle, and the front end will come round eventually at some point. I've seen that before when you get even front-wheel drive cars get full-on 90 degree sideways. I saw it in touring cars years ago, once before, and just because all the drive goes through the front wheels, you simply boot the throttle, and eventually at one point the front wing will go, okay, I'll go back to where I was before. But it'll do it. I'll do it eventually, because it might be a long lurid start, it might be a quick one depending on how much grip the car's got, or it might snap backwards one way or the other. But David Lawrence got lucky with that one, particularly on a circuit that is tricky enough at the best of times when it's dry. Now, of course, you added saturation with the weather conditions here. It's even more, I don't want to say it's not a dangerous circuit, but it's even more challenging out there to try and get a clean lap and a good one without getting sideways at some point.
And it obviously hasn't deterred him, because he's still out there with his lights on. So see Neil Robson going for a little bit of a drifting session there.
I mean, maybe he's missing the fact we don't have the drift pros here doing demonstrations. Of course, he's now trying to put a demonstration of his own. Here's my one series, I'm going sideways, have a free show.
I mean, he must be having an absolute blast in this car. Maybe not particularly quick out there on track, but yeah. And again, rear-wheel drive in these conditions, when it's been dry, the rain comes down and makes it ultra slippery, and then you've got rear-wheel drive to contend with on a tight and twisty circuit as well. Yeah, a lot to get to grips with, as we see him a little bit of opposite lock coming out of there as well.
Yeah, I think there's a phrase goes, I think he's simply just doing it for the vibes. I think he's not doing it for anything else than
but
just enjoying himself.
He's running great, he's running great times at the moment.
Exactly, yeah.
He's fourth fastest out on track, and like I say, I think that car's going to be the biggest handful of any car out on track at the moment.
Of course, if you're liking what you're seeing from Neil Robson, you can vote for him as your Lucas Oil Top Driver of the Day by scanning the QR code in the bottom right corner. You can do it for both Time Attack and Racing Hondas, so it's not just the champion or the other. And if you keep showboating like that, you might win it at a canter at this point. So he's definitely a contender purely on just, not necessarily pace alone, purely on just entertainment factor alone for Neil Robson if he wins that one. That's probably going to get the popularity vote on that side. There's Johnny Fletcher in his long-standing, I like to use his evergreen Vauxhall Astra. It's been with him for quite a while. Of course, it's his 100th event, of course, which got celebrations for that great presentation, that really nice signed picture from his main sponsor, Dorenzo, which is great to see. So that was quite a nice touch to watch that happen. And of course, a stalwart in the paddock. He loves the paddock and the atmosphere, the people around it. And of course, the competition comes with it too. If you can at least get a little bit of silverware, that's always a handy piece of thing to take around. This again, the background here, Robson. That build-up was fishtailing around on the exit of Jim Clark S's more than ever, I think, on that side.
Yeah, and what an amazing achievement, Johnny Fletcher, with 100 rounds of time attack. Like, that's absolutely incredible.
It is, and it just shows not only how much he loves being part of the paddock, but also just how good in terms of he is and the car combination is at many points throughout the season and throughout the years. And the fact he stuck with one car, it served him well, and he has been able to make the most of what he's got and kept on improving it, kept on refining it to the point where he's at its state right now with this really sophisticated little aero package on the front and rear of the car, and still doing quite a good job in 6 positions again. Yeah, Robson. Every time that car appears on the camera, he's always sideways. Look, he's wobbling
having
around.
An absolute blast, I think.
Oh,
he's got it. He's got it. So.
I'm calling that the save of the weekend so far, because that was quite a twitch. It looked like for a second he was going to lose it completely, but he's got plenty of opposite lock on that car.
I mean, it looks every corner.
He's
like I say, honorary Drift Pro Championship today.
I'm going to call it now. He probably will win Driver of the Day just for this performance in this super attack, because it might be something I think Alex needs to cut up and possibly put on the socials, I think, because this has been quite fascinating to watch, this car going around. As I said, I think you're absolutely right. Yes, he's setting good lap times, but he doesn't really care. He's just enjoying himself, and he's still got 3 3/4 minutes to go. This is brilliant stuff. So it's giving us entertainment in the wet conditions, and that's the thing. We all thought, oh, the rain's going to come, they're not going to kind of go too fast, but yeah, Robson doesn't care. He's just enjoying himself. He's enjoying his car. He's enjoying the fact he's got that underneath him, and so he doesn't overstep it too far, touch wood, he should be absolutely fine for the next 3.5 minutes. And he's given the spectators as well, who are, of course, the hardy enough Scottish spectators and the marshals that are out there braving the conditions with umbrellas and jackets and everything else on top of it. He's given them a show, he's given them some entertainment, and why not? Oh, I spoke too soon. We did speak too soon. Off the radio
commentator's
goes.
curse there.
Yeah, it's not the first time that's happened. It won't be the last. So Neil Robson, quite novelly, decides to reverse it. That's a novel way of reversing off wet grass. I've never, do you know what, genuinely, I've never seen that before and do that. That is quick thinking for Neil Robson. Excellent work.
I
well
mean,
done.
Yeah, like I say, never seen that before.
And that was surprisingly
if it
easy.
Works, yeah.
Because I thought, in any case, almost did it again. I thought that either reversing or going forwards, that it would be, he'd be spinning like, his wheels would be spinning like a top in one place. But the fact he just gently put it on the. He's done it again on the exit of the final corner. Again, fishtailing left and right at a Jim Clark curve. You think he'd learnt his lesson from XT McIntyre's? Clearly not. But again, he's just a case of, I don't care, it's my car, I'm going to drive it how I want. If you like it, come with me.
Yeah, and I mean, he's the fastest club tier wheel drive that's not. Obviously, David Lawrence is running a little bit faster time at the moment, but it's only a single round entry today. So Neil Robson out there having an absolute blast of a time. And actually, this is great championship points for him as well.
It is.
Oh, and he's called it a day. He's had his fun.
He's had it. He's had enough. Right. That's enough entertainment for one day. He's found his limits. Yeah, I've had a spin. I'm not doing it anymore. So he's now coming to the pit lane with 2 minutes to go. That's a shame. But we still got these two out on track, which is David Lawrence. You can almost call it like this.
Whoa!
Steady. That's not the first time he's done that so far today. Oops, and off has gone Johnny Fletcher as well. So what we're saying about Johnny, the fact he was having such a clean and tidy run. And Volkov's now gone through. Of course, he's got 4-wheel drive, so he can boot it as well and try and hold on. This is more, I think we have turned into an impromptu, kind of impromptu round of MS UK Drift Pro rather than a super attack, because they're all going sideways out there at this point, front or rear wheel drive. Who needs plastic kind of cutouts, plastic trays for skids for a front wheel drive car? Just chuck out David Lawrence's say it in the wet conditions. That'll do. That'll be absolutely fine.
But some fantastic car control being demonstrated out there by our drivers out there.
Definitely as well. Yeah, that's the key thing as well. And of course, it's the mark of a good driver as well. Of course, you know, obviously Neil had that spin, of course, and obviously we were talking about that, reminded about that much. But he's just enjoying himself and getting himself out there. As Johnny Fletcher tentatively goes back to the pit lane after his little rotation earlier on.
And I was wondering whether it was drying out a bit, but by the rooster tail that's coming off of Alex Volkov's car, then it doesn't look like it is at all.
No. And what's
really
interesting,
quite a lot of spray being kicked up there.
And what's interesting, we are actually running, I think, slightly ahead of time. Don't jinx it, but coming up towards just before 4 o'clock. And thinking about the next couple of sessions, we've got the last super attack coming up next, which is for Classic and Retro, the 2 pocket rocket classes, and Clubman. And after that, we have the second Racing Hondas race, and that was scheduled to be at 5 o'clock. And apparently there was rain scheduled at 5 o'clock as well on top of that. So whether or not we kind of get in before that, I mean, it's a 20-minute session, so I imagine if they move quickly, we might well actually get this in time, possibly done before 5 o'clock, which is pretty interesting. So everyone can kind of head off and keep themselves as dry as possible. I think for a rotation, we've just seen the other GTR go around, which is Kęstutis Dobrovolski, second fastest. So it looks like it's going to be a GTR 1-2 at the top of the times. As Alexander Volkov will make his way up the hill for the final time. He's waiting for the checkered flag. That's what he's waiting for. He backed off so he could take the flag and end the session. He didn't have to do another lap. That's what he's done. Checkered flag has gone out. So that is the end of our super attack for Club 2-wheel drive and Club 4-wheel drive. And right at the end, actually, Dean Taylor, from nowhere, has popped up into second place in the wet conditions.
Oh, amazing.
Where's that come from? Extraordinary work from Dean Taylor to go to second quickest on a 59.195. He's only 2/10 off the time that Volkov set.
I know this is Dean's first time here at Knockhill as well. So, yeah, an amazing time popping that in right, like you say, literally on the last lap.
I should correct, it wasn't 2/10, it was 2.2 seconds rather than 2/10. I misread the numbers. 6 and 9, at least from the screen, looked a little bit similar. Or 6 and 8 looked very similar on the screen. So the results of Club 2-wheel drive and Club 4-wheel drive for Super Attack, and maximum points for Club 4-wheel drive goes to Alexander Volkov in the Nissan GTR. Second place, right on the last lap of the session, goes to Dean Taylor. He gets some solid points in the Mitsubishi Evo. Third goes to Kęstutis Dobrovolski, because he's a single round entry, so he won't score points. And then it will be David Lawrence in fourth place. He wins the Club 2-wheel drive category. He is in third position. So in fourth position overall, but again, he's also single round entry, won't score points. So the points, in fact, will go to the one and only Neil Robson. He gets the maximum points on top of that, and he gave us a show. Fantastic. So he gets the points. That will be 2:18 in the BMW, 1 minute point 464. Johnny Fletcher, second in 2-wheel drive with, third in 2-wheel drive, second point scorer with a 1 minute point 958. Andy Gray, despite his issues, does still get third point scorer in Club 4-wheel drive. That's good points for him on a 1 minute 1.371. And the last of the scorers is going to be Stu Summers in the Citroen Saxo, 1 minute 3.505. So one more super attack still to go. That is, of course, for our Classic and Retro, our Pocket Rocket classes, and for Clubman to finish off our time attack activity for today. What's been a really delightful day for time attack all round, for their first visit back in 11 years. Some great action, great cars out in the mix, some great lap times, and of course already 1 or 2, I think, champions provisionally also being sorted out. I did see on social media, I'm saying this, of course, provisionally, it's the main thing provisionally, that Teggy would believe that they've done more than enough for Mr. Sedziakowski to take the Pro Class title, they believe. So, but of course, everything is provisional, subject to official confirmation. Still 1 more round to go, so I have to wait and see. But if that is the case, then again, we can tentatively say, provisionally, well done. So good effort from them. And of course, I think they've also, as well, given the fact that I think there was one, but probably 11 years ago, they also think they've also taken the lap record as well with that car in Pro Class 2. Which I think we can believe, given the fact he's been collecting them like stamps this year, as Suki. So Luke Sedziakowski, he can pedal that, man. He's also had some other activities out in the new S2000 Cup class car at Alton Park in the Racing Hondas race, and managed to give that a top 5 too. So kind of anything he touches, anything he drives, Luke is pretty handy peddler, whatever you throw at him. So the Club 2-wheel drive and 4-wheel drive cars rather tentatively just sort of gingerly move back into the pit lane in the wet conditions. So 1 more super attack left to go. 2 more sessions of the day left to go here at Knockhill. If you've been here all day today, thank you for being here. Of course, the weather has been a bit chilly, and of course now it's got some cold, some weather conditions to have to deal with as well. But if you have been here, thank you for coming. It's been excellent to have Time Attack back here for the first time in 11 years, and to bring Racing Hondas for the first time here as well. Cracking first race with the first time winner in Bob Barron. And of course, we've got the partially reversed grid, which will put Phil Wright on pole position for Class A, if I'm correct. So we'll be watching out for that one. And of course, now with wet conditions, that can make it all the more interesting. So I'll have to wait and see. And if you listen very, very carefully, you can hear the rain just tapping on the camera lens. So that is coming down. So 2 super attack sessions down, 1 more still to go. Let's head in now as we get set for our final super attack of the day in time attack for Clubman, for Pocket Rocket, Forced Induction, Naturally Aspirated, and for Classic and Retro. This will be the busiest circuit of, especially session of the 3 super attacks, given that we have 18 cars in the mix as well across the 4 classes. And after a late effort, which we actually missed right at the end because it came right at the death, we almost missed Dean Taylor's effort, of course, as well in the previous session for Club 2-wheel drive and 4-wheel drive. It was Mark Donnelly who actually topped attack 2 last session that we had for these guys, with a 55.592, which put him almost just over a quarter of a second clear of Dean Riley in second quickest. And then it was Andy York third in the single round entry Peugeot 205 in third position.
So it's going to be interesting for Dean then, because like you say, Mark snatched that from him right at the end. And I think Dean's going to be very keen to get out there and see what we can do. But again, conditions maybe not favourable, because you've got a rear-wheel drive car for Dean Riley in the VX220, and then Mark Donnelly, of course, got front-wheel drive in the Escort. So again, we're going to see how that comes into play. A little bit less power to kind of like contend with in our classic and retro class, and of course we're missing Eden Young, unfortunately today, and after. Well, he had quite a dramatic incident at Brands Hatch where he ended up on the side of his car.
I couldn't help but spot that on the socials. So that was interesting to say the least. But then how did he respond? Got on top of his car, basically stood like Gladiator. Are you not entertained?
Yes.
I'm giving you some entertainment here, even though it's at my detriment. But there you go. So that was probably the pictures of the year, seeing him stood on the car like that, kind of on its side. You can see some of the standing water that our camera views have picked up here to see exactly how much it is raining. Of course, it's still steadily. I think some water drops falling down, but it is raining still out there, so he getting a little bit wetter, which means that this final super attack and that second Racing Honda's Championship race is going to be very interesting indeed, I wonder. The classic and retro cars haven't yet been released from the assembly area. They're still down there patiently waiting.
Yeah, I'm just trying to work out if we do have any rear-wheel drive cars. Oh, of course, Annie Thompson in the Lotus rear-wheel drive.
And Dean Riley, of course.
And Dean Riley. So, yeah, so
220.
the two kind of like rear-wheel drive cars. And I think, they're going to be... It'll be interesting to keep an eye on them and see how they can manage the slippery conditions.
Got a four-wheel drive also. We've got David Reed's Super Impreza. If you can see us in the commentary box, giving us a wave. There we go. That's me on the right, and I think... Susie on me on the left, Susie on the right in the commentary box from that perspective. And we've also got as well Chris Hosey from Knockhill Circuit as well, also up here to join us as well to observe things up in the commentary tower. And I have to say, we've talked about it a little bit, but you see the view here as well. Obviously, it's a bit misty and a bit more mysterious, a bit kind of darker here. But I think in terms of a circuit, this has now become quickly, having been here twice before, but seeing it from this point of view, it has now become one of my favourite circuits in terms of a location. Because if you look at the surrounding areas, I don't know if we can get some more scenic shots whilst we're waiting for our last super attack to begin. But the surrounding area here in these Scottish hills is absolutely beautiful. We turned up here yesterday. I got here about 11:15 yesterday, and the sun was out. You could see the hillside really, really nice and clearly. Sky was blue. It was absolutely gorgeous out here, and it really is a beautiful part of the world, a beautiful place to do motor racing. I think for me, it's up there now with two other circuits that are beautiful. Anglesey, which is one of them, which of course we've been to before, and on top of that, for me as well, for an international circuit, Red Bull Ring. Red Bull Ring is very similar with the Styrian Mountains. I think it's telling. I did something with Porsche earlier on in May and in the season, and it's telling that I took more pictures of the scenery than of the Porsches themselves, because it was just absolutely beautiful. Every time I walked out of the race control building, it was the same view, just different weather conditions or a different time of day. Snap. Just absolutely gorgeous surroundings. It's one of the most beautiful locations for a racetrack in the rolling hills of the Styrian Mountains. So if you do get a chance to visit Red Bull Ring, do be sure to do so. This is not Red Bull Ring, this is Knockhill, equally as pretty, and we're waiting now very
beautiful
patiently.
Views in every direction as well.
It is. Yeah,
so
you're absolutely right.
So, and again, as the weather changes, you start to see different parts of the circuit, and you can see almost down as far as Edinburgh from here as well. So it's you see the clouds kind of like roll in. I'm just looking out of the window, still looking very damp out there, and I don't think we're seeing any kind of like clear breaks in the clouds. So do you expect there to be wet conditions for the rest of the day?
Possibly. I've spotted also as well that the karting circuit's doing good business. I'm watching a few karters go around in the wet conditions. Do you know what's fascinating as well? Also, talking slightly off topic, I've always wanted to go-kart in the wet. And every single time I've gone, I think once before when I went, and this is a very small side story, ages ago, and as we were on the way there, it was raining on the way there, and over the circuit for the entire time, there was literally the thickest and darkest black clouds you could imagine. Did it rain once? Did it heck? And so I'd do it in the dry conditions. So I've never ever driven a go-kart in the wet, but I'd love to because I want to try it out with the karting line. And
I have once in the wet.
Once. How was it?
You just have no grip.
No grip.
You have to use the throttle basically to rotate the car because you turn and the car does not turn.
But it's delayed, isn't it? So if I understand, so when you turn in, it's delayed. It'll go. You turn the wheel and it goes nothing, 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 then it turns. But it's delayed. It's about 5 or 6 seconds before it decides, oh, no, I want to turn now and find some grip.
I had no steering at all, apart from using the throttle to rotate the back end, basically. It was an experience.
So it's like an old school race car. You have to use the throttle to kind of rotate it rather than use any aero or sophisticated mechanical grip that you've got.
You just have to go very, very slow, like I say, and use the throttle to kind of like turn it. So, very different driving experience. And I think it'll be interesting to see if our rear-wheel drive cars are going to have the same issue out there today.
That's very, very true. Of course, as I said, there are a couple of cars that will have some advantage. Of course, most are going to be front-wheel drive, but of course we have got the four-wheel drive Impreza, which is going to be key as well.
And again, it's going to be interesting because Annie, I think, ran the fastest time in Attack 2 and picked Dan Buckingham out. But Dan Buckingham, of course, in the front-wheel drive car. So I think conditions are going to favour Dan out there. And again, they're very close in the championship. So they've got this real battle kind of like heating up. We're going to have to keep an eye on them and see what that means for the championship.
That's a very good point, of course. Yeah, you said front-wheel drive does have a bit more of an advantage over here than rear-wheel drive because it's slightly more stable, whereas, of course, rear-wheel drive, the rear is going to be swinging around a bit, even for a car that's as well sorted in rear-wheel drive as something like a Lotus Exige, which is known as one of the best handling cars, I think, ever, if not in the world right now. So in wet conditions, yeah, it can take you. It can take you quite far, but it can only take you so far before something else happens. So whereas the front-wheel drive, you've got a lot more trust to be able to bring the car back around if it does have a problem. So that's the key thing. I was about to just check if not. Oh no, that's just the it's a little patch of grass. For some reason I was thinking there was a bit of a damp patch or some standing water that was forming on the inside of Leslie's, but it's not. It should be just how the grass and the concrete is kind of formed on the inside line. Right, here come our Classic and Retro Clubman and Pocket Rocket contenders for their Super Attack 20 minutes, the final 20-minute session of Time Attack here today at Knockhill. There goes Annie Thompson. There goes our diesel Corsa, which has Michael Greenhuff at the wheel. Also keen to get out there, of course, I saw there was Connor Devine moving around in the Fiesta. There goes the Dan Buckingham Honda Civic tyre part. He's going out after Annie Thompson is and the rest of the four-drive contingent. In terms of contenders here, then, given how, let's say, go back to Attack 2, Mark Donnelly did get that top time in Classic and Retro. It was forced induction fastest time for Connor Devine on a single round entry. It was the club fastest time for Annie in the dry. She was half a second quicker than Dan Buckingham, but of course Dan had beaten her in warm-up and Attack 1, so he was 2/10 faster, but then Annie found all that pace in Attack 2. And in Pocket Rocket naturally aspirated, Ryan Barker's topped every session. In fact, there he is, just behind the 313 Fiesta of Tommy Langley. So what do you think we're expecting here in terms of more status quo for these drivers? Of course, the last car out also is Mark Donnelly trying to suss the conditions and see what's going on and being at the back of the queue. What do you think? Do you think it could be the usual suspects again towards the front, or do you think somebody might surprise us in the wet conditions? Maybe one of the local drivers here might know this circuit a bit better in these conditions, having driven here previously.
I think we're definitely going to see the locals. This is really, really going to favour the locals. Everyone I spoke to, they're going to be very happy in the rain, very used to it raining up here, and they know the circuit. They know the kind of like wet laps, the wet racing line to take around here. So I think it's very much going to favour them. But yeah, like I say, I'm very interested to see what this does for the championship, where we've got these incredibly close competition between like Annie Thompson and Dan Buckingham, and then also between, again, just watching the car of like Dean Riley and Mark Donnelly and what's going to happen between them, because as we know, Mark Donnelly went through and just pipped Dean Riley on again that last lap in the last session. So yeah, keep an eye out for what battles happen.
I'd say it's starting to come down even more now, I think. So the rain's starting to come down quite a lot at this point in time now. We've just got the session underway, and the first flying laps aren't in yet.
And of course, these cars don't run dedicated wet tyres,
no.
So they're all running the Yokohama A052s, which are great tyres in the wet. But yeah, don't have dedicated wets.
So I thought there was a yellow flag down the exit of the final corner, but it looks like it's on back to green. I thought it was yellow for a second. So first kind of, well, these are essentially flying. The first proper flying laps out of the gates here for the first few cars, and the early pace setter, the early car that's laid down the marker is Connor Devine in the Ford Fiesta, 1 minute 2.915. Dean Riley's first lap, first time on the board, he's only a 1 minute 7.441. So he's got some work cut out to try and continue on as best he can.
So you can see him out there following Clive Hopwell around and also using I guess that bit of the track where Clive has been able to displace some of the water and really kind of like driving right in his track, his tyre marks.
So the rain continues to fall. There is the four-wheel drive Subaru Impreza, single round entry of David Reed. Finished the session in Attack 2 in 10th, and he was also 4th of the club class drivers, number 40 in the Impreza. Makes his way down towards the hairpin. Also been chased down there as Annie Thompson somewhere, I think, towards the hairpin. Yeah, she's just the last car going for the hairpin right now. Yes. And so once a couple more lap times start to come in, we'll see a bit more of an idea of exactly who is where. I have to say, conditions-wise, looking a little bit murky out there now as the rain continues to fall. So the rain, I think, has well and truly arrived. It's probably not going anywhere. It's going to stay this kind of a bit grim, I think, for the rest of the day by the looks of it, which is going to be very interesting, at least not just for this session, but of course we've then got 15 minutes of racing Hondas coming up next in the wet. And this is their first, I think, actual full wet race of the season, because they had some very tentatively damp conditions last time at early in the season at Donington. But we'll talk about that later, because this is Time Attack, not racing Hondas, so I'm getting ahead of myself.
But a challenge for these guys, as you can see, is actually finding that clear track as well. So there's a lot of traffic out there, and they're having to contend with a tricky track and tricky track conditions as well, and the traffic.
And I imagine the fact that everyone's kind of following each other because they're thinking, right, where's the grip, where's the wet line, where's the route to go? So everyone's following each other, thinking, look at the car ahead, thinking, well, I'm not sure what to do, so I'll follow who's doing ahead. But then the other car in front way thinking, I don't know what to do, so I'm going to follow him. So it's just going to be almost a very long after you chain of cars all trying to find the right grip line. And someone will find something, and everyone goes to that grip as quickly as possible. Mark Donnelly's only done a 1 minute 10.266. He's only 9th fastest at the moment. He's right down the order behind the likes of Annie Thompson, and also trailing with Dean Riley as well. Into the top of the time has gone Conor Devine, but into second quickest by quite a margin compared to his main rival is Dan Bucky, who's at a 1 minute 5.345. You compare that to Annie Thompson on a 109.3, so that's nearly, 4 seconds quicker at this point in time for Dan, and that could be massive points for the championship.
Yeah, and actually just looking down the list, and we're seeing a lot of the front-wheel drive cars. I'm just looking down the entry list for what have we got. So we've got Conor Devine now in that Ford Fiesta, fastest car out on track, from Michael Imrie in the Mini Cooper.
He's a local favourite, so that'll be favouring him, of course, because he was driven here in the wet. I think I'm not sure if he raced it 2 weeks ago, but there was the motorsports around here at Knockhill a couple of weeks ago, and that was running the wet conditions, pretty similar, I think, to these in some cases. So if he was there a couple of weeks ago, then he certainly will be all too familiar with how this circuit feels at this time of year in these conditions with the car underneath him.
Yeah, and like I said, I think this is really starting to favour the front-wheel drive cars here, and obviously the locals as well, where they know exactly where they're going. Although we see Dean Riley's just pipped Clive Hopwell there, so with a 106.101. Dan Buckingham also improving on his time there. So yeah, again, I think these conditions are really going to favour Dan over Annie in that clubman class. And again, we've got Clive Hopwell out there, so again, another front-wheel drive car. And again, like I say, I think it's just the conditions going to be favouring those front-wheel drive cars. And
of course, we've got our four-wheel drive car, David Reed, in the Subaru Impreza up there in fourth as well. So he's obviously, again, revelling in the conditions. So front-wheel drive cars first, second, third, four-wheel drive fourth. The two rear-wheel drive cars is now actually Dean Riley. He's popped up to sixth in these conditions, 1 minute 6.101. So he's getting up there a little bit. The other rear-wheel drive car in the top 10 still on a 107.009, but not really getting much faster than maybe she would like, Annie Thompson. And so she is quite far away now. Looking at the actual gap. The actual gap now is quite high. As Michael Imrie's been doing that all day today, and once again exploring the track limits. He's doing a Neil Robson, but in front-wheel drive form. He's thinking, right, I want some entertainment here, so I'm going to just go and do my line.
I think he's explored them and then gone exploring past the track limits as well there.
He's also got quite, he made it quite clear to everyone else behind that he is coming, because he's got bright white neons all around his grill as well, so he's going to quite see.
Yeah, there's no mistaking coming up behind you there.
Yeah. It looks like it's got pure white teeth, if you look at it carefully. So someone's off to get some veneers, clearly, at that point, with the lights around the grill. Oh, and as I was talking about, not favouring the rear-wheel drive, Dean Riley's going across and set a 105.284. So actually being able to find that enough of a good wet line to utilise to get a really great time, and putting him up into. That is first for, sorry, because we've not got the classes on the screen. So yeah, into first for Classic and Retro. But trumping them all at the moment with his last lap has been Conor Devine. He's pumped in a 1 minute 1.073 in these conditions. He is now, at least in the rest of the field, obviously what it's worth in terms of lap time, he's a full 3.5 seconds clear of everyone else. So, of course, it's single round entry, so he obviously won't score points, as we know. But, of course, he is in Pocket Rocket forced induction. But the current Pocket Rocket forced induction is going to be, but the first two are currently are currently singing around entries. There's no point scores on that one. So Tommy Langley being in third place right now is going to get the points for third place, even for the win, even though he's in third place behind two quite faster cars. There's been a couple of changes in the times whilst I've been speaking there too. Dan Buckingham has gone to second quickest down to 1 minute 3.242. David Reed and the Impreza also moving up there to fourth position. 1 minute 4.369. So the front-wheel drive and four-wheel drive cars certainly motoring along. One driver who's not enjoying the conditions is Mark Donnelly in the Escort. He's down in 13th place, and compared to the pace of Dean Riley, he is he's practically 5 seconds off. So that is pretty extraordinary.
Yeah, and that's going to make a big difference in the championship as well.
Certainly will. There is Ryan Barker, who's been fastest all day in the Pocket Rocket naturally aspirated category.
Although interestingly, in these conditions, Mark Roberts is actually running faster. So for
Good
Pocket
spot.
Rocket NA, so yeah, with a 106.1, and Ryan Barker's running at a 106.8. So yeah, so I guess Mark a little bit happier in these wet conditions.
Seems to be. So Mark currently has the advantage, of course, if he stays where he is, because that will give him the maximum 15 points for a win in Super Attack. As Ryan Barker continues on, so whilst he was quick in the dry, he's still quick in the wet, but just not quick enough to be able to hold off the pace of Mark Roberts in that 2.13 Renault Clio 172. There goes Michael Imrie rocking his way over the chicane, being chased down by the Subaru of David Reed. Through the hairpin goes Dean Riley. Fourth quickest, 1 minute 4.291, his best time. He's motoring along. What's his times? Go quicker still. 103.8 now on the board. He's actually only 3/10 off Michael Imrie's time. And as you say, he's also still the quickest car in Classic and Retro. The Classic and Retro quartet that are in this field. He's miles ahead, in fact. He's Dean Rise on a 1 minute 3.860. The next best is Mark Donnelly on the 1 minute 10.266.
Yeah.
That is 6 or 7 seconds to the good, in fact, or even practically almost 10 seconds, in fact. And then you've got Michael Greenhuff in the diesel Corsa, 1 minute 14.032. And Andy York, who has been out, but not really set a competitive time at all, really, which is 1 minute 21.600. Obviously problems for that Peugeot 205, but not getting anything like a clear lap in at this point in time.
Yeah, I can really see the rain starting to come down now. It's be interesting to see how. So I don't think we've got any standing water at the moment, but it is really, really chucking it down. There's some big rooster tails coming off of all of our cars now. You see the spray being kicked up from the tyres of Marcin Bakshevich there.
Yeah. I thought I saw a little bit of a tiny patch of water on the exit of... I thought that was being intercepted by the fact I thought he'd locked up, but no, that's just him taking the wider wet line to get through. Because it's quite a deep piece of tarmac at the hairpin, so you can use a lot of it on the outside to try and leverage the car around a bit more. But the interesting thing is that I was going to make a point there in terms of I was looking for anyone else, but yeah, this is quite fascinating how this is playing out at this point. That's a Classic and Retro, because it's now a huge gap of 10 seconds. And then you have the rest of Classic Retro, but we've got Michael Greenhuff's car and Andy York is down there too. So missing out in terms of some pace with 8 minutes to go. And that's the point of standing water. I thought there was a tiny patch that was forming possibly on the exit of Jim Clark curve. I thought over the curve, but it's over the curve rather than being fully on the racing line, which is quite interesting.
And whilst we've been talking about that as well, Clive Hopwell's also gone through, and he's hot on the heels of Dan Buckingham actually with in clubman class. Yeah. So with a 103.8, chasing down Dan Buckingham, who's currently a 103.2.
Annie Thompson's found some pace in the wet now, because her best lap now has gone to a 104.994 at the moment.
So yeah, we see our drivers, I guess, obviously getting a bit more familiar with these conditions, where the grip may or may not be on the track, and starting to improve their lap times.
Yeah, so certainly getting used to them a lot more. And the conditions looking quite interesting out there. I think interesting to say the least, as we see now Annie Thompson making her way out through Jim Clark curve, down Hislop's, there's a long curving left-hander, and then under brakes into the hairpin. Back up the hill once again, back up through the gears, and in the second youngest car in the field, of course the youngest car is the 2023 Golf R of Clive Hopwell. So that car was only 2 years old, whereas this car was 2020, this Lotus 6 Ziege 410. And Ellie's last lap was a better one. She did a 1 minute 4.181, set the fastest speed in the speed trap for fastest speed in sector 2, 110 miles an hour.
So she's just chipping away at Clive's time then. So yeah, really interesting that she's managed to find the grip out there on track.
She's got to find about another second to try and get closer to him if she can, about 9/10 at least, if not a second.
Although Clive has just gone through and actually improved his time with a 103.3, so just pulling a little bit away in that gap between them. And as I was saying earlier, I think these conditions are really playing up to, are really playing favourably to our locals. And I think we're seeing that reflected in the times here as well.
Certainly would. There goes Clive Hopwell, up to 4th now. His best time has improved on that last lap, 1 minute 3.350. Winds his way through. About 5.5 minutes to go. There's Conor Devine, who I think he's just taking it steady out there now, because incredibly, look at his lap time now. He's done a 1 minute 0.1. So he's one couple of tenths away from going sub 1 minute in these conditions, which is absolutely astonishing for a local driver like him. As just trying to haul that car out of the hairpin comes Clive Hopwell. He'll charge it back to the line. And the personal best in sector 1, he might have lost time in sector 2. Across the line he goes faster again, 1 minute 2.995, a great final sector.
Oh, so he's displaced Dan Buckingham now, so in Clubman, so...
Yes, he has. You're absolutely right. No, you're absolutely right. So he has now taken the top. So we're talking about Annie Thompson versus Dan Buckingham, and then just enter player 3 comes Clive Hopwell, and he might steal the 15 points all for himself with the lap time he's got. And he's still pushing on. He's done a decent first sector, through sector 2 again, under power once more. Oops, Michael Imrie, careful! Ooh. He got off onto the grass on the exit there. We caught it just as he was going off the road. Thankfully, he's got around, hasn't damaged our Lucas Oil or Yokohama boards. That's considerate of Michael, thank you. We need those for Snetterton, so thanks for not damaging property. And he gets back on the road as Clive Hopwell goes past him. What's Clive's second sector like? It's been quite good, but Annie Thompson's on a move. She's got the last time actually did the fastest second sector, so this personal best second sector, fastest final sector of anybody in the session so far as well.
So look at this battle in Clubman. So Dan Buckingham's gone back through and stolen that with a 102.94, but Clive Hopwell was a 102.99. So really, really close between them all.
It's half a tenth in it in these conditions, which is pretty astonishing. This is the kind of battle we were hoping for. Who knew that some, not torrential, but some heavy rain would really throw things up into the mix and give us a real good show at the end of the day for the last super attack of the event. So it is now a bit of battle royale between Clive Hopwell and Dan Buckingham. Who dares push hardest in these conditions is that famous last words. Now,
and Annie Thompson is only a 0.4 of a second off them as well in these conditions.
You took the words right out of my mouth, because I genuinely was about to say as well, Annie Thompson, you're absolutely right. 1 minute 3.3, she's getting faster as well. This is now Honda Civic Type, and Dean Riley just pops up from nowhere and goes, I'll have third place overall if you don't mind. It's third overall, of course. He's still top of his class in Classic and Retro, as he's now on 1 minute 2.841. More changes through the order. Ryan Barker's popped up. I think, is that now? No, he's not. I thought he thought he was top of the naturally aspirated pocket rocket class. He's not.
Closing that gap to Mark Roberts, though, with again, point, what's that? Point
0.67.
Yeah, 0.07 between them.
Less than a tenth in it as Dean Riley continues to push on. There's something about these wet conditions, Touchwood, that are giving people confidence here, because they're now getting used to conditions. This is what we meant. They either want it fully wet or they want it fully dry. They're in fully wet conditions, so they know exactly what to expect now. Now it's at the point we think, right, it's not really going to get I guess, any wetter. This is what the conditions are. Now I can suss them out. Now I can really go for it. What's intriguing also is Imrie, Hopwell and Riley all in the last lap set personal best. So the track is, ironically, I think, getting for some people faster, ironically, I think. Well, for them at least personally. As Dan Buckingham moves out of the way, he's not on the quick lap, he's not pushing, he might have one more chance to do it. Moves out of the way of all people, Clive Hopwell, who himself has got Michael Imrie chasing him down on track. They're not in the same category, but they're still pushing on. So Clubman Golf R versus Pocket Rocket Mini Cooper. And I love the Michael Imrie Mini, because if you listen very carefully, you hear the wonderful whine of the supercharger on it too as well, which is excellent to hear. Now then, personal best sector 2 has gone, fastest sector 2 has gone to Conor Devine. Is he about to go sub? Yes, he is. He's done a 59.898. He's on sub 1 minute in these wet conditions. That is astonishing lap time.
That is
for
incredible.
Conor Devine. And of course, that again, local knowledge counts for a lot. So
Yeah, it really does.
particularly in these conditions. So the Ford Fiesta has gone sub 1 minute. There he is. Conor Devine, there's your fastest man on track. He's a single round entry. He doesn't score any points, so that's not too bad. He's going faster still. Look at that. He's on the fastest first sector of anybody as well. 19.234. He is absolutely bouncing over the chicane. He is absolutely flying in these conditions with a minute and a half to go.
Just doesn't seem phased at all by the weather.
Wet weather? What wet weather? To me, it's completely bone dry as far as he's concerned. Pushing at it. He's chasing after the Fiesta in front. That's the 313 Fiesta of Tommy Langley. And that car's not slow either.
So yeah, normally you try and avoid the curbs in this kind of weather because they're incredibly slippery, but it's just going straight over them.
Yeah, straight over them. He knows
And
what the
that's
fault with the grip
working for
is.
him.
Absolutely, it's absolutely working for him. Clive Hopwell on his last lap again went faster, as did Dean Riley. Across the line goes Devine and goes faster again. 59.838 once more, I think, as he crossed the line. Yes, he has. So that has gone 2 fast laps in a row from the number 6 Ford Fiesta. And he's now chasing after Clive Hopwell, ironically. He's terrorising everyone out there, including the car in 3rd place right now. More personal best further down. We've got David Reed doing a 1 minute 3.8, 1 minute 4.9 for Mark Roberts, and a 1 minute, oh, it's getting closer again. So Mark Roberts has gotten quicker. He's done a 1 minute 5.4. No, that was his last time. So 1 minute 3.8 was his best time last time by. I'll look at the wrong car. 1 minute 4.9 for Mark Roberts, 1 minute 5.1 for Ryan Barker. So that gap's gone out to about 2/10 now, rather than it being 67 thousandths. And still, Conor is pushing like he doesn't have the fastest lap, but he does.
Oh, and as we've looked away again, Annie Thompson goes through for 102.399.
And crucially ahead now, Dan Buckingham. That's the key thing.
Yeah.
So crucially, she's now done it. And again, it's one of those lap times that comes in right at the last minute at the end of the session.
And
So-
that is it. We've got the checker flag out as well. So
It is.
I don't know if anyone is able to improve their lap times literally on their last lap. And I don't want to call it too early because we've just seen on the last couple of sessions.
Dan's doing a personal best in Sector 1, so is David
Exactly.
Reed, and also Ryan Barker. Ryan Barker's got ahead of Mark Roberts. He's done him by 2,000ths of a second, I think. Is that right?
Oh my God.
It is.
It is.
Ryan Barker gets the
2,000s.
forced inductions. He hasn't taken the flag yet. No, he hasn't taken the flag, so they could still change. Either them going quicker. They're both doing personal best in Sector 1, or Barker's going quicker again. This could be quite a nail-biting finish because Roberts has passed the flag. He can't do any more. Barker is in front, so it looks as though effectively, Barker loses the lap for some reason. He is going to top every single session, and he will take the points. There he is on the road right now on screen. He hasn't gone faster in Sector 2. No, yes, he has. In fact, he's gone faster in Sector 1 and 2. So a personal best for Barker. Up the hill he climbs for the final time. His car's going to the pit lane in front of him, including Annie Thompson and Dean Riley. Across the line he goes and does a 1 minute 4.338 to put it firmly out of reach by a second in the wet conditions. Now that is going to make Lewis Barker and co in the Europa Crash Centre squad very happy indeed for that one. Very happy effort from Ryan Barker. That is the perfect score. All 4 sessions, top of the times, and he punches it in by a second right over death. Excellent stuff.
This is the thing, you can never call it too early in time attack. Quite often we see these fastest lap times literally on the last lap, and that's exactly what these drivers have done for us today.
It's ironically, the circuit becomes much quicker at the end as well. So, a dramatic but exciting final super attack for Classic and Retro, Clubman and Pocket Rocket for the super attack, and here's how it finished up. It's 2 single ride entries, so 2 guest drivers that will top the Pocket Rocket forced induction category and overall, because it's an excellent lap for Conor Devine to go sub 1 minute in these conditions, 59.838. That is genuine, I think, regardless of class, one of the laps of the weekend. Fantastic stuff for Conor Devine, and that's a well-deserved victory in Pocket Rocket forced induction. Second to Michael Imrie, local knowledge again, counting for a lot, as it did for Conor Devine on that side too. 1 minute 1.855. He is second fastest, and again, as we said, a single round entry, but he is Pocket Rocket forced induction. Speak properly, Scott. Come on. Third place for Clive Hopwell. So, I've completely missed that one. So, Clive Hopwell does still take the victory in Clubman. So, you got a 1 minute 2.307. So, he actually wins the Clubman category in the Volkswagen Golf R. Then Annie Thompson again. That's the crucial one. She's beaten Dan Buckingham in points. So, she gets the 12 points right to Dan Buckingham's 10. That closes the gap up even more. So, Annie Thompson fourth in the 102.399 in the Lotus. Fifth was Dean Riley, who wins Classic and Retro again, crucially ahead of Mark Donnelly, who was way down the order. We'll get to him in a second. Fifth for Dean Riley in 220, the VX220. app number. 6th for number 41, Dan Buckingham and the Honda Civic. 7th for the four-wheel drive, David Reed, number 40, Subaru Impreza in the club class. Then it is there's Ryan Barker, who stole the victory in Pocket Rocket Naturally Aspirated, ahead of Mark Roberts, and did it, of course, by a second in the end to really hammer the point home. Tommy Langley, ironically, he gets the points for the win in Pocket Rocket Force Induction, despite coming home 10th overall and 3rd in the category. So he gets the points for that one. It was then Martin Baskovich in the number 23 Honda, 1 minute 8.6.4. Mark Blackburn next, then Mark Donnelly. That will be a bit disappointing for him, down in 13th place, but it is still, he is still second in Classic and Retro. So he still gets the points for second place in 12. So that's not too easy. He lost 3 points to Dean Riley by the looks of it. So not all his loss going towards Snetterton. Then it's Mark Donnelly, Stephen House, Stephen Wilkinson, then Peter Washforth, Michael Greenhow in the Diesel Corsa, and Andy York only got 3 laps, but barely made the session as well. So that's victories in classes, at least for points, for club class for Clive Hopwell, Classic and Retro for Dean Riley, Pocket Rocket Naturally Aspirated for Ryan Barker, and for Tommy Langley, who was 3rd of the forced induction cars, but gets the points because he is not a single round entry in 3-1-3. And that concludes Time Attack for our first visit in 11 years to Knockhill. And it's going to be pretty incredible. So I have to say, for a first visit back in 11 years, Susie, I think, and also first time for me commentating Time Attack, I've thoroughly enjoyed that. That was excellent stuff, and I think Knockhill hopefully enjoyed the same as well.
Yeah, it was an amazing, and as we amazing last lap.
Yes.
But amazing day overall. And as we say, you can never call it until we see the final results coming in.
And I already had it, but I now have an even further appreciation for Time Attack. So again, thank you, Susie. And again, once again, best wishes, Alexi. Hope, fingers crossed, all is well. We'll get Impact testing, because I think if he's not here, it's not there for the finale, it probably wouldn't be the same, would it? So fingers crossed, speedy recovery. We're all thinking of you, mate, and it's a shame you're not here. But hopefully, if you've been watching from home, you put on a good show for you. And hopefully, fingers crossed, I've done Time Attack just as much as I can with it that I'm in place. So hopefully you're back, and it'll be back in his rightful place in the commentary box. So fingers crossed.
Yeah.
Again, thank you, Susie. Excellent stuff. Thanks to our Time Attack drivers. No, thank you very much. I appreciate it. And thanks to our Time Attack drivers and teams. Great performance all weekend. Congratulations to all of our class winners in Super Attack as well. And if we think about it as well, potentially maybe we'll have 1 or 2 provisional champions. If that is the case, if that's the big word, a premature congratulations to them. Of course, it'll all be confirmed and sealed, at least initially, at Snetterton next time out in a few weeks. And next, the show will go on to its final round. Incredibly, how is it the final round already? It's crazy when he started, in May, at the beginning of May at Cabell Park, and now we're 1 round to go. It seems like it's gone so fast. And it's a shame, because it's my first time on the paddock this season. I've thoroughly enjoyed it from start to finish, and I can't get enough of it, so it's brilliant. So, excellent stuff. We're not done yet, though, because we've had the Time Attack action. Now we've got race 2 for Racing Hondas, and it's wet, and it's a partially reverse grid. That usually means we're going to get an electric combination. We'll have to wait and see. But we're going to do that at the other side of these adverts. But it could be possibly one of the races, not just the weekend, but of the season. Is it going to happen? Find out after the break.
Motegi Racing was conceived with one mission in mind: performance. Each wheel is over-engineered to ensure industry-leading strength, lightweight design, and seamless connection to your unique style. From our storied past in motorsports to our stylistic contributions to the aftermarket culture, one thing remains: Motegi Racing is built for enthusiasts.
So answer me this. What do you get when you take a grid of racing Hondas, chuck them on the grid at Knockhill, throw in some rain, and then partially reverse the grid? Well, I'll give you the answer in 15 minutes' time, because we're about to get our first proper wet race of the season. We had a little sprinkling of rain in one of the races at Donington Park, but here at Knockhill, in these incredibly wet conditions, we're going to find out exactly what these Hondas can do when you add a little bit of rain and a little bit of water into the mix as well. Now, of course, as we saw from the grid draw earlier on, is a partially reversed grid, so the number 4 was pulled out. That means that we reverse the top 4 in each of the classes when you have to swap the 2 cars around in Class C in that sense, but classes A and B get swapped around in the top 4 positions. So if you finish 4th in race 1 in class, you then move up to pole position for race 2 in that class respectively. And as what we also do as well is we separate the classes out. So we have the Class A cars towards the front of the field. There's a rows gap, then Class B cars, and then you have a rows gap to the Class C machines in the mix as well. Now, a couple of things we should mention. One thing I'm also mentioning too as well is that we do have Spencer Fortag on the grid. He is there. He missed race 1. Not quite sure the reason why, but his number 4 FN2 car is out at the back of the grid as well. And also we've got in there a car a little further back, which I think is around in, it might be Owen Diver's car. And that's, Owen Diver's car's right at the back of the grid. So off with the green flag there, they'll get 2 green flag. That's because, of course, there is change in the conditions. But now we get set for round 14 of Racing Hondas. Round 14 of Racing Hondas 2025 is set to be as follows. No grids on the screen, but I'll rattle through them as they're on the timing screen. So, after the partially reverse grid, this is how it lines up. It's 2023 champion Phil Wright who starts on pole position. He has Tommy Knight in the EK Civic alongside him on the front row of the grid. Then it's Will Self in 3rd, the championship leader in Class A. And first time winner from race 1, Bob Barron starts this race for 4th. But what can he do in the wet conditions? He won here 2 weeks ago in motorsport in conditions like these. Can he make it the same again this weekend? Dave Buki starts 5th in his EK Civic alongside James Kiff. He hopefully better fortunes on the first lap this time after he went off, had to recover to P6 in the end of the Integra. Then Fraser McNeil will start P7 in car number 7 to try and make it work. Then there's a Rose gap. Then we have Lewis Barker starting on pole position in Class B. He will start alongside Harry Greenhill in the 116 car. Then Sam Linson and Dan Thackeray, the championship leader, looking to try and get another victory and possibly one step close to potentially wrapping up the Class B title here this weekend, if not next weekend. Then Luke Crassus-Medu and Spencer Fortag at the back of the Class B outing. Then we have Matt Rowling, who's now ahead of Callum Hatching. Could that be advantage to Matt this time by the wet conditions? And then it's Owen Diver who starts right at the back of the grid. So Phil, that's to be quite intriguing to see if that's the case. So the car's making their way around onto the second formation. Now, again, they have to have a second formation lap for those who don't know, because, of course, it's a change of conditions. One formation lap is not enough. They need a second one to be able to fully understand the conditions, to be able to make sure they're not getting a big surprise when they're heading down towards turn 1. 2 cars that are starting from the pit lane. One is Michael Barron after he pulled up late in the race at the bottom of the chicane. The other car also had an issue and dropped back is Dan McDonald. He finished 7th in Class B after he started on the front row of the grid in that one. Here's the grids on the screen, as you saw, so we'll quickly rattle through them once more. It's Wright from Knight, then Self from Barron, Buki from Kiff, and then McNeil, who starts in P7. Then our Class B pole sitter, it was meant to be Michael Barron starting to make, but of course there's a gap on the road from him because he starts in the pit lane. And it's Barker and Greenhill, Linster and Thackeray, Holloway and Crassus-Medu, McDonald and Owen Diver, who started right at the back of the grid. I'm not quite sure why. He might move forward if that's the case. And then from the back in Class C, of course, we swap the 2 cars around, so it's Rowling and Houchin at the back of the grid for 17th and 18th. So, stories here to have a look for as well. Of course, you've also got Spencer Fortag in there as well, of course, you have to remember, at the back of the Class B grid, starting 17. So 19 Hondas are going to be on the grid for this one, I believe, anyway. So Phil Wright then, he's not bad in wet conditions, so he's going to try and pick up a victory. Now, he hasn't won a race so far this season since all the way back at Brands Hatch, the first Brands Hatch visit in race 2. That was back in June. Now, he hasn't finished a race outside the top 5 all season, and he didn't start this season well, but it did not start in race 1. But every race he's finished ever since, he has been in the top 5. He's won twice, once at Donington Park, once at Brands Hatch. And that Donington Park in the race 1 actually was in the slightly damp conditions. So I wonder possibly if the wet conditions might favour Phil there, if he can make it happen. Tommy Knight's got a great chance as well, of course, from the front row of the grid. That EK Civic handles well. But how well does it handle in the wet conditions? Will Self's car we know is very oversteery anyway, but that could be at a detriment. Bob Barron could be the sleeper here. I said the sleeper, he just won a race, but 4th on the grid, what can he do from the second row? Dave Buki, P5, James Kiff could be a dark horse as well. I'll be fascinated by also Class B too. Lewis Barker could have a really good start here, possibly get up the mix, but if Sam Linster and Dan Thackeray can get in there too, that could be all the better. So the last couple of the cars trying to get through. I think there's a bit of a delay trying to get Spencer Fortag's car to the grid. His door is open. There might be a slightly delayed start, but they've let him go anyway. So he'll take his place at the back of the Class B runners. Then you've got Matt Rowling and Callum Houchin. Not quite sure why Owen Diver's right at the back, but we'll have to wait and see. But it's not going to matter in a minute because As we know in this championship, it is all calm and quiet until the VTEC kicks in, and it is about to in the wet conditions then. So round 14 of Racing Hondas for 2025 at a very wet Knockhill. Who's going to get the whole shot down towards turn 1 and take victory with just 3 races left to go? Lights out, we're underway. It's a good start initially from Phil Wright, with a cracking start from Will Self in the second row of the grid for 3rd place. He'll put himself alongside Tommy Knight down towards turn 1. Look at the spray down towards Duffer's Dip for the first time. And it's Phil Wright who turns in. Self is in 2nd place, and then Tommy Knight in 3rd place. Around the outside with a great start from 7th on the grid has gone Fraser McNeil, a demon start to take 2 places off of James Kiff and Dave Buki. There goes Barron up the inside of Tommy Knight to put him down another spot down to 4th. And it's now Wright under pressure from Self to come up over the chicane for the first time. So it's Wright from Self, from Barron, from Knight, from Fraser McNeil in 5th position. Buki now being challenged by the Integra James Kiff, and a good start for the Class B lead. He's gone for Lewis Barker from pole. But it's Carrie Greenhill and Dan Thackeray then, but out of Jim Clark Kerr for the first time. 3 for the lead, down the back straight. And Fraser McNeil is relishing these conditions. He's absolutely loving it. He's on the tail of Tommy Knight, trying to close in on him. Down to the hairpin, and there goes Bob Barron, diving up the inside for 2nd place. He is flying in these wet conditions into the spray of the Taylor's hairpin for the first time. And could he go possibly from, not from 4th to 1st, he's gone from 4th to 2nd at least. He's picked off both Tommy Knight and Will Self. Now he's chasing after the leader. He's got the taste for a victory. He wants win number 2 and to do it once again here at home. He's done it in the dry. Can he do it in the wet? End of lap 1 then. Wright leads the way from Barron in 2nd place. And it's Self, Knight, McNeil and Kiff. And one car's going down the timing screens. Dave Buki, why has he come down? He's slowing on the approach down towards the Duffer's Dip. So a problem looks like for Dave Buki, it seems like, unfortunately. The EK Civic not running well. He's in the middle of the Class B runners. So problems for Dave, unfortunately. In the Class B lead, Dan Thackeray somehow has got to a lead. How's he done that? I saw him at the exit chicane. He was 3rd. How has Dan Thackeray done that? He's gone from 3rd to 1st in a matter of corners. That's extraordinary. As now for the lead, here comes Bob Barron challenging Phil Wright with better track. She's got better suspension. Round the outside, gets the better gear. Round the outside, he goes to the lead. Bob Barron, was he ever going to be denied? Back to the front he goes there. So Bob Barron in wet conditions, not too dissimilar to motorsports. You can hear them cheering in the background. The local Scotsman back to the lead, and it only took him barely 2 laps. So Bob Barron charged his way back up the hill and pulling away cleanly, showing him a clean pair of heels. He's absolutely off in the distance. So up the hill he goes, and at the line, what's the gap at the end of it? 1.3 seconds after that pass into the hairpin. So he gained 1.3 seconds on the run out of Jim Clark Kerr, but into the hairpin. So 3rd for Self, 4th for Knight, and into 5th position, or challenging for 5th, is James Kiff in the Integra on Fraser McNeil. But Fraser holding on. So no change there. Going back to our Class B runners, but also noticed as well, how has Matt Randall got to 12th, and off the road goes Tommy Knight from 4th position off into the gravel, and I'm afraid, Tommy, that's not getting out there anytime soon. Lost the back end, out of the race, and EK Civic will be scoring no points from round 14, I'm afraid. Now, whether or not that warrants at least probably a yellow flag, if it's a safety car, that might make things a little more interesting, because it might not let Bob Barron get away too much. It was the fastest first sector for Bob Barron in this lap alone. He pulled 3/10 in the first sector. He's pulled another half a second in the second sector. He's been near a second in front by the time he gets to the end of lap number 3. Cross the line he goes, and I think we're going to get a safety car. It has been deployed because of the car off at the chicane. So it'll be status quo for this lot as well. There's been a change around for Class B, as in the pit lane is Dave Buki out of the pits, out of the race, unfortunately. Shake of the head, I'm not quite sure what happened. And looks like he has some visibility problems. He can't see where he's going. You see that the windscreen's misted up from part of it. He's trying to wipe it off, but that's a unique problem. Now, Tommy Knight's got back going again. Now, I know that the gravel's hard packed when it gets to wet, but I thought for a second he'd be quite beast. So, in actual fact, we don't need the safety car. So, this might be a quite premature one. It might things make it a little bit interesting. Safety cars come out, and it's actually caught Spencer Fortag. So, you have to wave those cars around. This got a bit confusing, I think, because now we've got what time left? Safety car is out. We've got left 10 minutes 51 to go. Answers on a postcard. How do we work this one out? Because the safety car's picked up the tail enders. He's got Spencer Fortag, Owen Diver, and Callum Houchin and Dan McDonald. Then Tommy Knight's come through, thinking, sorry guys, I didn't mean to cause that, but he's managed to get back out again. So now we've got to pick up the rest of the pack and then wave through the lapped cars and then get Bob Barron back through again. One person who does benefit is Bob Barron, because of course he's not going to be lost here. Now also I've just noticed in the sequence that Phil Wright's got ahead of Will Self. No, he was ahead of him anyway. I'm being stupid. He was ahead of him anyway in second place. So it's Bob Barron from Phil Wright, Will Self, then Fraser McNeil. And Fraser McNeil is right on the tail of Will Self here. This could be quite intriguing. Now, the safety car has paused to let those lapped cars through. That's quite smart thinking. So we're coming up to only 5 minutes into this race, and it'll now wait patiently at a reduced speed to pick up the leader. So let's just take stock of where we were, because I also saw something else that was quite astonishing. Someone a bit higher up than I thought they would be. So let's look at the full race stock of where we are then. Just past 5 minutes gone. Bob Barron leads the way then, once again, for Phil Wright in second place. Will Self in third. Fraser McNeil fourth. James Kiff is fifth. Then Dan Thackeray is in sixth position overall in the Class B lead. Then it's seventh place for Sam Linster. Third for Luke Crassus-Melly. That will be by far his best result if he can stay there. His best result to date in Class B. If I look back at my results, his best result so far was actually last time out in Brands Hatch Race 2, was fifth. So in the wet conditions here in the partially reversed grid, Luke Crassus-Melly definitely could be getting a first piece of silverware if he can stay where he is. Then it's Lewis Barker in fourth, Harry Greenhill in fifth, and then somehow Matt Rowling in Class C has gone to the dizzying heights of 11th overall. He leads Class C, he's ahead of both Spencer Fortag, Owen Diver, and then his fellow classmate Callum Houchin. But how he's got to 11th has astonished me for a second. That's quite impressive. 15th place for Dan McDonald, then Tommy Knight, who's got back going again, and then the two cars we don't have are Dave Bucke, who's in the pit lane, and we didn't get Michael Barron. He only did a lap and then pulled in, so sadly, nothing for him. Now, the safety car has got nothing really else to do, really, apart from just leave the cars back around. We're going to wait for the lights to be extinguished. I think Bob Barron's anticipating a safety car restart coming in a minute, but the safety car lights haven't gone out, so I think we're going to go around for at least another lap. And I think Bob's going to have to speed up again because he's realising we're not going racing this time by. But they're all taking the wide line going through, so they're just using a bit more of the circuit. I think he was anticipating a restart this time by, but it's not actually going to happen. So the safety cars had to slow up and think, no, we're not going live yet. Bob, come back behind me, come on. Otherwise, it's going to make this restart even longer. So the safety car is pulling the field up the straight. And again, the main person it benefits is going to be Bob Barron, because he'll be wanting to get a second victory. And just now I think we're getting to the point now on that side of things. Now, I've been told by Championship Coordinator Carl McKellar that we believe that all Dan Thackeray needs is 7 points in this race. He usually gets 16. So if he's listening to me on permission, if Dan does win this one, I think we can, if he's where he is, you could provisionally give him the Class B title. But we'll wait and see today. I'll probably get a little thumbs up if I can from Carl in the chat if he's listening. And then we'll see if that's the case. And incredibly, that means we can call our first champion of the season, if that happens. And the wet conditions and the safety car might certainly be aiding his cause. So halfway through the race now, and I think we probably will be going safety car this time by, because the pace has quickened a bit more. So we'll tell what happens if the safety car lights come off, which they haven't done yet. They're just moving through the chicane right now. And Bob Barron just trying to weave from side to side to keep his tyres as much temperature as possible. He knows he has the pace advantage over Phil Wright. He knows it's the pace over Will Self. The intriguing thing to the be is Fraser McNeil, because now he's up in fourth position, and if he can get a good restart, he could even catch Will Self unawares, as safety car lights are indeed off. So stand by for action with 7 minutes to go. And Bob Barron, he becomes a safety car now. He decides when to pull the pin. When does he get this race restarted? He's going to let the safety car escape as much as he can up the road, stack the pack up as much as he can, and in the wet conditions here at Knockhill, he's about to get round 14 back underway with about 6.5 minutes to go, and possibly be on course if he stays where he is, and if he can make this happen for a second win in a row here at home. Did it in the dry. Remember, he did it 2 weeks ago at Motorsports in these conditions at Knockhill. Can he do it again? He's going to head out to the final corner. It's a good restart. Wright has gone with him, but it's good pace at least initially. They go up the hill once again. And Bob Barron in the lead of round 14, takes the green flag, and we're back racing, which is over 6 minutes to go. So Barron leads it, Wright in second place, Self in third, Fraser McNeil fourth. And then in fifth position, it is James Kiff, Dan Thackeray, who leads Class B, from Linster, Crassus-Melly, Barker, Greenhill, and Matt Rowling, who's leading Class C. Then Fortag, Diver, Houchin, McDonald, Tommy Knight back in 16th. Those are the 16 runners still going in wet conditions. I have to say, Bob hasn't got away from Phil Wright in this restart too much. Going with him as the rain continues to fall. They rock over the chicane back at racing speeds. And I'm certain that Barron will just keep on. He'll have the confidence knowing that he can drive this car hard in these conditions, having done it 2 weeks before. And also now, he's got the first victory. He knows how to do it. Through the spray. Will Self has had a good restart. He is not as quick on the first sector as Fraser McNeil was, and not as quick in the second sector either. So Fraser's coming back at him here. And Fraser, of course, again, using his local knowledge, knowing this cut circuit at the back of his hand, and having experienced that firsthand with the passenger dry yesterday, I confirm he is mental, but he is incredibly talented at the same time. As Phil Wright, yeah, on that last lap on the restart, Bob Barron was 7/10 quicker, so pace advantage is definitely there with 5 minutes to go. And trying to pull away here in the wet here. As you said, local knowledge counts for a heck of a lot in a circuit like this, particularly for the Scots, and they really are pushing as hard as they dare. Now, that's the battle I wanted to look at, because Will Self and Fraser McNeil could be very interesting. On the last lap, Fraser McNeil was about a 10.5 quicker. He's matched him in sector 1, as Barron sets the fastest first sector of the race so far, and he's another 2/10 clear. As we now watch here, this is Lewis Barker chasing after Luke Crassusmaine. This is for the final step on the Class B podium. As, well, Barker was ahead of the line, but Crassusmaine has got back through. This is now 4th, 3rd place between them. As the field passes way down, back up the inside into Jim Clark curve. He'll have the outside line for Hislop, so they come side by side. Do you really want to do this? Side by side in wet conditions. It's now Barker with the inside line, but of course on the outside will be where the wet line is. So Crassusmaine might have better braking. They're going to go deep. Crassusmaine brakes first. Lets Barker go a little first into the corner. And turns his way in, looking for the up and under. But the western line will be better, more beneficial. Cuts across, and Barker's back to 3rd place. Didn't last too long. Bob Barron has now got another half a second in his lead. He is now ahead by 1.6 seconds out in front. And also closing in on them in this battle for 3rd place is Harry Greenhill. He's in 10th place overall, but he's 5th in the class and wants to try and get a couple more points if they start to scrap. I'm keeping an eye on these battles between 1st and 3rd, and Will Self did pull another 1.1 seconds and has done another 4/10 this time in this first sector. So Will Self, I think possibly he's getting a bit more comfortable in these wet conditions now ahead of Fraser McNeil. But Fraser, meanwhile, in P4, I think this might be his best result of the season if he manages it. Yes, by far. His best result of the season to date has been 5th, and that was in the 2nd race at Cadwell Park. And since then, his best result since then was 6th in the 1st race at Alton Park. Yes. So this would be his best result by far with P4. Now, Phil Wright just set the fastest 2nd sector of the race, 24.1, 3/10 quicker than Bob Barron, but he then lost those 4/10 back when Barron did the 17.9 in the final sector compared to 18.3 for Phil Wright. So it's back and forth here at the front between these two. 1.3 seconds still the gap. There's now 2 3/4 minutes to go. I'm going to watch that quick clock like a hawk, because I'm not making the mistake I did in race number 1 where I called it too early. Spencer Fortag, I think, on the corner of my eye, has also got problems. He's crawling up the pit straight as well, so problems for Spencer all weekend, which is not great for him. There's James Kiff running in P5 in the Honda Integra. And actually, right behind him for overall position is Dan Thackeray. So he wants to possibly wrap up this Class B title in style provisionally. So he's now chasing after him. And again, it's what we talked about in the time attack session. It doesn't matter how much power you've got, it's how you use it. And so Dan Thackeray showing he's got plenty of class here. Down towards the hairpin they come again. Oh, and just deep under brakes for James Kiff. And he's chasing after him up the hill. Now Kiff will have better straight line speed, but Dan's giving as good as he gets. There is an ex-Civic Cup car, so he's got plenty of power in the mix in that car, trying to pull his way through. Down towards Duffer's Dip, 2 laps to go, I call it in the books here, because yeah, lap time is 1:02, 1:03 for these faster cars. And Phil Wright got 4/10 back in the first sector. He's getting closer again as they come back towards it, and in fact, I thought there was a flashing sign somewhere, but it wasn't. It was something else being distracted. So out of Jim Clark they come, down towards the end of the line. They've got Spencer Fortag's car in the way as a blue flag. They're trying to get out of it, but Phil Wright is coming back at Bob Barron now. This isn't done, I don't think. Down towards the hairpin for the 2nd to last time. They will go across the line, and with less than a minute to go, it will be the final lap of the race. I'm pretty certain of that. I ain't making the same mistake twice. Now up towards the start and finish line to start the last lap of the weekend, not just of the race, but the weekend for this one in Time Attack and Racing Hondas. One more time around for Bob Barron. Can he get this one done? Spencer Fortag is really crawling up the pit straight here. So Bob Barron turns his way in through McIntyre's and then in through Butcher's now for the last time. A circuit he knows all too well, weaving his way through. Did it earlier on the dry, and looks as though the wet conditions are going to be absolute cakewalk for him as well. He's had some initial pressure from Phil Wright, but he's handled it beautifully. Even a safety car restart has gone absolutely brilliant for Bob. And again, you have to remember, this is his first season of car racing, full stop. He's done plenty of laps around here on track days, but it's all coming good. And of course, when Knockhill was on the calendar, I'm pretty certain the Kilty K-Swap squad were looking at this thinking, this is the one we want to do well at and we want to win at. Into the hairpin for the final time. He locks it up a little bit, but he's going to hold on to it. And like the saying goes, you wait for one victory, and two of them are going to come at once, because up to the checkered flag, it's going to be a Bob Barron double. He will come to the line, and he will make it 2 from 2 at home at Knockhill. He wins round 14 of Racing Honda's 2025. More home success for Kilty K-Swaps. Fantastic racing. He did it in the dry. Now he's done it in the wet. Second for Phil Wright, third for Will Self. There'll be Fraser McNeil and James Kiff, but we're going to wait for P6. He's up the line. Going to be for P5 overall. Across the line they go. Fraser McNeil is 4, but Dan Thackeray will be P5. He will win the Class B race on the road, and we can say also provisionally he will be 2025 Racing Honda's Class B champion. Congratulations to Dan, and that makes up in one way for missing out on the Civic Cup title in 2023 a couple of years ago. The job's not totally done. There's still the final round coming up at Snetterton to try and get the overall title, but at least for the class, that essentially is provisionally done and dusted. So congratulations to Dan for sealing that one provisionally. We have to stress that because of course there's 2 races to go and it's all subject to official confirmation. But Dan Thackeray won the drag race up the hill to beat James Kiff to the line. That's going to be impressive. That'll be a subject for Charlie to talk about. Giving James Kiff's Honda Integra a run for its money up the hill. That was pretty impressive. So Lewis Barker also got 2nd place in Class B. He beat Sam Linster in the end by, what was the gap between himself and Sam Linster? 1.2 seconds at the flag. Then it was Luke Crassusbenny back in 4th. Then it was Harry Greenhill and Tommy Knight. And Matt Rowling dropped back a couple of spots to finish 12th overall and does take the Class C victory on top of that as well. So, would you believe it? Bob Barron then takes his first 2 victories of the season by taking round 14 in the wet at Knockhill. And what a drive it was. In a safety car restart, he won by 2.2 seconds from Phil Wright in P2 and Will Self in P3. Damaged limitation, but still good points for the championship as we go to Snetterton for the final 2 races. Fraser McNeil, his best result of the season, more celebration for Kilty K-Swaps, an excellent P4. And Dan Thackeray beats James Kiff's Integra in a drag race to the line to win Class B on the road in the race, but also as well, we think provisionally, the 2025 Class B title in Racing Honda's. Congratulations provisionally to Dan. James Kiff takes 6th. It's Lewis Barker 2nd. I think that might be his best result. It is another best result for Class B for Lewis Barker. Sam Linster was 3rd in the class, another podium for him. Luke Crassusbenny improves his best performance. That is now him beating his 5th position from last time out. So P4 for Luke Crassusbenny in class. Harry Greenhill 5th. Tommy Knight, after he brought out the safety car, after he spun off at the chicane but got back out again. The Matt Rowling, who wins Class C once again with Owen Diver 13th place. Dan McDonald, not a great second race for him, down in 14th, but it's going to be Callum Houch in 2nd place in Class C. And we lost Spencer Fortag in the end with mechanical issues. Dave Buki, who I don't think could see at one point, and Michael Barron's car didn't even complete hardly a lap in the race before he was out of it. And that is all she wrote. That is our trip to Knockhill complete for this weekend. It's been a fantastic day, both in Time Attack and in Racing Hondas, and it's been an amazing job from everyone involved, not just in Time Attack and Racing Hondas, but also from everyone at Knockhill. And I have to say a massive thank you on behalf of them to Knockhill for being so accommodating. Our first visit back in 11 years. I think it's been a roaring success with all the action we've had today. Not just the first visit back for 11 years for Time Attack, but a first visit ever for Racing Hondas, and they really have delivered with some great racing. And of course, what better than the home hero, of course, in Bob Barron, taking his first 2 victories at his home circuit and dominating it from start to finish. Brilliant stuff from him. Took pole position, has practically led, I think, almost every single lap apart from one at the start of lap number 1. But apart from that, did a fantastic job and has taken 2 victories. So that will be plenty of celebration tonight, I'm sure, for Kilty K-Swaps and co for all involved. Of course, on top of that as well, we have to say Phil Wright, that will be a good 2nd place for him. That's his first 2nd place since when? Let's have a quick look. Since last time out at Brands Hatch. So he's taken 2 2nd places in as many races in the last 3 races. And again, continues that run of always finishing in the top 5 in every single race. That's the key thing to see for that stat. Will Self, it would have been some more points taken out, but of course it's damaged limitation because he was up there in a good result in race 1. And Fraser McNeil, P4, that's more celebration. They're going to go mental tonight at Kilty K-Swaps. 2 wins for Bob Barron and a personal best finish for Fraser McNeil in 4th place at home at Knockhill. Yeah, break out the beers. I think that's going to be one heck of a celebration tonight, I think, for them, because and justly deserved for all the hard work they've put in, particularly trekking up and down all the different circuits outside of Scotland. But now they get their chance to get a bit of redemption for their own home circuit, and they did come good in the end, which is all we wanted to see. Of course, the big story, of course, in Class B, not only is it another win for Dan Thackeray, but also as well, that is essentially, we believe provisionally, the Class B title wrapped up for Dan, so congratulations to him for doing so. And it is an excellent job for him, and then it's in second place for, as I said, for Sam Lintz, Lewis Barker, in fact. It was his best result for, I think, for the entire season, I think, of looking at it, because, yes, his best result up to that point was third place in Snetterton Race 1. And then, yeah, up to that point, that was only his first podium. So his second podium of the season for Lewis Barker. And then Sam Lintzler picked up P3. And that's another third place for him. That is his, I think he took a podium in race 1, didn't he? So he picked up another victory in race 1 earlier on. I'm trying to look through my notes and results here for a second. And whilst they're gathering together, drivers down at the Lucas Oil board for Charlie to speak with. And just looking at the Class B results, yeah, Sam Lintzler was second last time. That's now his, with a third place today as in race 2 as well. That now is 4 podiums in a row for Sam Lintzler, and he's 5th of the season. So impressive stuff for him on that side. Then behind them, haven't got the rest of the results because they've all disappeared off the screen. No, they haven't. They're right behind me. We've then got Luke Crassusmany, best result for him to date. Harry Greenhill, a successful return back to the championship, P5 for him as well. Tommy Knight in P11, a race of what could have got a podium, but has to settle for what will be 12th position. 11th position ahead of Matt Rowling, who did quite well to get up to P12 in the end in Class C, takes another Class C victory. I think that takes it now properly to the next round, where we'll settle the Class C title next time out at the finale at Snetterton. Remember, there's no drop scores at all to use from the 2 Snetterton results. And then you have Owen Diver in Class B for 13th place, Dan McDonald 14th place, and Callum Houchin in P15. Who's the second of the Class B cars? Of course, the 4 cars we lost were Spencer Fortag, Dave Buki, Michael Bowen. We didn't even get Duncan Holloway either. He didn't actually make the start of the race. So that's the other car we were missing. I was expecting 19. We actually got only 18 starters in the end as well. So, all good things have to come to an end, and of course it comes to an end in a few weeks' time, because of course for those of you watching and been following Time Attack and Racing Hondas this season, it all comes to a close at Modified Live in a few weeks' time. October the 19th, Sunday, is when we see finals day for the Time Attack Championship and also the final 2 races of Racing Honda's Championship, where not only will we settle the other 2 class titles, but provisionally, but also as well the big one. The overall championship will be settled also as well. It's going to be a real battle royale between the top 4 at the front, eventually between 3 people now. It's going to be between, effectively, Will Self, Phil Wright and Dan Thackeray at the front. Whoever's going to get themselves at the top of the times is going to be the one with the advantage, I'm certain. And it's crazy to think how quickly the season's gone. And we're talking about it with Susie just then about the Time Attack. The season only started back in May. We've had some great weather, some great events all the way through. It's been fantastic. Right, let's head down to the podium celebrations and to our class winners for round 14 of Racing Hondas. They're down at the Lucas Oil board with Charlie.
Perfect. We are down here after a very wet race 2 with Bob, our Class A winner. 2 for 2. Congratulations.
Something else. I can't believe I just done it. I was honestly, after race 1, I was ready not even to do race 2. I was ready to sit down and have a beer, but yeah. I'm glad I went out and done it. I was awesome. I knew I had to make the moves early in the race. Yep. Before they kind of figured out what it's like in the wet. I thought if I can get past them before they get, they kind of suss it out a bit. So, no, it was excellent. He was, Phil Wright, he was there. I seen him come in and I thought, I'm not going to try too hard to get a gap. There's plenty of space, let's do this, and just managed to hold it together. I've seen the safety car, and obviously I've never done a safety car, but well, I have, but never at the front, and yeah, that was quite scary. So I'm glad.
You go from having that bit of a gap to all of a sudden you guys are bunched right back up together.
Knowing when to go, and you know, it was all totally new to me. I'm glad me and my mate had a chat about it last night, because we actually said, what if I get a safety car? And he talked me through it. He does all the Formula 1 stuff, so he talked me right through it. So it was I'm glad he did, because it was brilliant.
Fantastic. I suppose you and Fraser this morning, you guys prayed for the rain today. It came through for you.
Yeah, absolutely buzzing. That is excellent. So chuffed.
Brilliant stuff. Wow, congratulations, 2 for 2 on a home circuit. What a day. Thank you. Brilliant. Right, we're going to get Dan over now, our Class B winner. Dan, you said rain's your speciality. It's come through for you. How was that?
Yeah, I have to admit I was quite happy when it was raining down. I was in the minority, I think. But yeah, the spray probably one of the worst ever in terms of really could not see anything. I was hanging on the back of the Class A boys, but I mean I had good corner speed, but just no straight line speed. But I think I managed to get James out the last corner, which was a small win. I enjoyed that.
Definitely. We were looking at you're picking your way through the Class A boys as well. I think you got right up there towards the end.
Yeah, I mean I could see them in front, but every time you try and get a run on someone, they just have that enough grunt to be pesky.
Yes.
But yeah, I had enough of a run, luckily, to get him over the line, and although it didn't really mean anything, it was quite nice.
Yeah, still a little win, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly.
Little win. Speaking of wins as well, I've just had the clerk come over my shoulder. Congratulations, you're officially Class B champion.
I know, yes. Very happy with that one. It was, I've lost championships at the end before, so I was just looking forward to trying to have a sensible weekend and get it done. So I'm very pleased.
I must say as well, a few rounds ago you told me commentator's curse, but here we are as a winner.
Yeah, I think you commentated me curse once, didn't you? But I feel like we've broken that curse.
We have. Well,
I'm fine with it.
Congratulations on the win and congratulations on the championship, Dan. Thank you so much. Thank you. Right, we're going to bring Matt over now. Class C. Matt, how was that? Hello.
Oh, I loved every minute of that. That was so much fun.
Good.
This is an epic circuit and it's really good fun in the wet as well. Yeah, I really like the wet conditions.
Brilliant. I was like, how does it? You've done the dry race, done the wet race. How do you think it compares?
Oh, totally different. It's a mega circuit, wet or dry, to be fair. I really love this place. Can't wait to come back. So yeah, but it's a little bit greasy in places, a little bit slippery actually in the dry. I don't know if that was kind of conditions or something that had gone down maybe from a previous race, but yeah, it felt a little bit greasy. But yeah, it's an epic circuit. It's really good fun.
Obviously, Callum got the win earlier. Wednesday, that points is ever so slightly shifted a little bit. How do we feel going into the last round at Snet?
I don't know. I think Callum's going to have the edge again at Snet. Yeah, I really do. It's 2 long straights at Snet.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm at a big disadvantage, a bit like the hill here, to drag up the straight. So
you never know.
We'll have to pray for the
rain gods again.
Yeah.
Brilliant stuff, and congratulations again. Thank you. Right, that is everything from us here today at Knockhill. Thank you so much for tuning in, and as always to Lucas Oil for powering our live stream. We'll see you guys at Snetterton.